Chapter 3207. Great, we can land now. The Chi family patriarch heaved a sigh of relief. Then, everyone descended. Hee, I didn't expect a small fry to come. A cold voice came from the front. There's someone. The Chi family patriarch and the others stopped in their tracks. Their gazes shifted to the front. There was indeed someone. A young man in white walked over with a pair of white wings on his back. It wasn't a pair of wings formed by superpowers, but real wings. Obviously, he wasn't a human. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The young man in white walked over and said coldly, "Scram, this isn't a place you can come." "What did you say?" The Chi family patriarch and the others' faces darkened. The other party was just a martial artist who had comprehended something close to the Tao. How dare he ask them to scram? They had 6 half-step saints on their side. Sure enough, the Chi family patriarch snorted and a ray of light rushed forward. He could easily kill a martial artist who had comprehended something close to the Tao. Clang. The ray of light arrived in front of the young man in white. Countless runes appeared on the young man in white, forming a light screen. He blocked it. Is a half-step saint that great? You want to kill me? Do you have the ability? The young man in white sneered. A mysterious light flickered on his body. Damn it, who is this guy? He actually has 3 half-step saint artifacts. The dark red dragon beside him was shocked. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. It seems like he's a young master of some family. And this family must be extremely powerful. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, the Chi family patriarch was also stunned. A young man with 3 half-step saint artifacts? That's really surprising. He asked in a deep voice. Who are you? I'm from the White Crane race. The young man in white said proudly. The pair of white wings on his back spread out and emitted a pure white light. What, the White Crane race? You're from the White Crane race? The Chi family patriarch was shocked. The patriarch of the Luo family and the other 2 sucked in a breath of cold air. 10,000 Archean race? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The dark red dragon snorted. Its meat should be delicious. Is the White Crane race that powerful? Lin Xian asked doubtfully. The White Crane race should also be one of the 10,000 ancient races. The 10,000 ancient races were not only present in the true spirit world, but also in the entire universe. That's right, the White Crane clan was extremely powerful. They occupied a planet and named it the White Crane Planet. In that world of stars, they reigned supreme. Although there were other races, they all had to submit to their White Crane race. Gold Origin said in a deep voice. It was very obvious that they definitely knew how terrifying the White Crane clan was. When the white-robed young man heard this, he laughed loudly. Looks like you know how powerful my White Crane clan is. Since that's the case, why don't you scram? Occupying a world of stars. Lin Xian was startled. It seemed that the 10,000 ancient races were very strong. Fuck, this guy is too arrogant. I really want to slap him to death, then roast him into meat skewers to eat. The dark red dragon gnashed its teeth. At this moment, the Luo family's ancestor also walked out. He said, "So it's the young master of the White Crane clan. How have we offended the young master? Why are you asking us to leave for no reason?" The Chi family's ancestor and the others were also very confused. They had come here with great difficulty, but now they were being chased away. How could they be willing to accept this? Offend us? The white-robed young man was stunned. Then he sneered. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to offend my White Crane clan? I'm here to clean up the trash. You don't have to go forward. What? You're here to clean up ants? Hearing this, the Luo family's ancestor and the others' faces turned extremely ugly. It seemed that regardless of whether they had offended the White Crane clan or not, the other party would not let them leave. The other party was planning to clear the place and take the treasures inside for himself. Damn it, your White Crane clan is too arrogant. The Chi family's ancestor gritted his teeth. He had waited for 300 years, and he could finally come again. How could he leave just because of a sentence from someone else? Yes, I'm arrogant. What can you do to me? You're the one who attacked me just now, right? Chop off one of his arms. Chop off the arm that attacked me. The Luo family's ancestor and the others were stunned, but Lin Xian's pupils shrank. In the next moment, the Qi family's ancestor's arm flew into the sky, blood splattering everywhere. Then, the Qi family's ancestor's scream was heard. "Yes, master." A figure appeared beside the Qi family's ancestor, holding a long saber in his hand that flashed with saber light. "Damn it, there's someone here. So fast." The Luo family's ancestor, Jin Yuan, and Xiao Wu's pupils shrank. Even Lin Xian was shocked. "It seems that there's an expert hiding here." The Qi family's ancestor screamed and quickly sealed his qi and blood. His face was extremely pale, and he retreated to the side. 7 stars revolved around his body, forming the 7 stars armor. Then the severed arm grew out again. Sage to be. The Black Bat clan. The Qi family's ancestor's face was extremely ugly. The other party's speed was too fast, and he only reacted when the other party chopped off his arm. If the other party was aiming for his head, would he be able to dodge it? The white-robed youth in front of him shouted coldly. "This is a lesson for you. Get lost. Otherwise, I'll destroy your bodies and souls." He did not expect that there would be a half-step saint from the Black Bat clan, and he was so fast. However, do you think a half-step saint can stop us? We have 6 half-step saints. The Qi family's ancestor looked up and said coldly, "Are 6 half-step saints that powerful? Do it, and let them know the consequences of disobeying my orders." Buzz. The half-step saint from the Black Bat clan moved, and he instantly disappeared into the void. Oh no! The Qi family's ancestor and the others narrowed their eyes. Buzz. The 7 stars armor on the Qi family's ancestor shone brightly. He shouted loudly, and the surrounding void quickly shattered. In the next moment, his body was sent flying, and he was hit by tens of thousands of attacks in an instant. Every single one of them crashed into the same place, causing one of his arms to be chopped off once again. Ah! The Qi family's ancestor screamed. At the same time, Jin Yuan's head was sent flying. He was hit by tens of thousands of attacks in an instant. Not only him, but the Luo family's ancestor and Xiao Wu were also hit. All 4 of them retreated, and they were injured. In the next moment, they looked in front of them in horror. "Damn it, who the hell are you?" The fragment of the law of speed. He has comprehended the law of speed. These people were stunned. It was too fast, so fast that they could not keep up with it even though they were half-step saints. Moreover, the other party had attacked too many times in an instant. Although one attack was not enough to break their defense, it was still too fast. However, with so many attacks landing on the same spot, even they would find it difficult to withstand. "Ha, now you know how powerful I am." The white-robed youth in front of them laughed loudly. Chapter 3208. Damn it, we have so many half-saints. I don't believe we can't beat him. The Qi family patriarch gritted his teeth. Indeed, they had 6 half-saints and Lin Xian. How could they not beat him? Even if this half-saint from the Black Bat clan had comprehended the law of speed, they still had a way. Was that so? The youth in white sneered and clapped his hands lightly. A roar came from the darkness behind him. Then, a few huge creatures walked out. These 2 huge creatures were as big as mountains. Each of them looked ferocious, and the aura they emitted was terrifying. Hellhounds. Lin Xian was shocked. There were 2 half-saint hellhounds. He had seen a hell dog before. Back in the true spirit world, in the central continent, he had seen a hell dog corpse. But that one hadn't reached the half-saint level. Now, there were 2 of them alive. Sure enough, the Qi family patriarch and the others were shocked when they saw the 2 hellhounds. Hellhounds. They were strange beasts of heaven and earth. They were terrifying. The 3 heads represented 3 different attributes between heaven and earth. Moreover, they were half-saints, and there were 2 of them. In terms of teamwork, the half-saints from the Black Bat clan were terrifying. Damn it! The White Crane clan had brought so many experts this time. Moreover, merely a young man from the White Crane clan had brought 3 half-saints with him. Not to mention the other half-saints from the White Crane clan. Thinking of this, the Qi family patriarch and the others felt their scalps go numb. Did they really have the strength to fight against such a person? Forget it. Jin Yuanzi smiled bitterly. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't fight against the White Crane clan. Even if they could fight their way in now, they might still be killed if they encountered a half-saint from the White Crane clan. Therefore, Jin Yuanzi shook his head and didn't plan to fight. Xiao Wu did the same. The Qi family patriarch and the Luo family patriarch exchanged a look and smiled bitterly. Jin Yuanzi and Xiao Wu had already given up. They couldn't beat the other party even if they worked together, so they were ready to give up. Seeing the ugly expressions of the Qi clan's patriarch and the others, the young man in white sneered coldly. They didn't know what was good for them. They should have retreated earlier. Why did they have to wait for me to display my strength? Do you think you can contend against me? Get out of here. The Qi family's ancestor and the others shook their heads and turned around, preparing to retreat. However, in the next moment, they were stunned because they realized that Lin Xian had no intention of leaving. He even walked forward. The dark red divine dragon followed suit. Young Master Lin. The Qi family patriarch and the others were stunned for a moment before they asked. Since they were already here, how could they not go and take a look? Lin Xian said faintly without the slightest fear. Up ahead, the white-robed youth had originally wanted to leave. However, he suddenly realized that someone was walking towards him. You don't know the difference between life and death. Do you want to die? However, he soon discovered that it was not the Qi family's patriarch, but a young man. From the looks of it, this person was even younger than him. Who was this? Were they the juniors of those half-saints? He was so reckless. Brat, your elders have already scrammed back, and you still dare to advance? If that's the case, go to hell. Elder He, cut off his legs and bring him to me. I want to torture him to death. The white-robed youth was furious. Since someone dared to provoke him, he naturally wanted to make him suffer. Buzz. Hearing this, the half-saints of the Black Bat clan disappeared instantly. In the next moment, a sharp blade light slashed towards Lin Xian's legs. Clang. An earth-shattering sound was heard as the blade landed on Lin Xian's legs, emitting countless streaks of lightning. However, it did not shatter. Half-step Saint Heibat was stunned. Then, he used the law of speed fragment and instantly, tens of thousands of attacks were formed in an instant. It looked like a single blade, but it contained tens of thousands of forces. Scram! Lin Xian shouted coldly and kicked out. This time, he was like a real dragon, bringing with him a powerful force that collided with the tens of thousands of attacks. Boom! The entire world turned blurry and shattered. Half-step Saint Heibat was sent flying. His arm was numb and he looked shocked. You're not a junior? You're a half-saint. The white-robed youth in front of him was also stunned. In his opinion, Lin Xian should only be a junior of the Qi clan's patriarch. However, it seemed that this was not the case. Lin Xian was a half-saint, and a very powerful one at that. Otherwise, how could he have forced half-step Saint Heibat to retreat? Black Bat, kill him. Don't hold back. The white-robed youth, who was riding on a three-headed hellhound, said coldly. Half-step Saint Heibat nodded. His body shone with an unparalleled light. Streaks of black runes covered his entire body. The black long blade in his hand shone with black runes. The law of speed fragment circled between heaven and earth. He disappeared instantly. In an instant he appeared around Lin Xian. He waved his long blade and attacked with tens of thousands of attacks. Boom, boom, boom. All of the attacks landed on Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian's speed was not slow either. Hence, the attacks could not hit the same spot. Clanging sounds were heard when the attacks hit. Lin Xian used his physical strength to resist them. All of this happened in an instant. Half-step Saint Heibat retreated in shock. Damn it, what kind of physique was this? He was too shocked. Previously, he had used tens of thousands of attacks to injure the Qi family patriarch. Now, he could not even hurt the young man in front of him. What a strong physique. This was a body-refining half-saint. Half-step Saint Heibat roared. Millions of attacks. This time, his speed was even faster. He was so fast that even the Qi family patriarch and the others could not catch him. The Qi family patriarch and the others felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing light. Had his speed increased by 10 times? He roared and pushed his divine body to the extreme. The law of fire on his body spewed out and burned fiercely, completely enveloping him. Buzz. This time, Lin Xian did not take the attack head-on. Instead, he attacked. The two law of fire swung in the air. It's useless. You can't keep up with my speed. Half-step Saint Heibat's cold voice rang out. In an instant he passed through the flames and came in front of Lin Xian. The long saber in his hand slashed down wildly. There were millions of saber lights in the saber. That was 1,000,000 attacks. Pumph. Lin Xian was furious. Golden light bloomed from his body, making him look like an indestructible god of war. He waved his fist and attacked like the sun. It's useless. You can't keep up with my speed. Half-step Saint Heibat sneered again. Sure enough, he was very fast. Lin Xian's fist had only reached halfway when half-step Saint Heibat's saber slashed down with millions of saber lights. You're dead meat now, aren't you? Half-step Saint Heibat's lips curled into a cold smile. The Qi family patriarch and the others felt their scalps go numb. It's over. Young Master Lin is in danger. Yes, the law of speed was too difficult to break. Among all the martial arts in the world, only speed was unbreakable. It was impossible to resist. Chapter 3209. At this critical moment, a black pattern appeared on Lin Xian's body. It looked like a Taoist pattern. When the millions of attacks hit the black light, they seemed to have stepped into a quagmire and disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Half-Saint Black Bat was stunned. His attack had actually failed. He hadn't hit his opponent? How is that possible? What is that black light? Boom. While he was in a daze, a fist as bright as the sun hit him and sent him flying. Half of his body turned into a bloody mist. This scene happened extremely quickly. In merely an instant, it had happened. Thus, by the time the crowd reacted, they saw Half-Sage Black Bat vomiting blood and being sent flying. He's injured. Black Bat King is injured. The young man in white was stunned. The Qi family patriarch and the others screamed. This was too unbelievable. They were worried about Lin Xian before, but in the blink of an eye, Lin Xian had gained the upper hand again. Ruffian dragon, I'll leave it to you. Lin Xian withdrew his fist and turned to stare at the young man in white in front of him. Don't worry. Leave it to me. I'll turn him into a dead bat. The dark red dragon chuckled and flew over. Black Bat rushed out and roared at the sky with a murderous aura. Thousands of afterimages appeared in the sky. He was so fast that no one could tell which one was real. Countless pairs of cold eyes stared down. Damn you, snake. How dare you stop me? Get lost. Thousands of afterimages shot toward the dark red dragon. The dark red dragon snorted disdainfully, and a dragon's roar echoed in the sky. All of a sudden, the afterimages in the sky began to tremble and shatter. Dragon's roar. Damn it. You're a dragon. Black Bat's expression was extremely ugly. The young man in white also had a cold expression. He did not expect Black Bat to be a dragon. Damn brat. Who are you? He asked. Lin Xian gritted his teeth as he stared at Black Bat. Lin Xian did not answer. He stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, anyone who stands in my way will die. Do you really think you can get past me just because you've got Black Bat pinned down? How naive. Go, kill him, the young man said to a Cerberus beside him. The Cerberus charged forward, its three heads roaring at the same time. Its murderous aura shook the 9 heavens and tore the void apart. Behind him, the Qi family's ancestor and the others trembled as fear filled their eyes. The Qi and blood in their bodies churned. Heavens, this Cerberus of hell is really too terrifying. Lin Xian was fearless. He charged forward like a god of war. In the blink of an eye, it clashed with the Cerberus. The two of them clashed. Every strike was like a clap of thunder, emitting dazzling light that illuminated the entire sky. He was actually able to fight to a draw with the infernal realm. The Qi family patriarch and the others were shocked. The Hellhound was a legendary magical beast. It was said that it suppressed the underworld and was incomparably terrifying. But now, he couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. The next moment, they screamed even louder. The reason for that was because Lin Xian had unleashed tens of thousands of sword auras and beheaded both of the hellhounds' heads.
What?
The Cerberus roared crazily at the sky, and its broken heads reassembled. It charged over again. However, Lin Xian grabbed the two reassembled heads with both hands and tore the Cerberus' huge body in half. Along with it was an incomparably large pitch-black crack that extended across the sky. It was a ghastly sight. "Damn it, go and help." When the young man in white saw this scene, he immediately shouted in a low voice. The other Cerberus under his feet also charged over. The three heads opened their mouths and spat out lightning, fire, and ice. The terrifying energy shook the void, causing the entire world to distort. Lin Xian let out a long roar. Brilliant light shone from him as he pushed his divine body to its limits. At that moment, he seemed to have transformed into a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex as he shuttled through the energy in the sky. The two Dharma fragments in his hands formed two Dharma swords. As he waved them, they destroyed everything. Boom! The 13th sword cut the Cerberus in half again. The other Cerberus' three heads were sent flying.
What?
Black chi surged from the two Cerberus bodies as they roared crazily. Their bodies reassembled again. With a roar, the black thunder in the sky pierced through the sky, shattered the void, and directly enveloped Lin Xian. At the same time, ice covered the entire space. A layer of ice appeared on the Qi family patriarch's body. They could only use their Dharma fragments to resist and keep retreating. It was too powerful. Was this Lin Wudi? The Luo family patriarch and the others were completely stunned. He had fought against two semi-sage-level hellhounds by himself. Moreover, he had managed to suppress them. This was simply too shocking. One should know that they were no match for the Cerberus in a one-on-one fight. Unless the four of them attacked together, they might not be able to fight against the two Cerberus. But now Lin Xian had done it alone. On the other side, Half-Saint Black Bat was even more shocked. How could his opponent be so terrifying? And what made him despair was that the dragon in front of him was equally terrifying. His opponent had two Dharma fragments. Even if he had the Dharma of speed, he could not do anything to his opponent. His life was even in danger.
What?
Lin Xian threw out a punch, and it shone like the sun. At the same time, a dragon's roar rang out from his body, resounding through the 9 heavens. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Buzz. The two infernal hounds trembled as well. 3 heads appeared, filled with fear. They did not expect that Lin Xian could let out a dragon's roar to intimidate them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the great dragon sword's soul exploded with power, covering the 2 Dharma swords. Lin Xian slashed forward. The 2 sword chi split the Cerberus bodies. The great dragon sword soul that he had learned made it impossible for the 2 Cerberus to heal completely. There was a large crack in their bodies from the beginning to the end. The 2 Cerberus roared crazily, looking ferocious. But they could not erase the aura of the great dragon sword soul. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the youth in white in front of him. The youth in white trembled, and he almost knelt on the ground in fear. Although he was arrogant and had 3 half-saints by his side, his true strength was only that of a martial artist who was close to the Tao. How could he be a match for Lin Xian? So, in Lin Xian's eyes, the youth in white was about to explode. In the next moment, he snorted, and the belt on his waist bloomed with unparalleled light. The dense runes on it rushed out and shrouded his body. Only then did he block the half-saint's power. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The other party had several half-saint artifacts on him. He was too rich. Was the White Crane clan that terrifying? But Lin Xian was not afraid. He said coldly, "I've said it before. Those who block me will die." Chapter 32:10. Damn it, you dare to kill me? The young man in white screamed like a madman. He was from the White Crane clan. The White Crane clan was so powerful. Who would dare to attack him? Just him, such a young prodigy, had 3 half-saints protecting him. Just how many experts of the White Crane clan were there? As expected, the Luo clan's patriarch, Qi clan's patriarch, and the others also exclaimed, "Young master, you can't do that." They wouldn't stop Lin Xian from attacking the White Crane clan. However, if he killed this young man, things would get out of hand. He would completely offend the White Crane clan. With the White Crane clan's strength, if they attacked, they probably wouldn't be able to leave alive. Lin Xian turned his head and glanced at the Luo clan's patriarch and the others. I've made up my mind. Lin Xian raised his hand and slashed. A terrifying sword light slashed forward. The young man in white screamed like a madman. He opened his mouth and spat out a blue light. It turned into stars one after another and enveloped him like a river of stars. It blocked the shocking sword chi. Boom! The two supernatural powers collided in the air and exploded with an unparalleled light. The world was pierced by this light. The river of stars in the sky shattered. The young man in white was sent flying and vomited blood. His body was about to split open. However, it reassembled in an instant. He's fine? Lin Xian was astonished. Someone who was close to the Great Path was actually able to take a sword from him. No one would believe it if he told others. 2 more half-saint artifacts. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The pendant on the young man's neck, the belt on his waist, and the river of stars above his head. The 3 layers of defense protected the young man. However, the river of stars shattered and the light of the pendant and belt dimmed. Damn it, I want you to die. The young man in white screamed like a madman. He raised his hand and shot out a red light. It quickly flew towards Lin Xian. Young Master Lin, we just need to subdue him. There's no need to take his life. The Qi clan's patriarch quickly advised. The White Crane clan is very powerful. Young Master, please don't be impulsive. While speaking, Lin Xian had already slashed apart the red light with his sword. He could see that it was a red box with an ancient design. It carried a mysterious aura. But what was it? Lin Xian didn't know. He didn't care, so he slashed out with his sword. Suddenly, the blood-red box was split open, and globs of dark black blood appeared from within, directly enveloping him. Not good, kid, that's the saint's blood poison. Get out of my way. The dark red dragon roared. The moment the dark red box broke and blood flowed out, he sensed it and immediately warned the others. However, he was still a step too late. Behind them, the Qi family ancestor and the others felt their scalps go numb when they heard this. Saint blood poison. Heavens, how could he have such a thing? Oh no, young Master Lin is in danger. I told you long ago not to offend the White Crane clan. Ah, brat, let's see how you'll die. This is the blood poison of a saint. It was refined from a saint's body. If a half-saint came into contact with it, he would definitely die. Moreover, both his body and soul had been destroyed. This is your fate if you dare to offend me. Lin Xian also heard the dark red dragon's warning, but it was already too late. The saint blood poison had already wrapped around him. In an instant, Lin Xian's body trembled slightly. The light of the 9 yang divine body dimmed. Oh no, what a terrifying poison. What a terrifying blood. Lin Xian felt an extremely powerful saint aura. It was obvious that this was related to the saints. Moreover, from the looks of it, it should be the blood poison formed from the saint's blood after being refined. Indeed, the other party was right. Once this blood poison was released, a half-saint would not be able to resist at all. It could even kill a half-saint in groups. Danger, and it was extremely dangerous. Lin Xian did not dare to hold back. He roared angrily and used the great dragon sword soul to the extreme. Together with the nomological fragments of annihilation, he quickly attacked. His body was enveloped, and in an instant, he shot out countless sword chi to resist the blood poison. Alright, this brat is dead. Next, only this dragon is left. Catch him, I haven't eaten dragon meat yet. The young man in white laughed. The 2 hellhounds and half-saint black bats stared at the dark red divine dragon. Damn it! The dark red divine dragon spat out rain and monstrous thunder that filled the sky, attacked in all directions. At the same time, he looked anxiously at Lin Xian. He did not know if the brat could resist the saint blood poison. Boom! A large crack was torn open in the saint blood poison. Then a figure walked out. Lin Xian's clothes were torn, and countless cracks appeared on his 9 yang divine body. Blood dyed his body red, and he looked abnormally ferocious. It was as if he had crawled out of hell. His eyes shone with a golden light, and his body was filled with murderous intent. What other tricks do you have? What? Nothing. Impossible. How could you escape from the Saint blood poison? The young man in white was stunned. His face was filled with fear, and his body was trembling. He was so scared that he almost wet himself. How was this possible? Once the Saint blood poison was released, it would not be a problem to kill 6 half-saints in front of him, let alone one person. Even if that brat had 100 lives, it would not be enough. However, the current situation was that Lin Xian was not dead at all. His body was only broken and slightly injured. Stop him. The young man in white commanded the 2 hellhounds. At the same time, he quickly retreated and flew into the depths of the abyss. He had no choice. His opponent was too terrifying. He had to leave this place quickly. Scram. The 2 hellhounds rushed over. Lin Xian roared like a god of war, and the cracks on his body quickly healed. Rays of golden aura shot into the sky. 2 fists punched out, blasting the 2 hellhounds into pieces. At the same time, he turned into a ray of light and flew forward. It's over. Something big has happened. This time, he will not rest until he dies. The Qi family's patriarch's face was extremely pale. He knew that with Lin Xian's personality, he would not spare the young man in white. And behind the white-clothed young man stood the White Crane clan. What should we do? Jin Yuanzi asked anxiously. The Qi family's patriarch took a deep breath. Let's go and see if we can persuade young Master Lin. The Luo family's patriarch snorted coldly. A hint of coldness appeared in his eyes, but he did not say anything. The group of people quickly flew forward. At the same time, the dark red divine dragon swung its tail because its opponent, half-saint Blackbat, had already turned into a ray of light and was chasing after it at extreme speed. Deep in the abyss, there was a gray aura everywhere, and there were shadows of ghosts circling the area. It was hair-raising. The entire land was grayish-white in color and carried an extremely terrifying aura. In front of them, there were gray mountains of different heights. They were densely packed together, forming a mountain range. Some people gathered on the mountain range. Chapter 32:11. Some figures were sitting cross-legged on the most majestic gray-white mountain peak. They were so powerful that the surrounding people did not dare to look at them. The atmosphere in the entire mountain range was very quiet. It was as if everyone was cultivating and waiting for something. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed in and broke the tranquil atmosphere. "Ancestor, save me." A terrified voice was heard, spreading throughout the mountain range. In an instant, the mysterious figures on the mountain peaks opened their eyes. Countless rays of light looked down. Isn't this a member of the White Crane clan? Why is he so terrified? Could it be that someone is fighting their way in? Just as they were puzzled, a figure instantly appeared in the middle of the 3 clans. Could he run away if he wanted to? Then, a ray of sword chi flew over like a rainbow. It brought with it an unparalleled radiance, illuminating the gray-white sky. Damn it, how dare you! At this critical moment, a long black saber flew through the air and slashed at Lin Xian, trying to kill him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Without turning his head, he slashed his sword at half-saint Blackbat. This sword was a sword of laws. It directly split half-saint Blackbat in half. At the same time, the sword light of laws in front of him also pierced through the defense of the half-saint weapon. It pierced through the body of the white-robed youth and nailed him to the ground. The white-robed youth was nailed to the ground. He screamed crazily. His body was trembling, but he could not break free at all. On the mountain peaks in the distance, the experts gasped. "Who's this? Who dares to attack a member of the White Crane clan?" In an instant, countless voices looked toward the most majestic mountain peak. On that mountain peak, there were many powerful figures sitting cross-legged. They all had a pair of white crane wings on their backs. They were the experts of the White Crane clan. From the moment the white-robed youth entered to the moment he was nailed to the ground, it happened in an instant. Therefore, they did not have time to react. Moreover, they had never thought that someone would dare to attack a member of the White Crane clan. Moreover, it was in front of them. A cold shout reverberated in all directions. Immediately, the space within 1,000,000 miles was shattered. One could imagine how terrifying this person was. However, Lin Xian acted as if he didn't hear anything. With a shake of his hand, the sword light in front of him exploded once again, shattering the white-clothed youth's body into pieces. Even his soul was destroyed in an instant. The pupils of the experts and half-step saints on the surrounding mountain peaks shrank. They couldn't believe that the other party had really attacked. He had killed the people of the White Crane clan. Moreover, he had destroyed their bodies and souls. This guy is dead for sure. This was what all of them were thinking. Courting death. The people of the White Crane clan roared as if they had gone mad. Endless killing intense soared into the sky. Boom. Heaven and earth trembled as a massive palm descended from the sky, bringing with it countless law fragments as it exploded with shocking energy. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure flickered and retreated far away, dodging the attack. However, the giant palm of law followed him like a shadow, once again enveloping Lin Xian. From the looks of it, the other party would not give up until they killed Lin Xian. Lin Xian moved his hand, and immediately, the black magic staff fragments gathered. The power of annihilation quickly condensed into a sword of law, which he slashed out. The two collided in the sky. The collision of the sword of law and the giant palm of law brought about endless light. The power of annihilation destroyed everything. It caused the palm to rapidly shrink until it was about to disappear. However, the giant palm of law was also extremely terrifying. It had endless power, as if it was the law of earth. In the end, the powerful force also shattered the sword chi of the sword of law. The two dissipated into the void at the same time. Lin Xian waved his hand, and an endless aura shattered all the energy. Then, he raised his head and looked forward. The half-step saints on the surrounding mountain peaks discussed animatedly. He blocked it. The other party actually blocked it. Who was this person? Could it be that he was an old monster? On the huge mountain peak, the people of the White Crane clan also frowned. Several of their gazes were fixed on Lin Xian, wanting to penetrate him. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. The sword chi on his body tumbled and destroyed everything, blocking their gazes. Young Master Lin, don't attack. At this moment, a few exclamations were heard from behind. Then, the Qi clan's patriarch and the others barged in. They wanted to persuade Lin Xian. However, when they arrived at the scene, they were stunned. This was because they realized that Lin Xian seemed to have already attacked. Moreover, there were too many people here. It was not just the White Crane clan. On the surrounding mountain peaks, there were many figures of powerhouses. It was the Tung clan's patriarch, the Tiger Dragon clan, the Silver Armor clan, the Golden Rock clan. One by one, powerful clans appeared in front of the Qi clan's patriarch and the others. The Qi clan's patriarch and the others were extremely pale. Beside them, Jin Yuanzi, the Luo clan's patriarch and the others also looked extremely solemn. They were facing a great enemy. This was because the powerhouses of the clans in front were too famous. They dominated the nearby Star Realm. One of them could defeat a whole group of people. For example, the Qi clan's patriarch was not strong enough. A few more people came. These people also looked at the Qi clan's patriarch and the others. Instantly, the Qi clan's patriarch and the others felt as if they had been pierced through by thousands of swords. They felt uncomfortable and their souls were about to tremble. After all, the people in front of them were all top powerhouses. However, they were most curious about Lin Xian. Who is he? How dare he go against the White Crane clan? Brat, how dare you kill the people of the White Crane clan? Kneel down and accept your death. In front of them, on the majestic mountain peak, a figure stood out. It was also a young man. He shouted sternly. Lin Xian looked up and said coldly, "Who do you think you are? You're not even a half-saint. How dare you show off in front of me?" Two golden swords burst out from his eyes and slashed forward with a monstrous flame aura. In an instant, they arrived near the young man. Damn it! The young man was scared out of his wits. Although he was arrogant, he was only a genius who had comprehended something. How could he withstand the attack of a half-saint? Fortunately, he had countless powerhouses of the White Crane clan by his side. Buzz. A middle-aged man attacked fiercely and caught the two swords in an instant. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. A mere half-saint dares to behave atrociously in front of the White Crane clan? Today you're dead. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the two golden swords split open. Endless flames of the laws shrouded the area. Ah! A scream was heard. The young man who had shouted coldly was burned to ashes. Even his soul did not escape. Do you think my swords are so easy to catch? Lin Xian stood proudly with his hands behind his back. Chapter 32:12. In the next moment, the flames disappeared. The faces of the White Crane tribe's elites were terrifyingly dark. Their killing intent surged, and millions of miles of the void were completely covered. At this moment, the Qi family's patriarch and the others trembled. The elites on the surrounding mountains also changed their expressions. Another young elite had died. And this time, he was killed in front of the elites of the White Crane tribe. This was too overbearing. This was a public slap to the White Crane tribe. The middle-aged man who had attacked previously was also furious. The white wings on his back spread out, and he turned into thousands of streams of light, instantly arriving in front of Lin Xian. A fist, carrying endless rays of light, rushed straight up. Boom! The blue fragments of the staff danced in the air, as if thousands of waves were roaring. In an instant, the surroundings were completely surrounded by the sea, completely enveloping Lin Xian. The law of water. Kid, aren't you the law of fire? Watch how I'll drown you. The White Crane tribe's half-saint revealed a ferocious expression. He wanted to tear Lin Xian into pieces. Buzz. Golden runes spun rapidly in Lin Xian's eyes, and a fiery red light surged out. In an instant he charged forward. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were devoured. Monstrous flames burned silently, and the seawater in the sky surged. This was an earth-shattering battle. Even the elites and half-saints around were tense. Because these two forces were simply too powerful. These half-saints and the young elites around them were trembling. If it weren't for their patriarchs, just the aftermath of this energy would have been enough to kill them. This scene was simply too terrifying. Water and fire intersected, and the void was constantly shattered. The terrifying force drowned the area. The surrounding mountain peaks were also collapsing. Boom! Finally, a surge of energy shot up into the sky, tearing apart countless gray auras. The entire abyss seemed to be illuminated. Waters spreading to the 9 heavens. Die for me! In the violent energy, the voice of the White Crane tribe's elite could be heard. Buzz. On the other side, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Streaks of terrifying sword chi surged out, turning into fire dragons that bared their fangs and brandished their claws. The two of them exchanged more than a dozen moves, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to rend. Boom! It was another shocking strike. The void was completely torn apart, and the two figures retreated. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, looking like an immortal. On the other side, the powerhouse of the White Crane clan was so angry that his entire body was trembling. Damn it, he was actually helpless against the other party? On his arm, there was a sword mark. The aura it carried was something he could not erase in a short period of time. Damn it, who the hell are you? I am Lin Wudi. The White Crane clan doesn't know what's good for them. Blocking my path, they deserve death. A cold voice resounded through the 9 heavens. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb when they heard that. Too arrogant. He actually dared to say such words to the White Crane clan. He was truly arrogant to the extreme. The other half-saints all turned pale. The experts of the White Crane clan also frowned. Lin Wudi? What an arrogant name. I think I've heard of him before. Is he the young genius who killed Patriarch Xue Pao? It's actually him. Wasn't he already killed by Patriarch Xue Pao's curse and perished together with him? How is he still alive? This was a true young genius. His strength was so strong that it made people tremble. A few exclamations were heard. Clearly, they had also heard of the scene that happened on the blood refinement planet previously. A young genius? Many people's eyes widened. The young martial artists beside the half-saints were also shocked. The other party was actually the same as them. They were all of the younger generation. However, the other party had already left them in the dust and became a half-saint powerhouse. This made them unable to believe it. After the White Crane clan heard that, their faces also darkened. Who was I then? So I was just a young man. What Lin Wudi? He only killed a half-saint and he thinks he's invincible? He really doesn't know what's good for him. How would an ant like you know how vast the world is and how many powerhouses there are? My White Crane clan is not something you can provoke. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end, Lin Xian said proudly. He was still not afraid. White Crane clan. So what? Back then, when he wasn't a half-saint, he had already fought against the 10,000 ancient races. He had even killed people from the Thousand Dragons Court and Fire Qilin Cave, let alone the White Crane clan. His path was to press forward with indomitable will. Anyone who dared to block his path would be killed. The faces of the White Crane clan darkened. In front of them, the middle-aged half-saint was also trembling. It was obvious that he was going to attack again. At the same time, another old figure walked over from the mountain peak. Another half-saint. Everyone's pupils constricted. Was the White Crane clan going to kill him? No matter how strong the other party was, he wouldn't be able to withstand two half-saints attacking together. Lin Xian snorted coldly. So what if there were two half-saints? It wasn't like he hadn't killed them before. The dragon's soul in his body circulated, and the sword chi on his body was about to erupt. However, at this moment, a loud voice came from afar. It turned into thunder and rolled over. Young Master Yen was here. The moment this was said, everyone's expression changed, and they all stood up. The half-saints of the White Crane clan were also stunned. Their expressions were strange, and in the next moment, they retracted their murderous aura. Kid, you're very lucky. We'll let you live for a while longer. Let's go welcome young Master Yen. The half-saints didn't attack again. Instead, they all soared into the sky and welcomed him. It seemed that they were waiting for someone important. Lin Xian frowned. Could it be that a saint-level being had arrived? To be able to move the half-saints so much? Why do I feel a familiar aura? The dark red dragon's eyes flickered. Lin Xian looked at the Qi clan's ancestor and the others. The Qi clan's ancestor smiled bitterly. I've just recovered my strength, so I don't know what's going on outside. However, at this moment, the half-saint said, I've heard a little about this young Master Yen. He's extremely powerful. He's the same as you, young master. However, it's said that he's the successor of a great emperor. He's extremely powerful. Even among the half-saints, he's extremely terrifying. Moreover, he's the one who has the highest chance of entering the saint realm. Moreover, this young Master Yen is walking the path of the great emperor. It's very likely that he'll become a great emperor in the future. Therefore, many large clans and sects have placed their hopes on him, trying their best to curry favor with him. Young Master Yen is the successor of the great emperor. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He seemed to have thought of someone, and it was a familiar person. The dark red dragon also whispered, it's probably that kid. The successor of the great emperor. His influence is too terrifying. It's definitely enough to move the half-saints. Aren't you going to welcome him? At this moment, the Luo clan's ancestor spoke. The Qi clan's ancestor was stunned. The Luo clan's ancestor said, I'll be leaving first. He soared into the sky and walked forward. Chapter 32:13. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Don't worry, you guys can go ahead. After hearing Lin Xian's words, the Qi family's patriarch, Jin Yuanzi, and Xiao Wu stood up. In an instant, everyone went forward to welcome the newcomer. Only Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon stood there in a daze. Welcome that person? What a joke. The dark red divine dragon wouldn't, and neither would Lin Xian. In front of them, endless light shone, and the gray world was lit up again. Under the respectful and expectant gazes of countless people, a young figure flew over. His body shone brightly, and he had a handsome face and a majestic aura, like a heavenly emperor. Under his feet, there were 4 shadows of the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. They formed a path of light, carrying him as he flew over. For divine beasts accompanying him. Heavens, this young Master Yen is really impressive. He's definitely a future great emperor. Exclamations rang out one after another. The young martial artists looked at each other with envy. Some of the female geniuses even wanted to jump into his arms. Welcome, young Master Yen. The half-saints cupped their fists. An old man from the White Crane race walked over with a chuckle. Young Master Yen had arrived. Brother White Crane, you don't have to be so polite. Young Master Yen smiled. He looked at the old man and ignored the others. Young Master Yen, please. The White Crane family's patriarch smiled. Instantly, wherever he pointed, everyone retreated. The half-saints didn't dare to block his path. Yen Nantian took a step forward, and the shadows of the 4 divine beasts circled around his feet, carrying him as he walked forward quickly. The White Crane family's patriarch followed beside him, followed by the elites of the White Crane family, and then the half-saints from the other families and sections. Everyone followed behind him. It was a spectacular scene, as if they were welcoming a heavenly emperor. What a grand scene. A cold snort was heard from below. The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth. This guy is too pretentious, and I really want to beat him up. His cold snort was very ear-piercing among the many compliments. In an instant, the half-saints were stunned. Heavens, who is this? How dare he provoke young Master Yen at this time? They looked down. When they saw Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, they were stunned. This kid again? Earlier on, this kid was already acting recklessly by provoking the White Crane tribe. Was he trying to provoke young Master Yen now? This was the successor of a great emperor. Didn't you see that even the White Crane clan had to treat them with care? The White Crane clan naturally saw this as well. Immediately, they began to laugh coldly. This reckless kid dared to offend young Master Yen? Very well, let's see how he dies. Up ahead, young Master Yen stopped and frowned as he looked down. The next moment, he was surprised. Originally, he thought that it was some reckless person who dared to provoke him. However, when he saw the other party, he was stunned. It's you. He revealed a hint of surprise. The people of the White Crane clan were stunned. The other half-saints in the surroundings were also stunned. Heavens, could it be that young Master Yen knew him? This was especially true for the people of the White Crane clan. Their hearts were beating wildly. That brat below couldn't be young Master Yen's friend, right? If that was the case, things would be difficult to handle. They had wanted to kill him before. They didn't expect to see him here. Lin Xian also felt a little strange because he knew the person who was being welcomed by the crowd. It was Yen Nantian. At that time, he knew that Yen Nantian had already left the House of Outstanding Scholars in advance. He didn't expect him to appear here. Could it be that there was something in the fallen abyss? Even the other party was attracted here? This made Lin Xian even more curious. They really knew each other. The surrounding half-saints exclaimed. No wonder this brat was so arrogant. It turned out that he knew Yen Nantian. Could it be that the two of them were friends? The eyelids of the people of the White Crane clan twitched wildly. Old Ancestor White Crane also asked carefully. Young Master Yen, is this your friend? He couldn't be considered a friend. Yen Nantian shook his head slightly with a trace of cold light in his eyes. The White Crane clan's old ancestor was extremely experienced. In an instant he caught sight of the light. Immediately he was shocked. It seemed that young Master Yen didn't like the brat below. Perhaps, the two of them were sworn enemies. Thinking of this, he heaved a sigh of relief. Yen Nantian looked down with a cold light in his eyes. Did you also come here to enter the abyss? However, I advise you to go back. You can't possibly catch up to me. Yen Nantian's voice was loud and clear. Below his feet, the phantoms of the 4 divine beasts danced. Back in the true spirit world, he and Lin Xian had been named as one of the 5 great geniuses. He was the South Emperor, while his opponent was the Central Emperor. However, he had kept a very low profile back then. Although he was very famous, he hadn't really fought in public many times. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was different. Lin Xian rose to power and slaughtered his way through the world. Especially during the Dark Age, he single-handedly turned the tide and saved the entire human race. It could be said that after the Dark Age turmoil, Lin Xian's reputation had completely overshadowed the other four great geniuses. In fact, not even Leaf Dao Denier could compare to him. And Yan Nantian was even more inferior. At that time, people often compared Lin Xian and thought that he was the one most likely to become a great emperor. How could Yan Nantian accept this? He was the successor of a great emperor. But fortunately, everything changed when he stepped onto the ancient starry sky path. With the great emperor's inheritance, he had obtained countless mysterious methods. His strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had finally reached the half-step sage realm among the younger generation. Moreover, he had comprehended many laws. Now, he had comprehended 4 law fragments. It could be said that he had surpassed everything. He was confident that he could shake off the other geniuses and become a great emperor. Now that he saw Lin Xian, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Follow in your footsteps? Who do you think you are to need me to follow you? Lin Xian stood proudly. Yan Nantian? It wasn't like he hadn't fought before. Although the other party had a great emperor's inheritance, so what? Everyone felt their scalps go numb when they heard this. Heavens, this brat is provoking Yan Nantian again? It was really hard to believe. The White Crane clan was stunned for a moment before they were overjoyed. Chapter 32:14. Without an invincible heart, how could one walk the path of the future? How reckless! Yan Nantian shook his head slightly and ignored him. He retracted his gaze from Lin Xian. In his opinion, Lin Xian was too arrogant. Invincible. Only after becoming a great emperor would he dare to say that. Before that, who would dare to call themselves invincible? If he did not dare, the half-sages would not dare either. The sages would not dare either. Even the princes and princesses would not dare to do so. How could he call himself invincible? But such an arrogant person would die on the ancient path of the stars sooner or later. Therefore, Yan Nantian did not need to pay attention to him. Hee kid, you really don't know what's good for you. How dare you offend young Master Yan? Young Master Yan is the successor of a great emperor. Until now, he has comprehended 4 types of laws. Can you compare? That's right. How dare you call yourself invincible? Who do you think you are? The elites of the White Crane tribe sneered and followed Yan Nantian into the distance. As soon as he said that, the Qi family patriarch and the others felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. 4 types of laws? What a surprise! Indeed, to this extent, Yan Nantian had indeed surpassed him. But so what? Yan Nantian was only a half-sage now. He had comprehended 4 types of laws at most. Although he had 2 more than him, Lin Xian was confident that even if they fought, he would not fear Yan Nantian. In fact, he could even suppress Yan Nantian. After all, although he only had 2 types of laws, he had the great dragon sword soul. The power of these 2 types of laws was terrifying. He was confident that he could fight a sage. Where were they going? The dark red divine dragon was also very surprised. These people seemed to have some purpose. Come, let's follow and see. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian and the crimson dragon stepped into the air and headed forward. Behind them, the Qi family patriarch and the others thought for a while, then gritted their teeth and followed. Yan Nantian walked forward, surrounded by a group of people. Soon he stopped in the void and looked down. Below, there was an endless abyss that seemed to connect to hell. The half-sages felt their scalps go numb. Yan Nantian's eyes flashed. Calculating the time, it should be about to open. As soon as he said this, the other half-saints became excited. Have you all gathered the invitation letters to the abyss? Although it's not much, it's enough for me to go in this time. This time, I can bring a few disciples with me to give it a try. Those half-saints began to talk in low voices. Lin Xian was puzzled. An invitation to the abyss? What invitation? Could it be that someone wanted to send out an invitation? As soon as he said this, the people in front of him were all stunned. They turned their heads to look at Lin Xian with a stunned expression. You don't know about the invitation? Hee, what an idiot. The people from the White Crane clan sneered. You don't even have an invitation, and you dare to come here? Hurry up and go back. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. Truly the White Crane clan that did not know the meaning of death. At that moment, a young man from the White Crane clan waved his arm. In his hand was a gray-white invitation card. The front was a ghost face, while the back was a bottomless abyss. Do you see that? This is an invitation letter. You don't even have one, and you want to enter the abyss? What a joke. A sword light flashed and split the young man apart. In the next moment, a flaming hand enveloped the invitation letter and delivered it to Lin Xian. Now he had won. Lin Xian killed the young man with a sword and then clamped the gray-white invitation letter. He narrowed his eyes. Was this an invitation to the abyss? With this, he could enter the abyss. Damn brat, you're courting death. The people from the White Crane clan had gone crazy. Damn brat, he's too despicable. He killed another one of their prodigies. Lin Xian ignored the roars of the White Crane clan. He looked at the dark red dragon. Ruffian dragon, you should think of a way to get one too. I reckon that the White Crane clan should have many more invitation letters. Hee, I'm also planning to do that. The dark red dragon's eyes moved. Suddenly he attacked. You're courting death. The middle-aged half-saint who attacked Lin Xian previously could no longer hold back and attacked like a madman. The battle between the two half-saints was earth-shattering. In an instant, the surrounding people retreated again. Yen Nantian stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He frowned slightly when he saw this scene. This dragon and Lin Xian were too arrogant. However, he had not made a move yet, because it was inconvenient for him to make a move now. His target was the abyss below. The dark red dragon and the half-saint fought fiercely. In the end, the half-saint of the White Crane clan screamed and his body exploded. The dark red dragon's claws directly reached into the half-saint's body and grabbed an invitation letter. Then it roared, I have one too. Damn it. Damn it. The half-saint of the White Crane clan roared angrily. However, they did not dare to make a move rashly. They realized that the dragon's death was too terrifying. They were not confident unless they attacked together. However, they also had to prepare to enter the abyss. If they attacked now, they would be very passive in the abyss. Damn it, let's not care about those two. Our main mission is to enter the abyss. This time, we must get a good ranking in the abyss. The half-saint of the White Crane clan gritted his teeth. The Qi family's patriarch and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They did not prepare any invitation letters. Moreover, they did not know about it at all. Could it be that there was no hope of entering this time? The invitation letters were obtained by killing the Een ghosts that fell into the abyss. If you want, you can kill some Een ghosts. You might have a chance to get one. At this moment, someone sent a voice transmission to Jin Yuanzi. It was one of Jin Yuanzi's friends. Hearing this, Jin Yuanzi's eyes lit up. He quickly told the Qi family's patriarch and the others. At the same time, he also sent a voice transmission to Lin Xian. They were ready to give it a try. Lin Xian was even more curious. What was in the abyss? Why did it attract so many half-saints? Even Yen Nantian was attracted to it. Also, what was the use of the invitation letter? However, he soon understood. The ground below cracked again, and the entrance to the abyss appeared as if it was going to swallow them. Boom, boom, boom. On the other side of the big crack, a grayish-white stone tablet slowly stretched out. The stone tablet was very tall, and it was densely covered with names. If one took a closer look, they would find that the names were of different colors. The names at the top were purple. They exuded an extremely noble aura. Imperial Mausoleum, Long Tianzhao, Yanru, Zhao Wuliang, Northern Yao. Those were the names of the people at the front. Their names were all purple. Lin Xian saw two familiar faces, Yanru and Northern Yao. It seemed that the two of them had entered and obtained good results. Lin Xian was shocked. The other half-saints in the surroundings exclaimed in surprise. Heavens, these are indeed the top geniuses and experts. Chapter 32:15. A half-saint ancestor took a deep breath and explained to his juniors. The names on the stone tablet all had great backgrounds, And some were not weaker than young Master Yen. Some were even stronger than young Master Yen. What? Stronger than young Master Yen? The young geniuses were shocked when they heard this. Some of them had just stepped onto the ancient path of the stars, while others had not and were preparing. The most powerful expert they knew was the successor of a great emperor, Yen Nantian. He had comprehended 4 law fragments. Such a person was so powerful. Don't you see that even their patriarchs respect the other party? But now, they knew that there was someone even stronger than Yen Nantian on the stone tablet. Just how terrifying was the heavens? You underestimated the universe. There was more than one successor of a great emperor on the ancient path of the stars. Other successors of great emperors would appear as well. Moreover, they might awaken earlier than young Master Yen. Other descendants of great emperors would appear as well. Lin Xian was also shocked when he heard this. It seemed that the first-ranked imperial mausoleum was extremely unusual. He was getting more and more interested in the abyss. But someone moved in front. The first to enter was not Yen Nantian, but a powerhouse of the White Crane race. The half-saint raised the invitation letter in his hand and wrote his name on it with blood. Then he let go of the invitation letter, and it sank into the stone tablet. The abyss below shone brightly and enveloped him. In the next moment, the half-saint completely disappeared into the abyss. The White Crane clan and the surrounding half-sages waited anxiously. Their eyes were fixed on the tall stone tablet in front of them, as if they wanted to see the other party's name. Should they go up? After waiting for half an hour, the space in front of them rippled, and the half-saint who had entered before walked out. His face was gloomy. He came out? The surrounding people were stunned. The half-saint of the White Crane race exclaimed, "Damn it, how could there be no name? How was this possible? Which level did you enter?" They hurriedly asked. The half-saint's face was ugly and he sighed. "I only entered the 4th level. I was still a bit away from the 5th level." "Only the 4th level?" Many half-saints were stunned. They also knew that this half-saint of the White Crane clan was very powerful. Among them, he was considered to be above average. However, such a person was only able to reach the 4th floor. He did not even manage to reach the 5th floor. In fact, he was not even qualified to leave his name on the stele. This really shocked them. Could it be that the abyss was really that terrifying? On the other hand, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The 4th floor didn't have the right to carve their names, so it seemed like the next floor was some sort of challenge. He guessed in his heart, "I'll go." At this moment, a young-looking expert from the White Crane clan walked out. He looked to be in his 30s and had a powerful aura. However, his actual age was already more than 1,500 years old. It was just that he had a way to retain his youthful looks. He also used his blood to write his name on the abyss invitation letter. Then he placed the invitation letter on the stone stele. Then his body also entered the abyss below. This time, it took a longer time. When he came out, countless people cried out in surprise. His name finally appeared. Sure enough, Lin Xian also noticed that there was one more white name at the bottom of the stone stele. It seemed that it was the person who had just entered. The expert from the White Crane clan who came out also looked a little upset when he saw this scene. Although his name was on the stone stele, it seemed to be at the lowest level. How could he, who had always been proud, tolerate this? "Which floor did you enter?" The White Crane clan's ancestor asked hurriedly. "The 7th floor." Next, some other half-saints entered. In addition to the White Crane clan, there were half-saints from other clans and sects who entered one after another. Even some young martial artists entered. For example, there were 2 young martial artists from the White Crane clan who entered. However, the speed at which they came out was very fast. The 2 of them looked very upset. One of them did not even pass the 1st floor, while the other only passed the 1st floor and was defeated on the 2nd floor. Seeing this scene, the other martial artists who had comprehended something close to Tao shook their heads and sighed. It seemed that there was no hope. Perhaps only half-saints could write their names on the stone stele. After looking at it for so long, Lin Xian also understood that this should be an extremely important trial ground on the ancient path of stars. Those who entered the 5th floor and below were not qualified to have their names engraved. Those who entered the 5th floor and above were qualified. However, the 5th floor to the 10th floor should be the lowest level and belonged to the category of white names. Above the 10th floor, there were other colors. According to his observation, he found that every 5th floor should be considered a level. He found that some people who passed the 10th floor and above had a happy expression when they returned. It was obvious that they had received some benefits. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes burned with passion. The dark red dragon at the side was also eager to give it a try. At this moment, everyone exclaimed because they found that a person's name had appeared on the stone stele. And that name was Orange. Among all the names, Orange was considered the best because there were a total of 5 colors on the stone stele. Purple was the best of all. Then there was Orange. The middle was blue, green, and the last was white. Orange could be said to be second only to purple. This scene stunned the half-saints. Heavens, that must be the elite of the Tiger Dragon tribe. That's right, it's him. I know him. He's very powerful, and he also took the ancient path of stars this time. They didn't expect him to be so powerful. It seemed that he had reached the 15th floor. As for which floor he had reached, they didn't know yet. After the elite of the Tiger Dragon tribe came out, he looked up to the sky and laughed. He was really too excited. Although he couldn't compare to the top, he could already be said to be very powerful. Other than Yan Nantian, Lin Xian, and the others, everyone else was envious. That was because this was the highest one so far. Most people's names were white, green, and blue. There were very few names. Not to mention it was orange. Buzz. At this moment, Yan Nantian made his move. His movement immediately attracted everyone's attention. Heavens, young Master Yan was about to make his move. Young Master Yan was definitely purple. That was for sure. They just didn't know where his name would be ranked. Although they were all purple names, there was a hierarchy. For example, Di Ling was ranked first. Chapter 32:16. Even Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Although he was not afraid of Yan Nantian, he had to admit that Yan Nantian was indeed an expert. Moreover, the successor of a great emperor was definitely not to be underestimated. Buzz. Yan Nantian entered under everyone's expectant gazes. The others began to discuss. Buzz. At this moment, there was another fluctuation in the distance. Figures flew over quickly from afar, bringing with them a powerful aura. As soon as they arrived, they let out a long whistle. Has it already begun? It doesn't matter. Even if it has begun, we can continue. The arrival of these people attracted the attention of the half-saints in front. In the next moment, they all turned their heads. Soon, someone exclaimed in surprise. Wangchen, Tibai, Yu Hang and his brothers. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Heavens, these were all very famous experts on the ancient path of the starry sky. They were all here. This time, there were not many people, only a few dozen. However, without exception, every one of them was an expert. Every one of them shocked the half-saints here. This was because these people were experts on the ancient path of the starry sky. They had set foot on the ancient path of the starry sky a long time ago and made a name for themselves on the ancient path of the starry sky. They did not expect that they would also come here this time. Wang Chen had an orange name and was ranked 26th. His strength could be said to be very powerful. Ji Bai was very terrifying and was ranked 19th in orange. Yu Hang and his brothers were also very terrifying. These people were all experts with orange names. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, while the others were shocked. These people's names were all on the stone tablet. It was obvious that they had been here before and had achieved good results. This time, he should be breaking in again, right? In other words, they could come here more than once. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Would there be any other rewards if they came again? There should be. Otherwise, these people would not have come. He looked at the black stone tablet. On the black stone tablet, there were a total of 11 people with purple names and 49 people with orange names. Although the ranking changed, the color of the name would not change. For example, before Yan Nantian, there were 10 people with purple names. After Yan Nantian, there were 11 people with purple names. As for the names below orange, he did not pay attention to them. There were a lot of people there. Although they were all top-notch experts in the outside world, they were still nothing in his eyes. In fact, he didn't even care about the people in front of him. Who was the one who went in? A burly man said coldly. His name was Dongfang Yi, and he was also a genius with an orange name. The half-saint who was being questioned shivered and forced himself to answer. It was young Master Yen. Young Master Yen? Which young Master Yen? Dongfang Yi had a dissatisfied expression. It was Yen Nantian, young Master Yen. The half-saint at the front braced himself and said. When he said that, Dongfang Yi was stunned. The newcomers were also stunned. Yen Nantian, the successor of the legendary great emperor? Who would have thought that he would come as well? Behind him, Ji Bai, Yu Heng, and the others had solemn expressions as well. They could disregard the others, but they had no choice but to be careful when dealing with this successor of a great emperor. All of a sudden, the expressions of these people turned incomparably grave. They were also waiting quietly, wondering what rank Yen Nantian would achieve. Yen Nantian had been in there for a very long time, longer than all the others combined. Evidently, the other party's ranking would also be very high. Now, these experts already knew that Yen Nantian should be able to obtain a purple name. But what rank would he be in among the purple names? That was still uncertain. Kid, that northern demon is also very impressive. He was able to rank 5th not long after leaving the outstanding warrior mansion. Obviously, he had a fortuitous encounter. He should have entered the half-saint realm long ago. The dark red divine dragon said softly. Lin Xian nodded his head after hearing that. That was indeed the case. Previously at the outstanding warrior mansion, he had even defeated the North Demon. At that time, he and Northern Demon were both martial artists who were close to Dao. Unexpectedly, not only had he become a half-saint in such a short time, but Northern Demon had also become a half-saint. It seemed that these geniuses all had their own fortuitous encounters. However, Lin Xian was confident that he wouldn't lose to anyone. No matter if it was Northern Demon or Yen Nantian. Yen Nantian hadn't come out yet? At this moment, another voice came from the sky. Everyone turned their heads to look. The surrounding half-saints trembled. What a terrifying aura. Ji Bai, Wang Hao, and the others narrowed their eyes. Lu Mu, it's you. You're here too. These people's voices were trembling. What? Lu Mu. Hearing this, the surrounding half-saints' faces changed. They all turned their heads to look at the huge stone tablet in front of them. In the next moment, they saw a purple name. The person ranked 9th was Lu Mu. Oh my god, a top genius with a purple name is here too? No way, is Lu Mu going to be ranked again? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Mu's eyes flickered. I don't plan to enter again. This time, I've brought someone to take the test. Junior sister, come out. As soon as he finished speaking, a woman walked out from behind Lu Mu. She was very beautiful. Her aura was also terrifying. She had also reached the half-saint realm. Obviously, she was also a young genius and Lu Mu's junior sister. Yu, when Yen Nantian comes out later, you can take the test. Lu Mu said in a deep voice. Yes, senior brother. Yu, who was beside him, smiled in response. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked around curiously. However, it was merely a fight. She did not discover anyone capable of surpassing the senior brother beside her. Therefore, she snorted softly and looked away. Not long after, there was a rumbling sound from the abyss below. A figure rushed up quickly like a celestial emperor. At the same time, the names on the stone tablet changed. Another purple name appeared on the screen. Not only that, the top 3 names didn't change. Zhao Luoyang, who was ranked 4th, dropped 1 place. The new 4th place was Yen Nantian. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The surrounding half-saints were shocked. Wang Chen, Ji Bai, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. The pupils of Yu Heng and his brothers shrank. Another purple name appeared. Moreover, someone had made it into the top 5 and was ranked 4th. This Yen Nantian was too terrifying. Yes, as expected of the successor of the great emperor. He was still very young and had unlimited potential. In a few years, his ranking might go even further. Yu Yu exclaimed and covered her mouth with her hand. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. He was ranked 4th. He had surpassed her senior brother. The other half-saints were also silent. It was indeed so. Lu Mu was very terrifying, but he was only ranked 9th in the purple name. Now, Yan Nantian was ranked 4th in the purple name. However, Lu Mu was extremely calm and didn't seem to be surprised. He said coldly, "This is my ranking from nearly 60 years ago. In the past 60 years, I've been improving every day." Chapter 32:17. What? That was the ranking 60 years ago. The others were even more shocked. A top heaven's pride like Lu Mu was really improving every day. The change in 1 year was already very big, let alone 60 years. No wonder he was so calm. His strength had already reached an unfathomable level. Oh really? Then why don't you re-enter the abyss and re-rank? Don't you dare? Yan Nantian flew up and sneered when he heard Lu Mu's voice. In his opinion, Lu Mu was just jealous of him. You're Yan Nantian? Lu Mu turned and stared at Yan Nantian. His eyes shone with a cold light. Yan Nantian was surrounded by the 4 divine beasts, shining brightly. The next moment, an earth-shattering energy burst out. Invisible cracks spread in all directions. For a moment, the surrounding half-saints felt their scalps go numb. It was too terrifying. Just the collision of their eyes could shatter the world. If the two of them fought, they would all be in trouble. Are you the successor of the great emperor? Although you're talented, you're too young. Lu Mu said proudly with his hands behind his back. I have my reasons for not re-ranking. I'm afraid of being targeted. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The moment Xiaochen said that, the many half-sages were confused. Who was he afraid of being targeted by someone else? Is there anyone Lu Mu is afraid of? They were puzzled. Lin Xian also frowned. It seems that the higher the ranking, the better. Yan Nantian snorted. It's useless to say more. In my opinion, you're just quibbling. Do you dare to fight with me? The 4 divine beasts around him became more and more terrifying. He really looked like a banished immortal who had descended to the mortal world. The powerful aura made the surrounding half-saints step back. Fight with you? Very well, let me see what kind of ability you, the successor of a great emperor, have. Lu Mu laughed loudly as he soared into the air and flew into the distance. Yan Nantian paused. The 4 divine beasts carried him and flew out. The surrounding half-saints were all stunned. Firmament? Are these 2 top geniuses going to fight? It's really shocking. Let's go and see. Many half-saints were excited. Such a top-notch battle was not something that could be seen normally. However, in the next moment, these half-saints flew back. An extremely terrifying energy came from the front and sent these people flying. They knew that it was impossible to forcibly watch the battle between the two of them. Unless there was a sage or a genius expert of similar strength, only then would they be able to watch the battle. This made them feel extremely regretful. Even Wang Chen, Ji Bai, and the others turned pale. That surge of power made their hearts tremble. However, there were a few people among them who soared into the sky. They used powerful semi-sage tools, formations, and magical treasures to force their way through. There was still a portion of people who stayed behind to prepare for the upcoming test. Lin Xian's gaze was like a rainbow as he looked into the distance. However, he soon withdrew his gaze. He did not go to watch the battle. This was because he was also extremely curious about the abyss below. Now that he had an invitation to the abyss in his hand, he naturally wanted to go in and experience it. Since they couldn't watch the battle between Yan Nantian and Lu Mu, they could only give up. He began to deal with it with all his might, and the following tests would be carried out. After the people who had fallen into the abyss walked out, all eyes were on Yu Yu. This was because Lu Mu had said that he would let Yu Yu take the test after the people inside came out. Although there were others who wanted to go in, they did not dare to do so when Yu Yu did not move. Fairy Yu Yu, it's your turn. Wang Chen, Ji Bai, and the others said. Yu Yu's beautiful eyes flashed as she looked into the distance. There's no hurry. I want to wait a little longer. Wang Chen and the others were moved. They found that Yu was looking into the distance where Yan Nantian and Ji Bai were fighting. She must be worried about her senior brother. After all, his opponent was the successor of a great emperor. If that's the case, I won't hold back. The eldest of the three Yu Heng brothers laughed and wanted to enter the abyss below. At the same time, Wang Chen and Ji Bai's eyes were sharp. The three of them moved, wanting to seize the opportunity. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. This was because they found that there was a figure who was even faster than them. He had already entered the abyss below. Damn it, what's going on? How can this person be so fast? Wang Chen frowned. Next to him, a half-saint exclaimed. No, that kid seemed to have moved a long time ago before Fairy Yu spoke. What? This kid dares to fight with Fairy Yu for a spot? He doesn't know what's good for him. Indeed, to fight with Fairy Yu for a spot is to go against Lu Mu. Does this kid want to die? The eldest of the three Yu Heng brothers immediately shouted, Fairy Yu, I'll take this person down for you. He was the one who wanted to kill the other party, but he said that he was standing up for Fairy Yu. This was obviously to curry favor with Lu Mu. Buzz. The eldest of the three Yu Heng brothers attacked. Endless law fragments appeared on his body, turning into a long saber that slashed down. This saber was like the Milky Way descending, carrying a strong killing intent. It wanted to split the figure below in half. Oh no, the departing river saber! Many people exclaimed. This was the ultimate move of the three Yu Heng brothers. Their first move was a killing move. It was obvious that they wanted to kill the person below. However, was the person below so easy to kill? The three Yu Heng brothers did not know who he was, but the half-saints around them knew who he was. Previously, he had dared to challenge the White Crane clan and killed 3 of their top prodigies in public. Such a ruthless person was definitely not to be trifled with. As expected, below, Lin Xian frowned, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. Since he had already received the invitation, he naturally had to go down and test himself. As for Lu Mu's words, he did not take them to heart. Who was Lu Mu? Who would dare to stop him on the path he wanted to take? However, there was someone who did not know what was good for him and dared to stop him. Lin Xian turned his head and waved his hand. Endless law fragments danced in front of him, forming a large spatial rift that directly swallowed the terrifying saber light. You dare to stop me? Lin Xian said coldly. It was swallowed. The eldest of the three Yu Heng brothers frowned. He did not expect the other party to be able to resolve his move so easily. After all, he was a half-saint. Moreover, he was ranked 24th among the orange names. His strength was extremely powerful. Not many people present were capable of contending against him. However, the other party had done it so easily. Who is this person? Kitor, didn't you hear me? This spot is for Fairy Yu. Who do you think you are? How dare you snatch it? Although he could not guess the other party's strength, so what? He did not believe that the other party dared to fight Lu Mu. Buzz. Lin Xian didn't respond to that at all. His response was to attack. Chapter 32:18. You're courting death. The eldest of the three Yu Heng brothers was enraged. He did not expect that the other party would not answer him at all and directly attack him. Kid, you're too arrogant. Do you think that you can contend against me just because you managed to block one of my attacks? You overestimate yourself. Today, I'll let you see my power. With a furious roar, light flickered on his body, and a large saber appeared in his hand, releasing a terrifying light. The terrifying killing intent on his body was like a storm that swept out in all directions. I don't care who you are. How dare you provoke me? I'll destroy you with one strike. The eldest of the three Yu Heng brothers waved the long saber in his hand, and wind and thunder immediately erupted. Like a lightning tribulation, the surroundings were accompanied by terrifying phantoms of laws. The law of lightning. It was violent and could destroy everything. With a slash of the saber, terrifying thunder exploded in the void like a heavenly tribulation, incomparably mighty. The hearts of the surrounding half-sages beat wildly. They knew that the eldest of the three Yu Heng brothers was angry. The eldest of the three Yu Heng brothers did not hold back with this strike. He wanted to kill Lin Xian in a domineering manner to raise his reputation. Wang Chen, Ji Bai, and the experts of the White Crane race also had grave expressions when they saw this scene. One had to admit that this saber was really too fierce, making them feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and his face was gloomy. Facing this saber, he did not dodge at all. Instead, a terrifying sword intent rose from his body. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Buzz. Countless flames jumped on his body, forming a sea of fire. The saber slashed into the sea of fire and was burned fiercely. Its speed slowed down as if it was about to melt. Lin Xian stood in the air, looking like a god of fire. He watched the scene with cold eyes. "Is this your attack? You can't even withstand a single blow. Have a taste of my sword technique." He condensed a law sword in his hand and slashed out. The eldest of the three Yu Heng brothers originally had a disdainful expression, but when he felt the sharpness of this sword, his expression changed. "Damn it, how can it be so powerful?" Scram! He roared like a madman and did not hold back. The law of lightning fragments wildly danced, forming a lightning saber that was tens of thousands of miles long that descended from the sky. The surrounding void split open, accompanied by hundreds of thousands of thunderbolts that descended together. Boom! Unparalleled light exploded in the void. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian's sword of law. This sword directly pierced through the thunder that filled the sky and shattered the terrifying saber light. Moreover, he slashed the eldest of the three brothers into two with a single sword strike. The eldest of the three Yu Heng brothers screamed like he had gone mad. His eyes were filled with deep terror. His broken body wanted to reassemble itself. However, a terrifying dragon roar sounded from within the sword aura. The sword's soul erupted, forming a terrifying sword ripple that once again slashed the broken body into pieces. Even his soul was seriously injured. "I was wrong. Stay your hand." Boss Yu Heng screamed like he had gone mad. His eyes were filled with terror. It was too terrifying. He wasn't a match for his opponent at all. His opponent was actually a peak half-saint. "Pull back?" Lin Xian sneered. "Do you think I'll hold back just because you say so? Just now, when you killed me with a single saber strike, did you think of holding back?" Lin Xian was unmoved. The fragments of the law of fire gathered a monstrous fire. This fire was too terrifying. It was as if it wanted to burn the other party to ashes. Amidst the raging fire, Boss Yu Heng was incomparably miserable. He hurriedly knelt in the flames. "Young master, please spare me. I was wrong for attacking you rashly. I'm here to apologize to you. At the same time, I'll offer you a Dharma treasure. This is the lightning strike wood. It's formed in the lightning tribulation and is abnormally precious. It has the aura of the great Tao. I'll give it to you now in exchange for my life." Big brother. The second and third brothers of the Yu Heng family were also enraged. They rushed over as if they had gone mad. "Big brother, let's join forces. I don't believe we can't kill him." The two of them roared like they had gone mad. But Boss Yu Heng quickly transmitted his voice. "Stop, don't be rash. The three of us can indeed kill him if we join forces. But when the two of you attack, I'll probably be killed by him. So wait for me to come out first. Then we'll deal with this kid." Hearing Boss's voice transmission, Boss Yu Heng and Boss Yu Heng stopped in their tracks. Their eyes burned with monstrous fury as they stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. "The lightning strike wood." He waved his hand and grabbed the piece of lightning strike wood. Then he looked at Boss Yu Heng, who was kneeling in midair, and said coldly, "This time I'll spare your life. If you dare to be disrespectful to me again, I'll directly destroy your body and soul. Ruffian dragon, this thing should be useful to you." Lin Xian turned around and handed the lightning strike wood to the dark red divine dragon. After receiving it, the dark red divine dragon grinned. As expected, it contains the power of lightning. "Great, kid, I'll accept this thing without hesitation." The dark red divine dragon cultivated the law of lightning. This lightning strike wood was very useful to him. Lin Xian's figure changed, and he quickly descended into the abyss below. Soon, he disappeared from everyone's sight. "Boss, are you all right?" the second and third Alioth brothers rushed over. The eldest Alioth brother's face was extremely pale. He quickly recovered his body and swallowed a pill. On the other side, after Lin Xian fell into the abyss, he was enveloped by a grayish-white aura. At the same time, the grayish-white aura in front of him formed a jade token and stuck it between his eyebrows. Lin Xian was stunned, but he did not resist. This was because he felt that the jade token did not pose a threat to him. Instead, it seemed to be protecting him. Soon, Lin Xian stopped descending. He looked around him. His surroundings were gray. There was a grayish-white staircase in front of him that led to a mysterious door. However, he did not know what was inside. Since he was already here, Lin Xian did not think too much about it. He strode in. There was a large hall inside. It was very large and empty. The surroundings were simple and unadorned, and it had a mysterious aura. Buzz. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the palace. It was a figure in a gray robe. The Taoist robe reached the ground, and he was wearing a cloak. It was impossible to see his face clearly. He could only see a pair of eyes that seemed to be flickering with a cold light, like the wisps. Lin Xian did not feel any mysterious aura from the other party. This made him suspect that the other party was not human. Or a puppet. Trial taker, welcome to the falling abyss. A hoarse and low voice sounded, echoing in the hall. Now, the first stage began. As the voice fell, the void in front of him tumbled. Countless grayish-white aura, carrying a mysterious power, condensed into a figure. Su Chen was stunned. He felt the power of laws from the mysterious power. It seemed that the falling abyss was not simple. He wondered what his opponent was. Soon he saw it. It was a black monster with a human body and a leopard's head. It had a total of 4 arms, and a huge head that was extremely ferocious. There was a terrifying aura on its body, and there were terrifying fragments of laws surrounding it. Lin Xian could clearly sense that it was the fire precept. The first stage was a half-saint with a fragment of laws? Lin Xian was extremely surprised. Chapter 32:19. If the first stage was already so terrifying, how powerful would the next few stages be? However, Bian Xian didn't care. The law of fire? He was also good at it. The law fragments danced and condensed into a law sword, which was held in Lin Xian's hand. On the other side, the black leopard also took the form of a large black bow. Countless fragments of the law of fire danced at his fingertips, forming a black flame that danced and took the shape of an arrow. Then the leopard knocked the black arrow on the bow, and the aura on his body burst out. With a buzzing sound, the arrow flew out. Lin Xian roared, his divine body bloomed, and the great dragon sword soul in his body roared. He took a step forward, turned into a fiend godlike shadow, and rushed over. The law sword flickered in the air, cutting open the void. After a strike, a sonorous sound rang out, and the 2 flame fragments in the void kept colliding, erupting into a phenomenon of heaven and earth. As for Lin Xian, he sheathed his sword. The black leopard was split in half, and its body couldn't be reassembled at all. His voice turned into black flames, burning fiercely. Then, it formed a black door. Congratulations, you've passed the first stage. Next, it was the second stage of the assessment. The gray-robed man next to him said coldly. Lin Xian walked into the black door and then disappeared. The next moment he appeared again. He was still surrounded by an empty hall, ancient and mysterious, very similar to the first level. There was even someone next to him. Lin Xian suspected that he didn't leave at all. But at this time, his opponent changed. It was no longer a gray leopard, but an even more terrifying existence. The opponent's aura was much more terrifying than the black leopard on the first level. Lin Xian didn't hesitate and resolutely used all his strength to kill. In this trial, Lin Xian used his strongest state to deal with it. He was curious to see how far he could go. The second stage, the third stage, and the fourth stage. Lin Xian was extremely powerful. Within 3 moves, he could easily kill his opponent. Of course, Lin Xian didn't hold back at all. The great dragon sword soul, 2 law fragments, and a powerful physique made his strength incomparably powerful. Just like that, Lin Xian made his way through with great momentum. Outside, Boss Yu Heng opened his eyes. He was barely able to stop his injuries. However, his expression was incomparably ugly. After such a battle, it would be very difficult for him to reach his peak in a short period of time. If that was the case, the results of his test in the abyss wouldn't be obvious at all. Perhaps his ranking might even drop. This was unbearable for him. Damn it! Damn it! Eldest brother Yu Heng was so angry that he vomited blood. Beside him, second brother and third brother said, "Big brother, that brat is too hateful. When he comes out, we must join hands and kill him." That's right. He was too arrogant. He actually dared to injure big brother. No matter how powerful he is not a match for us three brothers. Yu Heng and his brothers gnashed their teeth. The surrounding experts felt their scalps go numb. This was because Lin Xian was simply too domineering. He defeated Boss Yu Heng so easily. They were all guessing what level this brat could reach. They didn't know that Boss Yu Heng was ranked 24th in the orange rank. That brat could defeat him so easily. They estimated that he could at least rush to the top 10 in the orange rank. That's right. It wouldn't be a problem for him to rush to the top 5 in the orange rank. However, as for whether he could reach the purple rank, they didn't know. It was hard to say. Those who reached the purple rank were all earth-shattering peerless experts without exception. They were either the successors of great emperors, possessed mysterious and powerful bloodlines, or had terrifying magic treasures. Didn't they see that the successor of great emperors only reached 4th that day? No matter how powerful that brat was, it would be difficult for him to reach the purple rank. That was indeed the case. This was what everyone thought. The people of the White Crane clan had gloomy expressions. That was because the other party's limelight was too strong. They had to think of a way to suppress him. "Boss, should we ask for the lightning strike would back first?" Third brother asked in a deep voice. Hearing this, Boss Yu Heng's eyes shone with a piercing light. He stared at the dark red divine dragon in the distance. If he wasn't wrong, Lin Xian had given the lightning strike wood to that dragon previously. All right, let's snatch it back first. Boss Yu Heng gritted his teeth. How could he give something as precious as the lightning strike wood to the other party? If it wasn't for the sake of saving his life, he wouldn't have taken it out even if he was beaten to death. That was the key treasure for him to comprehend the laws. Buzz. He stood up. Next to him, second brother and third brother also stood up. The three of them had a powerful aura. They were like gods and demons as they quickly walked toward the dark red divine dragon. Oh my, what? You're not convinced? You want to fight your grandpa dragon? Seeing this, the dark red divine dragon sneered. How could he not know what the three of them were thinking? Damn it, hand over the lightning strike wood. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning you into meat skewers. Ha, how dare you threaten me? The dark red divine dragon also used the extremely terrifying law of lightning. The surrounding half-sages all turned their heads. The heavens wanted to watch another battle? From the looks of it, the three Yu Heng brothers had joined forces this time. Could this dragon stop them? Damn it. You want to bully me with numbers? The dark red divine dragon's gaze turned. It could see that the abyss below was not ordinary. To achieve good results, one had to be in peak condition. If it fought with the other party now, it would probably be at a disadvantage when it entered the trial later. Therefore, the dark red divine dragon did not plan to make a move. It roared, and the dragon's roar pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Dragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons, you dare to touch me? I, dragons, will not let you off. The dark red divine dragon was indeed a dragon. As for the nest of 10,000 dragons, it was casually made up. The purpose was to intimidate the other party. Sure enough, Yu Heng and his brothers stopped when they heard this. The surrounding half-sages also exclaimed, "Nest of 10,000 dragons? Could it be that?" The nest of 10,000 dragons was the holy land of dragons. It was said that a great emperor had appeared there. Did this dragon really come from the nest of 10,000 dragons? No wonder. No wonder it was so powerful and could still walk together with that kid. Thinking about it, that kid should also be related to the nest of 10,000 dragons. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The three Yu Hung brothers' expressions were even more uncertain. They had naturally heard of the nest of 10,000 dragons. That was a very huge force in the myriad worlds. If the other party really came from the nest of 10,000 dragons, they really did not dare to make a move. Thinking of this, the second and third brothers asked, "Boss, what should we do?" Yu Heng's face was gloomy. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Let's spare it this time. We'll wait for that kid to come out and attack him. The three of us will kill that kid." They did not dare to make a move against this dragon, but they did not have any scruples about Lin Xian. It was actually scared away. The dark red divine dragon was also surprised. He had just casually mentioned the nest of 10,000 dragons. After all, the nest of 10,000 dragons was only in the true spirit world. He wondered if the people of the myriad worlds had heard of it. But now it seemed that the other party had heard of it. Moreover, the nest of 10,000 dragons should be a very terrifying existence in the eyes of these people. Chapter 32:20. The dark red dragon couldn't figure it out for the time being, but it made sense. As dragons, they had heaven-defying bloodlines and terrifying inheritances. No matter where they were absolute powerhouses. There was no doubt about that. That was why the other party was so terrifying. Without the threat next to him, the dark red dragon was completely relieved. He looked down at the falling abyss, wondering how far Lin Fan could go. Falling abyss, 5th level. His opponent this time was a dragon. It was a flying pterosaur. It spread its wings with terrifying power. This pterosaur had mastered the law of wind. As it flapped its wings, illusions filled the sky. Moreover, its speed was extremely fast. It could almost instantly reach Lin Xian's side and attack Lin Xian more than 100,000 times. It was so fast. Lin Xian relied on his 9 sons' body to withstand these attacks. The void trembled and thunder rumbled. The blood in his body boiled, then turned into a dragon shadow and rushed into the sky. What a terrifying speed. It was even faster than the half-saint black bat from before. However, Lin Xian was fearless. His physique was super strong, so he wasn't afraid of this speed at all. He could take it head-on. At the same time, 2 types of law power surged out and slashed forward. The law of fire was monstrous and shrouded the entire space. On the other side, the law of annihilation turned all the power to ashes. Under the pincer attack of the 2 forces, Lin Xian killed the pterosaur. Buzz. Lin Xian took a deep breath, and the law fragments that filled the sky returned to his body. At this moment, the gray-robed man beside him gently raised his hand and clapped. "Congratulations, you've passed the first stage." Accompanied by his clapping, another gray door appeared in front of him. Lin Xian walked in without hesitation. The next moment, he was teleported again. This time, he came to the main hall. There was a change. In front of him was a statue, a flame statue. This flaming statue was extremely huge. It was at least 100 feet tall. Terrifying flames danced around it. She was like a fire god. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the fire god statue in front of him. He was extremely shocked. He realized that there were 8 fire dragons coiling around the fire god's body. They were terrifying as if they were real dragons. What is this? He sensed a strange power from the fire god statue. This power caused his law of fire fragment to jump up and down. The law of fire, the true law of fire. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Could it be that this was the reward? He could comprehend the laws of fire. He was too shocked. Soon he activated his heavenly fate god eyes. The plenilune seed in his left eye was pulsating. At the same time, he quickly recalled the Great Tao Insight Sutra. Soon, Lin Xian fell into a state of comprehension. This time, Lin Xian did not know how much time had passed. It was as if hundreds of years had passed. This made him extremely shocked. How could such a long time have passed? Previously, when Yan Nantian took the test, it didn't take long for him to come out. Yan Nantian had obtained a purple name, so the reward would definitely be substantial. But why did he come out so quickly? And he had been comprehending for such a long time? Could it be that the flow of time inside and outside was different? Thinking up to here, Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Since that was the case, then he had no more worries. However, the comprehension this time was already over. It seemed that falling into the abyss only gave him one chance to comprehend. However, this time was already enough. He had the plenilune seed and great Tao insight, so comprehending was twice the result with half the effort. This time, it made his law of fire fragment become powerful again. This made him extremely shocked, and at the same time wild with joy. Lin Xian could feel that his strength had improved compared to before. Great, he was too excited. Turning around and entering the mysterious door behind him, Lin Xian left the Fire God Great Hall. The next moment he appeared again. This time, it was the 6th level. Originally, each level was much more difficult than the previous one. The 6th level was naturally more difficult than the 5th level. However, Lin Xian's speed of breaking through was faster than the previous 5 levels. Because his strength had improved. Once the law of fire appeared, the opponent could not withstand it at all. Therefore, Lin Xian's speed of breaking through to the 10th level was even faster than the previous 5 levels. After breaking through the 4th level, Lin Xian received the second reward again. It was also a great hall. But this time, it was not a fire god statue, but a tree. An incomparably mysterious ancient tree was rooted there. Powerful life force, like an undying tree. Could it be the law of wood? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. This was great. Lin Xian had always wanted to comprehend the law of wood. Because after comprehending the law of wood, one could possess powerful life force and terrifying recovery ability. Like the northern demon previously, it was the law of wood. It was easy for him to defeat the northern demon, but it would probably not be easy for him to completely kill the other party. After all, the law of wood, that life force, was seriously too powerful. This time, he must condense and form a law of wood fragment. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a piercing cold light. He pushed the plenilune seed to the limit. This time, Lin Xian once again immersed himself in cultivation. To be honest, Lin Xian comprehended the great Tao of heaven and earth much faster than other half-sages and geniuses. Because he had 2 magic treasures. The great Tao insight scripture was the experience of a saint to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth. The second was the plenilune seed. This was an even more precious treasure. One had to know that the plenilune seed was condensed from the plenilune wordless steel. The plenilune wordless steel was a divine steel of the prodigy manner. It had an extremely powerful auxiliary effect in comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth. Therefore, Lin Xian used the heavenly secret god eyes together. The effect was really surprisingly good. Finally, Lin Xian comprehended the law of wood fragment this time. He felt that the longevity art in his body seemed to have been sublimated once. When it was activated, it brought him powerful life force. So powerful, Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He felt that he seemed to have endless life force now. Great, I wonder what law will be next? Lin Xian was too excited. Soon, Lin Xian killed his way to the 15th level and killed the powerful enemies on the 15th level. This time, it was the law of water. Should he comprehend it? This was Lin Xian's question. Lin Xian also knew that the cultivation of a sage was roughly divided into 2 types. One was to comprehend the law of heaven and earth as much as possible. Such a sage would comprehend many laws and be very powerful. However, there was another type of sage. That was, they would only cultivate 1 law in their entire life. Although this type of sage comprehended few laws, this 1 law was extremely powerful and had reached an unfathomable realm. Therefore, this type of sage could be said to be very terrifying. Some could even cultivate a move to break all laws. Chapter 32:21. Lin Xian pondered for a moment and prepared to comprehend the law of water without hesitation. Because according to his speculation, this should be a law of the 5 elements. After comprehending it, he should be able to condense the law of the 5 elements. This way, he could condense a law of the 5 elements. Moreover, as long as he had any law of the 5 elements, he could break through and reach the true law of the 5 elements. In that way, his strength would increase exponentially. Moreover, Lin Xian had the plenilun seed and the Grand Tao comprehension scripture. If he gave up now, it would be too much of a pity. Therefore, Lin Xian once again tried to comprehend the law of water. After an unknown number of years, Lin Xian condensed the law of water fragment. After the law of water fragment was formed, Lin Xian had already grasped for law of the 5 elements. While his attack power was fierce, there was also a kind of softness. It could be said that the combination of hardness and softness increased his attack power once again. There was also the law of earth and the law of metal to be comprehended together. Lin Xian clenched his fists, a trace of determination emerged in his eyes. He must comprehend the law of the 5 elements. Next, Lin Xian continued. Those people outside. While waiting, they discussed animatedly. This kid had gone in for so long, but he still hadn't come out. He wouldn't have entered the 20th floor, right? Someone guessed. It can't be, right? He could actually enter the 20th floor? That's impossible. Could it be that he also has the qualifications to enter the purple name list? When this news came out, everyone was in an uproar. There were a total of 11 purple names on the stone tablet, and every one of them was an earth-shattering peerless genius. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Now, there was going to be a new one? Wang Chen, Ji Bai, and the rest had solemn expressions. Yu Hang and his brothers were extremely nervous. If the other party really entered the purple name list, then what revenge could they take? They had to run away quickly. However, the 3 of them did not leave. Because they were betting. They did not believe that Lin Xian could enter the purple name list. Maybe the other party took a longer time to pass the test. They could only comfort themselves like this. Falling into the abyss. Lin Xian still passed the 20th floor. This time, he used an unknown amount of time to comprehend the law of the 5 elements. The law of earth fragment. This falling into the abyss is really too mysterious. It definitely has the law of time. And I actually can't feel the changes in my body. After Lin Xian came out of the Earth God Hall, he was extremely amazed. This kind of method, probably only the law of time. Moreover, it must be an extremely profound law of time. Looks to behind the abyss to falling into the abyss. Who was the one who built this place? After the 20th floor, the first to Lin Xian Yu, from now on, to the purple name of the 5 purple, right? To the to Lin. To Yu, time to Yu to of course. In the 21st stage, his opponent was very strange. It was a saber, a long golden saber. The long saber carried a biting cold killing intent. Like a divine saber, it caused the entire void to tremble. As soon as he appeared, huge cracks appeared all over the sky. The terrifying saber light enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian unleashed a fragment of the laws of earth to create an extremely powerful defense around him. The sword of law flew out. The 2 collided in the air, producing a sonorous sound. It was not damaged. Lin Xian was surprised. He found that the golden long blade was sent flying, but it did not crack. This was too shocking for him. One must know how powerful he was right now. Even an ordinary half-saint would be sliced in half by his attack. But now, the long blade was fine. I can feel a trace of the law of metal. No wonder it's so hard. The law of metal mainly attacks and is incomparably hard. The long blade must be formed from the law of metal fragments. That's great. Let me experience just how powerful the law of metal is. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a cold light. He waved the law element and quickly rushed up. The 21st floor, 22nd floor, 23rd floor. Finally, Lin Xian arrived at the 25th floor. The 25th floor was a man in a golden robe. His entire body seemed to be made of pure gold. He had a golden long sword in his hand. On the long sword, countless law runes gathered. The sword chi was like a bolt of golden lightning, piercing through the void. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He felt a great sense of danger. The 25th floor was so powerful. He was surprised. Buzz. A sword chi slashed towards him like a heaven-shaking divine thunder, splitting open the void. Even the law of earth fragment in front of Lin Xian was split apart. This surprised Lin Xian. This sword was really too powerful. Lin Xian condensed the law element and rushed over. The battle between the two was very intense. The entire space was completely shattered, filled with terrifying law of metal. Fortunately, this was the falling abyss, which was extremely mysterious. Otherwise, if it was outside, it would probably be shattered for tens of millions of miles. Buzz. Lin Xian blocked the opponent's attack with a sword. He stretched out his palm. On the tip of his finger, there was a terrifying law of water, rotating and flowing. It looked like a monstrous wave, covering the sky and the earth as it surged forward. Those golden sword chi slashed into the waves, but it did not break. Instead, it sank deeper and deeper. The monstrous sea was traceless and incomparably soft. The sea water directly swallowed all the sword chi. Buzz. However, at this moment, a piercing light burst out from the eyes of the brocade-robed man. Those golden sword chi suddenly shone brightly. The sword chi that was originally swept into the sea water also erupted, rushing out of the water like a golden dragon. The sea water was split apart, and a few sword chi crashed into Lin Xian's body. Clang. These sword chi crashed into Lin Xian's body, producing an earth-shattering sound. Lin Xian's chi and blood churned, and a few cracks appeared on his body. He roared, and the 9-yang divine body showed its power. At the same time, the law of wood fragment provided a powerful vitality. The cracks on his body instantly healed. Annihilation. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the law of annihilation fragment surged up, cooperating with the law of water fragment. The two began to destroy the golden light in the sky. The golden-robed man opposite him began to counterattack. As if there was endless power in his body, those golden sword chi transformed into golden dragons, roaring. This caused Lin Xian's body to sway again. Lin Xian let out a long roar, and the great dragon sword spirit roared. He knew that this was a powerful enemy. He did not dare to hold back. All kinds of law attacks, combined with great divine abilities, surged forward, wanting to suppress the other party. Buzz. Finally, Lin Xian broke through the golden sword chi that filled the sky and arrived in front of the other party. He slashed out with his sword, stabbing towards the other party's body. With a clang, another thunderous sound was heard. His law of sword chi did not pierce in. This shocked him greatly. This body was so strong. The other party's body was comparable to his current divine body. Metal physique. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. This body was completely condensed from the law of metal fragment. This was a law of body. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. What a terrifying physique. If I can comprehend the law of metal, I can definitely raise my 9-yang divine body to another level. He was extremely excited. He must comprehend the law of metal. However, to comprehend the law of metal, he must first kill the golden-robed man in front of him. Buzz. At this moment, the golden sword in the golden-robed man's hand bloomed with incomparable light, slashing towards Lin Xian. Chapter 32:22. Lin Xian gave a cold snort and did not dodge. He unleashed all of his divine abilities to contend with it. The two people shook heaven and earth, fighting until 300 moves. Finally, Lin Xian killed the golden-robed person with one sword. And a terrifying large crack also appeared on his body. However, this was not a problem at all to Lin Xian. The longevity art plus the wood law fragment allowed his body to recover rapidly. Great, the 25th stage finally passed. Lin Xian was overjoyed. The golden-robed person was seriously too powerful. If not for his powerful physique and great dragon sword soul, wanting to hit the other party would also be very difficult. Next, it was to comprehend the metal law. Sure enough, a golden door appeared in front of him. Lin Xian walked in and started comprehending the metal law. In the outside world, everyone was already waiting impatiently. This time was also too long. It was even longer than Yan Nantian. But could the other party surpass Yan Nantian? What a joke! They felt that the kid had already died inside. Perhaps he had really perished in there. The people of the White Crane clan laughed coldly. Yu Heng and his brothers also all heaved a sigh of relief. Looks like the other party was not much of a threat. Perhaps the other party could not come out at all. The dark red divine dragon frowned slightly. After all, the falling abyss below was very mysterious. He could not see through it either, but he guessed that Lin Xian should not have any problems. Just as everyone was discussing, finally, someone cried out in surprise. Quickly look, the stone steel in front has changed. What? Everyone raised their heads and looked forward. Could it be that the kid was coming out? That kid didn't die? I want to see what ranking that kid can obtain. The people of the White Crane clan snorted coldly. Yu Hang and his brothers also clenched their fists tightly. Did not know if the other party could enter the top 10 of the orange names? If that was really the case, they would probably be in danger. Orange names, no. Everyone's first attention was naturally the orange name region. But they discovered that the other party was not there at all. Could it be that the other party did not enter the orange names at all? Many people heaved a sigh of relief. However, Wang Chen, Ji Bai, and the others frowned. That should not be. The other party could easily defeat Yu Heng, which meant that the other party was not weak. In fact, he might even be stronger than them. But why was the other party not in the orange names? Could it be that the other party entered the purple names? As soon as this idea came out, the faces of Wang Chen and the others changed. They hurriedly looked up at the stone steel. In the next moment, they were stunned, and their bodies began to tremble slightly. What's with your expressions? The other half-saints in the area were also perplexed by Zhang Xian's words. They screamed, and a few half-saints fainted from fright. The other people were also trembling. It was as if they had seen a ghost. The dark red dragon raised his head and looked at the stone tablet in front of him. He saw a purple name. Another person had appeared. Lin Xian's name appeared in the purple area. And appear first. It was on par with the Imperial Mausoleum. First? Heavens! That kid was actually. How is this possible? The people of the White Crane clan screamed as if they had gone mad. They could not. The others were dumbfounded. Yu Heng and Yu Heng knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling. They still wanted to take revenge on the other party? The other party was first. That was someone on par with Di Ling. He even surpassed Yan Nantian. Would they dare to take revenge on such a person? If the other party wanted to kill them, it should be effortless. Thinking of this, the three turned and fled. They did not dare to stay here any longer. Wang Chen, Ji Bai, and the others were even more stunned. They originally thought that the other party was stronger than them, but not by much. But who would have thought that they were so wrong? The other party was a true dragon. He soared into the sky, far surpassing them. Even Yan Nantian could not suppress him. The people of the White Crane clan were even more stunned. Because they had a grudge with the other party, they naturally did not want to see the other party soar into the sky. But now, the other party had directly become first. Everyone from the White Crane clan had been trampled under their feet. They could not believe it. Impossible. Damn it, I don't believe it. There must be something wrong with the stone steel. How could this kid be first in purple? Among the White Crane clan, a half-saint roared crazily. His strength was very strong. Among the orange names, he was ranked third, very close to purple. But now, the other party had far surpassed him. This made him unable to believe it at all. The dark red divine dragon was extremely surprised. Oh my, this kid is really too heaven-defying. But there were still many half-saints who did not believe it. They felt that there should be something wrong with the stone steel. Otherwise, how could the other party be first? When that brat comes out, I must personally test his strength and see just how strong he is. Some powerful half-saints gritted their teeth. They were all waiting for Lin Xian's return. But they waited for a long time and found that Lin Xian did not come out. What was going on? Under normal circumstances, the other party should come out very quickly when the ranking appeared. But now, it was beyond their expectations. This strengthened their confidence. There was something wrong with the stone steel. In fact, they did not know that there was nothing wrong with the stone steel. Because Lin Xian was now comprehending the laws of metal. When Lin Xian opened his eyes, a golden pattern appeared on his body, carrying a sharp aura. The next moment, The other 4 Dao patterns began to flicker, accompanying his body, forming a 5-element light. 5-element laws. Lin Xian comprehended all of them into law fragments, which made him wild with joy. If he could unify the 5 elements, the power of these law fragments would increase again. But he knew that unifying the 5 elements was not easy, and it needed to be well practiced. Now, in addition to the 5-element laws, Lin Xian also comprehended the annihilation law. It could be said that he had comprehended 6 laws, more than Yan Nantian. He was full of confidence. What would be next on the 26th level? Originally, he still wanted to continue, but the next moment, a grayish-white aura wrapped around him and sent him out of the falling abyss. This made Lin Xian sigh. It seemed that there should be some rules in the falling abyss that he did not understand. However, the harvest this time was very huge. He comprehended an additional 4 laws. The falling abyss was definitely a treasure land. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely come again. Thinking of this, Lin Xian accelerated his flight, flying out of the falling abyss. Those people outside were all waiting. Suddenly, their brows twitched. Someone came out. Sure enough, the next moment, they saw a figure rushing up from below. It was that kid. Chapter 32-23. However, they did not sense any powerful aura from him. This kid's aura is not much stronger. He probably did not gain any benefits. There was indeed a problem with the stone tablet. The white crane race snorted coldly. The orange-ranked 3rd half-saint walked out. Kid, I want to see how powerful you are to be able to achieve such a result. This half-saint exuded a terrifying aura. It was a fragment of the law of wind. It was so sharp that it caused the entire world to boil. Lin Xian first turned to look at the towering stone tablet. When he saw that his name was tied with Di Ling for first place, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Indeed, he had guessed correctly. He had surpassed Yan Nantian. However, what surprised him was that Di Ling was tied with him. Could it be that he had reached the 25th floor? And he had successfully passed. That surprised him. It seemed that Di Ling was not simple. In the next moment, he retracted his gaze and looked at the half-saint of the white crane race in front of him. He snorted coldly. Who do you think you are to fight with me? You are courting death. The half-saint of the white crane race was enraged. The fragments of the law of wind on his body soared into the sky. He turned into a stream of light and instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. At such a close distance, he could kill Lin Xian before he could react. With a wave of his hand, countless fragments of the law of wind gathered in front of him. Accompanied by a gust of wind, they formed a spear of the law of wind. The spear stabbed out directly towards Lin Xian's head. The void was pierced through in an instant, and the half-saints below began to tremble. This spear was simply too terrifying. It could easily shatter them into pieces. This guy was too powerful. Yes, as expected of the orange-ranked 3rd. It was already very close to the purple name. I want to see how this kid will fight against it. He won't be able to block it. He is ranked 1st. There must be something wrong with the stone tablet. Just wait and see. He will be killed in an instant. Looking at such a sharp spear, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It was indeed not bad, but it could not do anything to him. He could deal with it calmly before, let alone now that he had comprehended 4 new fragments of the law of wind. This kind of attack could not withstand a single blow from him. With a wave of his sleeve, endless blue law fragments danced, forming a monstrous sea that enveloped the spear. Not good. The expression of the half-step sage of the white crane race changed instantly. He felt as if his spear had sunk into a quagmire. That powerful force wanted to engulf him. At the same time, Lin Xian's other hand moved. He stretched out a finger and pointed forward. The fragments of the law of metal gathered to form a golden sword that slashed forward. With a bang, the half-saint of the White Crane clan was pierced through. A blood-curdling scream was heard as the blood of a half-saint was spilled. The body of the half-saint fell to the ground with a rumbling sound. The surrounding people were all stunned. The people of the White Crane clan screamed as if they had gone mad. To think that one of the top half-saints of their tribe would be severely injured by a single finger from the other party. This was simply too unbelievable. Was the other party already so terrifying? The other half-saints were so scared that they wet their pants. Number 1, the other party definitely had the strength to be number 1. At this moment, no one dared to doubt Lin Xian. Who else wants to fight with me? Lin Xian asked coldly as he stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze swept in all directions. Immediately, the surrounding half-saints all lowered their heads. No one dared to look him in the eye. Wang Cheng, Ji Bai, and the others also lowered their heads, their bodies trembling. Previously, when they came here, they were arrogant and thought that no one was a match for them except for Yan Nantian and Lu Mu. But now, another person had appeared, suppressing them to the point that they could not raise their heads. The people of the White Crane clan also lowered their heads. Although they were furious, they did not dare to attack. The other party was too strong. They were no match for him at all. Ruffian Long, go in. There are many benefits inside. Lin Xian looked at the dark red dragon. That's good. The dark red dragon swayed its tail and rushed down to test it. After the dark red divine dragon left, Lin Xian turned his gaze to the distance. There was an earth-shattering scene there. Terrifying laws were dancing in the air. Are these two guys not done yet? He naturally knew that it was Yan Nantian and Lu Mu who were fighting in the distance. Well, I'll use those two to test my strength. Let's see how strong I am now. Lin Xian was filled with lofty sentiments. The surrounding half-saints were no longer a match for him. In fact, he was not even interested in fighting. However, Yan Nantian and Lu Mu were different. They were very powerful. Buzz. Lin Xian took a step forward. His body shone brightly. Like a god of war, he tore through the void and rushed into the distance. Heavens, what is he trying to do? That's where Yan Nantian and Lu Mu are fighting. Is he going to watch the battle? The surrounding half-saints exclaimed. Some of them had already begun to gather in front. Lin Xian did go to the place where the two were fighting. However, he did not want to watch the battle. He wanted to fight. In front of him, Yan Nantian looked solemn. He originally thought that he could easily suppress Lu Mu since he was ranked 4th and Lu Mu was ranked 9th. He even thought that he could defeat Lu Mu. However, it seemed that he had been too careless. Lu Mu was very strong. Lu Mu was ranked 9th 60 years ago. Now, he was unfathomable. Yan Nantian could not defeat Lu Mu in a short time. Of course, Yan Nantian only looked solemn. He was not afraid. As the successor of the great emperor, he had many trump cards that could save his life. Therefore, he did not intend to use them now. Yan Nantian, are you such a successor of the great emperor? In my opinion, you're just SOSO. You don't deserve to be the successor of the great emperor. Why don't you give me your great emperor's inheritance? I can make it shine. Lu Mu held a long green spear. Like a god, he emitted a powerful aura. Do you really think that I can't defeat you? Yan Nantian snorted and formed a seal with his palm again. The precept fragments rushed forward together with the theurgy. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Countless precept fragments danced in the air and the entire sky exploded. The surrounding half-saints did not dare to get closer. They could only watch from afar using secret techniques. However, at this moment, the half-saints in the distance were all stunned. Their eyes almost popped out. Heavens, what was he trying to see? Was he going to join the battle? They saw a figure descend from the sky and land in the middle of Yan Nantian and Lu Mu's battle. Lin Xian descended from the sky and laughed. You two, are you not done yet? In that case, I'll spar with you. His powerful sword Qi slashed in all directions and directly enveloped Yan Nantian and Lu Mu. Yan Nantian and Lu Mu were stunned. Then they were completely enraged. You're courting death. Yan Nantian waved his hand. Suddenly, an ancient imperial rune appeared in the sky like a dazzling star. Chapter 32-24. Lu Mu held the green spear in his hand and thrust it out. The terrifying spear light illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The two peerless geniuses attacked together to fight against Lin Xian. This scene made the half-saints in the distance almost faint when they saw it. God, this Lin Wudi was too arrogant. He actually wanted to fight against two of them. If it was an ordinary half-saint, it would be fine if it was 1 against 2. But who was the opponent? It could be Yan Nantian and Lu Mu. Any one of them would be able to suppress an entire region and make them tremble in fear. Now, Lin Xian actually wanted to fight against 2 top experts at the same time. Was he not courting death? This kid was too arrogant. Yes, did he really think that he could fight against these 2 just because he got first place? Not to mention Yan Nantian, who was the successor of the great emperor, just Lu Mu was already very terrifying. If Lu Mu participated in the Abyss trial again, he would definitely be able to get into the top 3, or even first place. In the distance, the half-saints discussed animatedly. They felt that Lin Xian was too arrogant. Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a hearty laugh. A dragon roar came from his body. He clenched his left hand into a fist. The law of fire accompanied his fist and turned into a fire dragon, shattering the void. It collided with the ancient emperor runes. An earth-shattering explosion filled the sky. The void shattered as if it was the end of the world. At the same time, his right hand formed a law sword and slashed out. The law of metal combined with the power of the dragon sword soul was unstoppable. Clang. This attack caused the half-saints who were watching the battle from afar to continuously retreat. Some even vomited blood and trembled. It was too terrifying. Just the aftermath of the energy was enough to make them shudder. The people of the White Crane clan were stunned. Could this kid really fight against 2 top geniuses at the same time? Who exactly was he? Damn it! Yan Nantian roared. His gaze was like a divine lamp that pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands, staring at the figure above. It was him. What was going on? How was it possible? How could he become so strong? He could not believe it. On the other side, Lu Mu's body emitted a monstrous aura. He also stared at Lin Xian and asked coldly, "Who are you?" "Lin Wudi." Lin Xian's voice was filled with confidence. Lu Mu frowned. How dare he call himself invincible? That was too arrogant. At the same time, he received a message from his junior sister. "Senior brother, this guy just took first place in the purple ranking. You must be careful." What? This time, Lu Mu was completely stunned. He stared at the young man in front of him again. Purple ranked first. What about the Imperial Mausoleum? Di Ling and that Lin Wudi were both ranked first. Lu Mu was completely stunned. He had experienced how powerful Di Ling was. It was hard to believe that the other party could stand side by side with Di Ling at the same time. But very soon he snorted coldly. So what? The Imperial Mausoleum's ranking was also from over 100 years ago. Furthermore, the current me is no longer the same me from 60 years ago. So what if he was number 1? Lu Mu's eyes emitted a sharp and dazzling light. "Kid, let me see what kind of strength you have in the purple ranking first." Lu Mu made his move. He stabbed out with his spear as if it was going to destroy the world. A shocking phenomenon accompanied his long spear. Buzz. Lin Xian held the sword of the laws tightly in his hand and fought with his opponent. Every strike caused a huge crack that stretched for millions of miles. The entire sky was completely shattered. Yan Nantian was also shocked. Purple ranked first? One should know that he was only ranked 4th. This kid actually took first place. That was really surprising. However, do you think you can suppress me just because you took first place? You're too naive. I didn't use all my means in the previous test. Yan Nantian's eyes were piercingly cold. As the successor of a great emperor, he had many means that he would not use unless he had no other choice. Although his opponent took first place, it did not matter. Yan Nantian was not afraid of his opponent. In the next moment, he let out a long roar and 9 terrifying emperor runes rushed out of his body and circled around him. Beneath his feet were the shadows of the 4 divine beasts. They carried him and soared into the sky like a celestial emperor. He quickly charged forward. He formed a seal with his palms as if he was going to shatter the entire starry sky. Good. Lin Xian laughed and slashed out with his sword. At the same time, he turned around and threw out a punch. The monstrous flaming fist burned fiercely and the entire sky was covered in flames. Boom! Boom! Lin Xian and Yan Nantian collided 5 times in a row and destroyed the void within 1,000,000 miles. In the next moment, Lin Xian turned around again and fought with Lu Mu. The battle between the three was earth-shattering. The half-saints who were watching from afar were dumbfounded. This time, they directly witnessed Lin Xian's strength. Now, no one dared to doubt Lin Xian's name anymore. Yan Nantian and Lu Mu also looked serious. The two of them joined forces but could not defeat their opponent. Damn it, are you forcing me to use my trump card? Yan Nantian roared and a shadow rushed out of his body. It turned into a black light and charged directly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils shrank and he felt a touch of fear. He waved his hand and cast out the fragments of the Law of Earth to form a shield around him. However, in the next moment, the law shield he unleashed was actually cleaved apart. The black light blasted on his body and sent him flying. He retreated hundreds of thousands of miles in a row before he stopped and a crack appeared on his body. But soon it healed. His eyes became sharp. This is interesting. This is the successor of a great emperor. Lin Xian stood up and all kinds of law fragments jumped on his body. At this moment, he was like a peerless god of war. The dragon sword's soul in his body kept roaring. He charged over again and fought with Yan Nantian. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the two exchanged more than 3,000 blows. Yan Nantian was sent flying and the black light was also sent into the sky. Yan Nantian vomited blood and his body was broken. He was almost cut in half. His black hair fluttered and he roared crazily. On the other side, Lu Mu also looked serious, but he did not make a move. Lin Wudi, very good, I will remember you. You are very strong, but I am afraid you can't determine the winner in a short time. But don't worry, we will have a chance to fight sooner or later. When the time comes, it will not be like today. I will definitely determine the winner. Lu Mu's voice was sonorous. In the next moment, he soared into the sky and turned to leave. With a wave of his hand, he took his junior sister away. The two turned into flowing light and completely disappeared into the sky. He left. Lu Mu left. The half-saints in the distance were stunned. That was Lu Mu, a famous figure on the starry sky ancient path. But now he was forced to leave by a newcomer. It was unbelievable. Chapter 32:25. Kid, I really underestimated you. I will remember today's grudge. One day, I will return it. Yan Nantian also soared into the sky. He did not continue to fight. At this moment, Lin Xian's aura was too domineering. No way, Yan Nantian also left. This Lin Wudi actually forced Yan Nantian and Lu Mu away by himself. Those half-saints in the distance almost fainted from fright. I'll accompany you anytime. Lin Xian snorted coldly, his voice sonorous. Through this battle, Lin Xian had a clear understanding of his strength. He was indeed very strong. He was much stronger than before. Previously, he could fight against Yan Nantian alone. However, it was impossible to add another Lu Mu to the list. But now, he was not at a disadvantage at all in a one-on-two battle. And the more he fought, the braver he became. Buzz. He took a step forward and instantly arrived above the falling abyss. He sat down cross-legged and began to organize and consolidate his realm. The surrounding half-saints all retreated far away, not daring to breathe. The people of the White Crane clan were facing a great enemy. Even many half-saints retreated. They really did not dare to stay here any longer. If Lin Xian attacked, they would probably end up very badly. Lin Xian ignored the White Crane clan. He closed his eyes and cultivated, waiting for the dark red divine dragon. After a few days, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He was here. He stood up. As expected, a roar came from below. Ha, I am back. The dark red divine dragon appeared, and the name on the abyss stone tablet also appeared again. One more person was added to the purple ranking. The dark red divine dragon was ranked 8th, once again pushing Lu Mu down. Kid, I need to comprehend again. The dark red divine dragon entered the black earth. Lin Xian nodded. The next moment, he looked into the distance. It was time to leave the falling abyss. Buzz. He turned into a wisp of sword light, cut open the sky, and disappeared on the spot. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon left the falling abyss, but they did not immediately leave the falling star. Descending upon a city near the fallen abyss, Lin Xian entered Ling Dong Pavilion. It was a very famous place in the city. The people who came and went here were all top experts. There were even half-saints. This was because the spirit tea here was very famous. It was a type of tea taken from the fallen abyss, called the fallen spirit tea. It was said that after drinking it, one would experience the feeling of one's soul falling. It could strengthen one's soul. It could be said that it was very precious. At this moment, 3 silhouettes sat within the spirit tea. Their powerful auras caused the hearts of the surrounding people to pound. Boss, what should we do? Should I go back and take the test? If you want to die, I won't stop you. Boss Yu Heng snorted coldly. These 3 people were precisely Yu Heng and his 2 brothers. When they saw Lin Xian obtain first place in the purple ranking, they immediately fled. What kind of joke was this? They didn't dare to go against such an expert. So at this moment, when he heard Yu Heng's 3rd brother's words, he instantly denied it. If these people wanted to throw their lives away, he would not go. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, footsteps came from the stairs. Then a figure walked up. Boss Yu Heng's eyes almost popped out when he saw the figure. Beside him, 2nd and 3rd brothers trembled and almost peed in their pants. It's him. Damn it, why is he here? Could it be that he's here to kill us? Yu Heng and his 2 brothers felt a chill in their hearts. Lin Xian had just left the fallen abyss. The news of him falling into the abyss hadn't spread yet. So the experts in the Ling Dong Pavilion didn't recognize him. However, Yu Heng and his 2 brothers knew him. This was an extremely terrifying existence. So Yu Heng and his 2 brothers instantly stood up, trembling. Lin Xian was slightly taken aback and glanced at them. He didn't expect to meet these 3 guys here. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, Yu Heng's 2nd and 3rd brothers almost fainted from fright. Boss Yu Heng tried his best to control himself. He decisively walked up and bowed. Greetings, young Master Lin. We were reckless and offended, young Master Lin. Please punish us. We definitely won't fight back. Yu Heng's 2nd and 3rd brothers also walked over and stood respectfully to the side. How could they fight back? Even if the 3 of them worked together, they probably wouldn't be able to block a single attack from the other party. The surrounding cultivators were all stunned. What was going on? Who was this young man? They were very curious about Lin Xian's identity. The powerful aura emitted by Yu Heng and his 2 brothers shocked these people. Obviously, these 3 were experts. But at this moment, they were so respectful to this young man. Could it be that this young man was an old monster that had lived for thousands of years? All right, I'll let you off this time. Lin Xian said lightly. These 3 Yu Heng brothers were really unable to arouse his interest. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Yu Heng and his 2 brothers let out a sigh of relief. In the next moment, Yu Heng's eldest brother raised his head and put on a smile. Young Master Lin came to the Ling Dong Pavilion to taste the spirit tea, right? I know the Ling Dong Pavilion very well. Let me introduce you. The 3 hurriedly invited Lin Xian to the seat of honor. The 3 brothers sat in the best position on the 3rd floor. As soon as they sat down, the surrounding formation formed a light screen, enveloping them. The people outside couldn't see it all. They could only feel a trace of terrifying aura coming from inside. At the same time, a group of people walked into the hall on the 1st floor of the Ling Dong Pavilion. This group of people was outstanding, and the aura of a few young people was even more powerful. As soon as they appeared, the cultivators in the hall exclaimed, "Half-saints!" Half-saints had arrived. Although most of these people had unfamiliar faces and they didn't know them, but there was one person that they were very familiar with. Mo Li, the Prince of the Abyss Kingdom. The Abyss Kingdom was a very powerful kingdom in the Fallen Star. Therefore, as an outstanding Prince of the Abyss Kingdom, Mo Li was very famous in the Fallen Star. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the entire Ling Dong Pavilion. The master of the Ling Dong Pavilion even came to greet him personally. Greetings to Prince Emoli. The people around were even more shocked. They knew Prince Emoli, but who were these people around Prince Emoli? It seemed that their aura was no weaker than Prince Emoli's. Even Prince Emoli had to curry favor with these people. But they had never seen these people before. Could it be that they were geniuses from outside the domain? Thinking of this, they were extremely shocked. Recently, a large number of geniuses from outside the domain had come to the fallen star to go to the fallen abyss. This was no longer a secret. It seemed that these people were also preparing to go to the fallen abyss. As expected, Emoli said in a deep voice, "These are my distinguished guests. Quickly prepare the best seats for me." What? The master of the Ling Dong Pavilion was stunned. What, you don't want to? Chapter 32-26. The leader of the spiritual movement pavilion quickly shook his head. Although he had a powerful force behind him, he did not want to go against Prince Emoli. He quickly explained. It was not that he did not want to, but someone had already taken the best seat. These three people are of noble status, so I can't do anything to them. I hope Prince Emoli can forgive me. Prince Emoli snorted. Who dares to take the seat in front of me? I want to see. He ignored the leader of the spiritual movement pavilion and turned around to speak to the young people behind him. Everyone, I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. But don't worry, I'll go up and take care of them. Prince Emoli waved his hand and took a few experts with him as he walked forward. The young people also showed a joking expression. Oh, there's a good show to watch. Well, let's go and see. They also walked up. In an instant, these people gathered on the third floor of the spiritual movement pavilion. With the arrival of Prince Emoli and the others, everyone on the third floor of the spiritual movement pavilion raised their heads. In the next moment, their faces changed. Who are these people? What a strong aura. There were several half-saints in heaven. That was Prince Emoli. Many people exclaimed. They all knew about Prince Emoli. Why was he here? And he looked aggressive. Who dared to provoke Prince Emoli? After Prince Emoli brought his people up, he stared at the best seat in the distance. In the next moment, his voice turned into terrifying energy and drilled into the array in front of him. Get out of there. This scene caused the surrounding martial artists to be extremely shocked. They knew that the three people who had entered the seats of honor earlier were all half-saints. It seemed that something big was going to happen. As expected, in the array, Lin Xian frowned. The three brothers were stunned and then their faces darkened. Damn it, who dared to disturb them? Who dared to ask them to get out? Young Master Lin, please wait. I'll go and see who it is. The third brother of Yu Heng stood up. Who was it? Did he want to die? The third brother of Yu Heng came out and shouted coldly. But soon he was stunned, because he saw a group of people standing in front of him. A group of extremely powerful people. He was very familiar with the leader. The next moment he exclaimed, Prince Emoli. Big brother, this is bad. Prince Emoli has brought people here. Yu Heng's third brother hurriedly transmitted his voice. After Boss Yu Heng heard this, his expression also changed. With a wave of his hand, the formation was removed, and the first and second Yu Heng walked out. They looked ahead with solemn expressions. It was indeed Prince Emoli. The atmosphere on the third floor was extremely tense. Only Lin Xian was still sitting there quietly, calmly sipping his tea. It turned out to be Prince Emoli. What business does your highness have with us? Boss Yu Heng cupped his fists and said, Who are you people? Prince demonically frowned. He could also feel that the three people before him were half-saints. From the looks of it, the other party's background should not be small. We are the three Yu Heng brothers. What? The three Yu Heng brothers? As soon as he said this, many people around him exclaimed in surprise. Yu Heng and his brothers, could it be the three of them? Heaven, they were extremely powerful. On the Abyss Stone tablet, they were ranked in the top 20. When the three of them joined forces, they were extremely terrifying. Obviously, everyone had heard of the three Yu Heng brothers. This made the three Yu Heng brothers very proud. In their opinion, so what if the other party was Prince Emoli? they would definitely give them face. Prince Emoli squinted his eyes. The three Yuheng brothers? But soon he snorted coldly. If it was just him, he would definitely rope in the three Yuheng brothers. But now he did not need to do so, because the people he brought this time were even more powerful than the three Yuheng brothers. Behind Prince Emoli, a disdainful voice sounded. I was wondering who it was. So it's just the three Yuheng brothers. You three trash dare to be arrogant in front of me? As soon as this was said, everyone's expression changed. Someone dared to not give face to the three Yuheng brothers? This was simply too shocking. It should be known that Prince Emoli would try his best to rope in the three Yuheng brothers. One could imagine how terrifying the three Yuheng brothers were. Moreover, when the three brothers joined forces, they would definitely be terrifying. Ordinary people would not be enemies with the three brothers. Hearing this, the three Yuheng brothers were immediately enraged. Who dared to call the three of them trash? The third Yuheng brother roared. Beside him, a snow rain blew. The snow rain drifted, and the temperature of the entire third floor dropped rapidly. The law of ice fragment. Everyone was horrified. They all retreated to the side. If I say you're trash, you're trash. What, you're not convinced? On Prince Emoli's side, a figure walked out. Heavenly Water Ant, it's actually you. The third Yuheng brother screamed as if he had seen a ghost. The first and second Yuheng brother's expression also changed. Since you know who I am, why don't you hurry up and get lost? The man who walked out was wearing a blue robe. On his cheeks, there were silver-white scales flashing. The expressions of the surrounding experts also changed. Heavenly Water Ant, could it be that he was the first on the Abyss leaderboard? These people were all stunned. One should know that although the Yuheng brothers were powerful, the three of them could fight the top 10 on the orange list. However, they were only around the 10th place. But now, the person who walked out was the first on the orange list. The opponent's strength was much stronger than the three Yuheng brothers. He was very close to the purple list. Therefore, in the eyes of everyone, the Yuheng brothers were completely defeated this time. The people on Prince Emoli's side also sneered, looking like they were watching a show. Heavenly Water Ant stood up and said proudly, "Now kneel down and kowtow to me 10 times. If I'm in a good mood, I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll let you taste the feeling of 1,000 poisons biting your heart." As expected of Heavenly Water Ant, he was domineering. Yes, the three Yuheng brothers were definitely dead. Who asked them to be so reckless as to offend Prince Emoli? He had not expected Prince Emoli to bring the Sky Water Ant this time. He guessed that the people around him were all top talents. To be honest, the three Yuheng brothers were also very nervous. They did not expect Prince Emoli to invite Heavenly Water Ant. They had really kicked a metal plate. But this time, the three of them were not too afraid. They even sneered. There were people on the other side. Behind them, there was also a terrifying existence. And this existence would probably make Heavenly Water Ant kneel on the ground. Yuheng's boss walked out and said coldly as he looked ahead, "So you belong to the biased one. What business do you have here? If there's nothing, hurry up and leave. Don't disturb our young Master Lin's tea." Chapter 32:27. Heavens, they could not believe their ears. What was Boss Yuheng doing? Boss Yuheng dared to challenge Sky Water Ant. Did he still want to live? As expected, Sky Water Ant's face darkened, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. Beside him, countless fragments of the Law of Water appeared. Have you three brothers lost your minds recently? You actually dare to challenge me? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Sky Water Ant took a step forward, and the entire space turned into a sea. Sky Water Ant, don't be arrogant. Yuheng and his brothers froze. They quickly activated their law fragments to resist. At the same time, Boss Yuheng roared. Do you think you're arrogant? Let me give you a word of advice. Leave quickly. Young Master Lin is standing behind me. He's not someone you can offend. Leave quickly and you can live. Otherwise, you'll end up in a terrible state. Yuheng's second and third brothers roared as well. You want me to leave? I'll end up in a terrible state? When Sky Water Ant heard that, he roared with laughter. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. If it were Long Tianzhao or Di Ling who said that, I'd turn and leave. I'd even apologize. But who do you think you are? Someone like him dares to say such words to me? Sky Water Ant was disdainful. When he entered, he had already observed Lin Xian. He did not know Lin Xian. Moreover, he did not sense any terrifying aura from Lin Xian. He was already number one with an orange name. As long as someone with a purple name did not appear, he would not be afraid. He would not be afraid of a powerful martial artist like the demonic Li Prince. Who did he think he was? How dare he show off in front of him? Boss Yuheng sneered. Sky Water Ant, since you're courting death, don't blame me. Listen carefully. At this point, his voice suddenly became loud and clear, spreading in all directions. Young Master Lin behind me is number one with a purple name on the Abyss leaderboard. Sky Water Ant, hurry up and kneel, kowtow, and admit your mistake. His voice rumbled like thunder. The surrounding people were all stunned. What? Number one with a purple name on the Abyss leaderboard? Heavens, how was that possible? When the Sky Water Ant heard this, he laughed heartily. I say, you three trash's heads are really stuck in a door. The purple one is ranked first, but it's an imperial mausoleum. Who is this kid? Why have I never heard of him? He laughed until tears came out of his eyes. Initially, he thought that the other party was a formidable genius. Who would have thought that the other party was actually a swindler? These three Yuheng brothers are really idiots. The first place on the Abyss rankings had been maintained for over 100 years, and it had always been Di Ling. When had it ever changed? Are we idiots? I think you're the idiot. Yuheng's second brother also sneered. How many years ago was that information of yours? Our young Master Lin just obtained first place. It was on par with the Imperial Mausoleum. I advise you to apologize quickly. What? First place? It was on par with the Imperial Mausoleum. Someone like him dares to claim to be number one? The Sky Water Ant sneered. He took a step forward, and the endless sea turned into huge waves that surged forward. The terrifying fragments of the law of water rushed over. The faces of the Yuheng brothers changed as they roared madly. However, in the next moment, they were sent flying. So valiant! This heavenly water ant was too terrifying. Just its aura alone was enough to make them unable to resist. Was this the orange name number one? It was really too powerful. The Yuheng brothers were shocked. The surrounding people were even more horrified. It seemed that this time, the person who offended the Sky Water Ant was really dead. The Yuheng brothers' faces were ugly. They could not beat the Sky Water Ant at all. They could only look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was calm. The terrifying wave attack just now did not cause any harm to him at all. He slowly put down the glass teacup. Then he raised his head and looked to the front left. The Law of Water Fragment? Sky Water Ant, orange name number one. Lin Xian said 3 titles in a row. The power was not bad, but that was all. I have no interest in fighting with you. Leave quickly. Lin Xian waved his hand. You're really courting death. Do you really think you're number one on the purple name? How dare you say such words to me? A piercing light burst out from the Sky Water Ant's eyes. The surrounding Sky Prides and Prince Mo Li also sneered. Those who dared to offend the Sky Water Ant would definitely end up in a miserable state. The Sky Water Ant was enraged. His palm pushed out horizontally. Suddenly, the terrifying law of water fragments intertwined, dyeing the entire void blue. The monstrous ocean and violent waves shattered the void, instantly enveloping Lin Xian. Die for me! Ocean bind! This attack was very terrifying. Even if a half-saint was enveloped by it, he would be ground into a bloody mist by the strangling power of the ocean. Lin Xian felt the terrifying law of water fragments forming a strangling power, trying to crush his body. However, his body wasn't so easily broken. The law of water fragments hit his body, making clanging sounds. It was like a million bolts of lightning. However, Lin Xian sat there, letting the other party hit him like this. He did not move at all. When the ocean disappeared, the surrounding people were stunned. The Sky Water Ant's pupils also shrank. How could he not be injured? He felt like he was dreaming. His opponent should have been turned into a bloody mist. Why was he not injured at all? What kind of body did that damn kid have? Was he still human? Prince Mo Li and the others also changed their expressions. If his opponent was not wearing any top-tier armor, then his body was too terrifying. Good kid, you do have some skills. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant and go against me. However, do you think that your body is strong enough to withstand my law of water? You are too naive. Water demon pressure, explode. As the sky water ant roared, the void above Lin Xian kept shattering, forming a terrifying black hole. Endless fragments of the law of water formed 9,999 waves that came crashing down from the sky. The pressure was too strong. The surrounding people all vomited blood and flew backward, their faces full of fear. Even the bodies of Yu Hang and his brothers trembled as they retreated to the side. Under the water pressure, they could not resist at all. Even their souls would be crushed. Ah, let's see how you die this time. The sky water ant's lips curled into a cold smile. This time, he did not believe that Lin Xian could withstand it. Facing the 9,999 terrifying waves, Lin Xian's 9 sons' divine body blossomed with an unparalleled radiance to contend against them. In the next moment, he looked up. Golden runes flashed in his eyes, turning into golden law fragments, forming a golden sword light that shot upward. The sword rippled, and the surrounding void was completely golden. Everyone trembled as if they had been pierced by the sword. Chapter 32:28. 9,999 terrifying waves were split open by the sword. A terrifying crack appeared in the middle and could not be healed at all. What? It was split open. Prince Mo Li and the others were shocked. Sky Water Ant's pupils shrank. This was impossible. He screamed like a madman. On the other side, Lin Xian stood up. As he stood up, the golden sword light on his body filled the 9 heavens and 10 lands. All the waves in the void were pierced through and obliterated by the sword chi. You want to fight me? Are you sure? Lin Xian asked coldly. His words transformed into tens of thousands of golden sword lights that pressed down on the void, causing Prince Mo Li and the others to tremble. The sky water ant's face turned pale. Just the terrifying power in the voice caused the blood in his body to churn. Damn it. Who is this person? Why have I never heard of such a terrifying young expert? Who the hell are you? Sky Water Ant asked in a low voice. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. I am Lin Wudi. Yu Hang and his brothers shouted excitedly from afar. Ha, Sky Water Ant, I told you that Mr. Lin is the new #1 on the Abyss board. How dare you challenge me? You are overestimating yourself. Lin Wudi, the new #1 on the Abyss board. Everyone was shocked. They did not believe it before and thought it was a joke. But now they had to believe it. Sky Water Ant was terrifying. He was the #1 on the orange rank. But now he was suppressed by Lin Xian's aura and could not fight back. Only the #1 on the purple rank could do such a thing. So it's Mr. Lin. Please forgive me for my mistake. Sky Water Ant clenched his fist and said. Although he was unwilling, he did not dare to fight again. The aura that Lin Xian gave off was too strong. Lin Xian nodded slightly and put away the golden sword light that filled the sky. He sat down again and poured himself a cup. Yu Hang and his brothers heaved a sigh of relief and walked over. They looked around with pride in their eyes. Prince Mo Li also walked out. So it's Mr. Lin. Sorry for the disrespect. I wonder if young Master Lin would do me the honor of entertaining you. Prince Mo Li wanted to rope Lin Xian in. After all, Lin Xian was the first on the purple ranking. They were very strong, far surpassing the heavenly water ant and the others. If he could win over the Fallen Kingdom, then he would undoubtedly become the crown prince of the Fallen Kingdom. Furthermore, he would become the next emperor. Not interested. Lin Xian said indifferently. Hearing this, Prince Mo Li frowned. At this moment, a man in a black robe beside him snorted. Brat, you really refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The imperial prince gave you face, And you actually dared to refuse? Did he really think that he could strut around just because he was number 1 on the leaderboard? He was really courting death. Don't forget, this is the place where you feel most at ease. This man was a general under Prince Emoli. He had reached the half-saint level and was very powerful. Moreover, he cultivated the law of darkness. Although he did not take part in the Abyss test, he was very confident in himself. Previously, he was somewhat disdainful of the heavenly water ant and the others. In his opinion, as long as the Imperial Prince was willing, these people would all come over. They would submit to the Imperial Prince. But now, the Imperial Prince had extended an invitation, and the other party dared to refuse. This made him feel incomparably furious. Not good. Hearing this, the heavenly water ant's expression changed. Prince Emoli raised his eyebrows and was about to stop him. In the next moment, they were stunned. Because Lin Xian snorted. Noisy. With a wave of his hand, a flaming palm surged over and instantly hit the black-robed man, sending him flying. Smash. A clear sound was heard. The black-robed man's face was smashed. Get lost. Lin Xian said coldly. This scene was too sudden. The surrounding people were all stunned. Even the Yu Hengshan brothers were stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so decisive, daring to hit the people around Prince Emoli. I'm going to kill you. The black-robed man flew over. Black law fragments appeared on his body and a terrifying aura surged out. The surrounding light dimmed as if it was going to turn into night. Blackwater. Prince Emoli reached out and stopped the other party. He then turned around and stared at Lin Xian. You dared to hit my people. That's a little too overbearing. It seemed that Prince Emoli was also angry. The people around him were trembling in fear. Lin Xian shook the teacup in his hand and said indifferently, Your people? Then control them well. Don't let them shout in front of me. Because you are not qualified. Arrogant. Everyone's scalp went numb. They already thought that Prince Emoli was arrogant enough, but they did not expect Lin Xian to be even more arrogant than them. Not qualified? He dared to say that Prince Emoli and the others were not qualified. How arrogant was that? Good. Hearing such arrogant words, Prince Emoli was so angry that he laughed. I'm not qualified? How many years has it been since someone dared to talk to me like that? Previously, I respected you as a prodigy and thought that you were a promising talent. That was why I invited you. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me. Blackwater, you can do it now. The black-robed man roared and rushed over. In the next moment, the entire third floor was plunged into complete darkness. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. Everyone seemed to have been robbed of their vision and soul senses. Law of darkness. Countless people screamed in horror and hid in the corner, not daring to show their faces. Yu Heng and his brothers were also shocked. They quickly defended and at the same time, they quickly retreated. They couldn't withstand this energy at all. Lin Xian snorted. Law of darkness? Did they really think that they could rob all light? Today, I'll tell you that there are strong and weak laws too. Lin Xian's voice sounded. In the next moment, fragments of law of fire appeared on the surface of his body and burned fiercely. 9 Yang divine body exploded with unparalleled light. Suddenly, like a flame in the darkness, it appeared instantly. At this moment, everyone saw it, and they were incomparably shocked. Heaven could actually soar with flames. This person's law of fire was so powerful. Extinguish. In the void, a cold voice sounded. The law of darkness quickly swallowed the flames. However, he could not do it at all. The flames, from the beginning, became stronger and stronger. Finally, like a sea of fire, it began to spread in all directions. The darkness faded. A figure appeared in midair. He stopped there with an awkward expression and his eyes were filled with shock. He was the black-robed man. At this moment, the black-robed man had already flown behind Lin Xian and was ready to attack. However, before he could make a move, his law of darkness had already been broken. Sneak attack me? Lin Xian turned his head, his eyes bursting with a cold light. He clenched his fist and punched out. With a whoosh, at this moment, Lin Xian became the god of fire. The violent fist turned into a fire dragon that spread out and pierced through the 9 heavens. Boom! Chapter 32:29. Ah! He screamed and ran back to Prince Mo Li's side to reassemble his body. His face was incomparably pale, and his eyes were filled with intense fear. Get lost, Lin Xian said again. Kid, you're too arrogant. Prince Mo Li was trembling with anger. Yi Futian was in his territory and he asked him to get lost. If this got out, how could he survive in the future? How could he fight for the position of crown prince? Everyone, please lend me a helping hand. Prince Mo Li turned around and bowed to the young geniuses behind him. What? The geniuses behind him were stunned. They were here to help Prince Mo Li, but they did not expect Prince Mo Li to ask them to fight against the number 1 on the Abyss leaderboard. They hesitated. Don't worry, I have experts on my side. As he spoke, 2 elders walked out from beside him. At the same time, he continued, although this person is strong, I'm sure he can't be number 1 on the leaderboard. Perhaps he's just a purple name and came out to show off his power. Can't we take him down if we work together? Don't worry, as long as we take him down, I'll double the conditions I promised you before. Really? The genius's pupils shrank. Double the amount. This was simply too generous. They did not agree to help Prince Mo Li unconditionally. They must have agreed on the conditions. However, if the conditions were doubled, even they would not be able to refuse. Alright. Sky Water Ant gritted his teeth and nodded. The other geniuses around him nodded as well. Alright, let's work together. I'd like to see how strong this kid is. Several geniuses stood out. At the same time, 2 other elders also stood out. There were 7 of them. 7 half-saints facing Lin Xian together. The people around them were going crazy. Oh my god, this lineup is too strong. Can he really take it? Even the number 1 on the Abyss leaderboard might not be able to take it. After all, there are 7 half-saints. Every one of them is terrifying. Now that they're working together, they're definitely strong. Master, be careful. Yu Hang and his brothers also walked up. They looked very nervous. 7 half-saints. Every one of them is stronger than them. Even if one of them attacked, the 3 brothers would have to fight with all their might. Such a lineup was simply too terrifying. Therefore, they began to worry about Lin Xian. Young master, if the 3 of us work together, we can hold back one of them. No, at most, we can fight against 2. As for the remaining 5. Before boss could finish speaking, Lin Xian waved his hand. No need, you guys can just stand aside and watch. What? After a while, the boss was stunned. The 2 brothers beside him were also stunned. What was the meaning of this? From the looks of it, he seemed to want to take on 7 half-saints alone. Thinking of this possibility, the 3 brothers sucked in a breath of cold air. Heavens, isn't this too unbelievable? Lin Xian walked out, looked to the front, and said coldly, do the 7 of you really want to fight me? Kid, if you apologize obediently now, we can still give you a way out. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. An elder said coldly. He was also one of Mo Li's men. Bow his head and apologize? I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to do so, right? Lin Xian shook his head in disdain. Show me what you've got. This kid, does he really want to fight? Those were 7 half-saints after all. The surrounding people were all stunned. The half-saints on the opposite side were also angry, and then their faces darkened. Their eyes were filled with monstrous anger. How dare he look down on them? Good kid, you're really arrogant. However, I wonder if you have the ability to be arrogant? He Yuan sneered. He first used the law of darkness. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and one couldn't see his fingers in front of him. At the same time, the 7 half-saints on the opposite side quickly rushed over. It's over. That kid is really dead this time. This was the thought in everyone's mind. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Monstrous light rushed out of his body, and he instantly broke the law of darkness. At this time, the 7 half-saints were still in front of him and firmly surrounded him. Sword of Darkness. In He Yuan's hand, the law of darkness condensed into a pitch-black demonic sword, emitting a cold aura. The sword pierced toward Lin Xian's head. Buzz. On the other side, a blue rod pressed down from the sky like a mountain. The void was instantly blasted apart. Terrifying law fragments danced in the air. The one who attacked was the sky water ant. At this moment, he no longer had a handsome appearance, but was incomparably ferocious. His body was much larger than before. Countless silver-white scales appeared on his body. He was one of the 10,000 ancient races, the descendant of the ancient heavenly horned ant. The ancient heavenly horned ant had great strength and boundless strength. The sky water ant inherited this bloodline, so its strength was extremely terrifying. In addition, what he comprehended was the law of water. With a monstrous aura, he instantly destroyed everything. Everyone felt that their bodies were about to collapse. The other 5 half-saints also attacked crazily. Each of them was extremely terrifying. It's over. The Yu Heng brothers and the others trembled. If they faced such an attack, they would probably be instantly turned into ashes. Lin Xian faced the 7 half-saints' terrifying attacks and shouted angrily. Immediately, his palm danced, and the power of annihilation formed a vortex around him. Immediately, all of the attacks rapidly collapsed under the law of annihilation. To actually be able to neutralize our attacks, we really underestimated you. But so what? This time, the 7 of us joined hands. Can you neutralize it? An old man sneered. It was indeed so. Although the 7 people's attacks were dim, it was impossible to shatter them. Especially the sky water ant's attack, it was not affected much. Lin Xian snorted coldly and urged the law of annihilation again, finally destroying 2 people's attacks. However, although the other 5 people's attacks were dim, they still shattered the law of annihilation fragments. Ha kid, let's see what ability you have this time. Go to hell for me. These people were ferocious. Lin Xian was not afraid. With a wave of his palm, the boundless waves surged out again. The boundless sea instantly formed a soft power, making these people's attacks seem to have entered a swamp, being blocked again. The law of water. The sky water ant's pupils constricted. The other party actually also knew the law of water. This kid actually grasped 2 types of laws. This really surprised them. The sky water ant's expression was solemn. He remembered that the other party should also know a type of golden law. Previously, it was that golden law that split his attack apart with a sword. Heavens, could it be that he knows 3 types of laws? Thinking of this, his expression turned cold. Today, he might be able to take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of this guy. The power of Lin Xian's law was beyond their imagination. The law of water fragment broke the 3 people's attacks again. In the end, there were only 3 people left. They were He Yuan, the sky water ant, and the old man. The 3 of them rushed through the sea and charged towards Lin Xian. Chapter 3230. Lin Xian was extremely calm as he looked at the 3 people charging at him. Did he not have any more supernatural powers? What a joke! A beam of golden sword chi shot out from his left hand and slashed at Sky Water Ant. His right hand turned into a sun and blasted at He Yuan. As for the black-robed elder, he did not care at all. Boom! The next moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The sword of golden rule tore Sky Water Ant's attack apart. Not only that, Sky Water Ant's arms were cut apart again. He spat out blood and flew backward. He Yuan did not have it easy either. The golden fist bloomed with unparalleled flames like a real sun. He was still bleeding, and the precepts in his body were almost ignited. He let out a miserable cry and flew out as well. Seeing this, the people in the distance were shocked. Prince Emoli held his breath. Because they still had one more person. That was indeed the case. The last black-robed old man smiled coldly. Great, he was too careless. Although he had defeated 2 half-saints, he still had him. His attack could definitely cause serious injuries to him. If he was lucky, he could even kill him in one move. Clang. The supernatural power in his hand blasted at Lin Xian, and an unparalleled light burst out. The The surrounding space began to shatter rapidly. Huge cracks began to appear one after another. Hee, you're dead now. The black-robed elder laughed maliciously. But soon his smile froze. How could this be? You're not dead? He was stunned. In the sky full of energy, Lin Xian turned his head and stared at him with cold eyes. Oh no, he was not injured. His physique was way too strong. What kind of body was this? The black-robed elder was scared out of his wits. He turned and tried to escape. He screamed as his body was split in half. A sword of golden rule descended from the sky and cut through the void. At the same time, it split the black-robed elder. The black-robed patriarch screamed in agony. The law fragments on his body flashed rapidly as he tried to reassemble his body. Lin Xian harumphed coldly. With a swing of his golden sword, the fragments of the rules of metal transformed into a golden lotus encapsulating the old man's figure once again. He executed the heavenly secret divine eyes, and his golden pupils combined with the law of fire fragment to execute the soul-burning secret technique. It ignited the soul of the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man screamed like a madman as he was instantly killed. What? A half-saint was mercilessly slaughtered just like that? Those people were all stunned. They did not dare to believe what was happening before their eyes. Especially Prince Mo Li and the others. Their bodies trembled and they almost knelt on the ground. That was way too powerful. The 7 half-saints attacked, but they were unable to do anything to him. Instead, they were injured by him. He had even killed a half-saint. This kind of battle record was really unimaginable. After killing the black-robed old man, Lin Xian turned his head and looked at Sky Water Ant, He Yuan, and the others. Instantly, the 6 half-saints trembled. Sky Water Ant and He Yuan's scalps were about to explode. Their eyes were filled with endless fear. Too powerful. Damn it, could it be that he was really ranked first? At this moment, they no longer dared to have any doubts. That kind of strength was absolutely terrifying. Now, they should think about how to save their own lives. Seeing Lin Xian's aura getting stronger and stronger, as if he had no intention of stopping, he quickly screamed. Stop fighting. Boom. Lin Xian ignored him. He took a step forward and his palm, accompanied by a terrifying law, blasted out. This punch was extremely heavy. It was as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down from the sky. The fragment of the law of earth rushed over with a terrifying fist. Stop fighting? What a joke. These people wanted to kill him. Now that they could not defeat him, they stopped fighting? There was no such logic in the world. Boom. Lin Xian's punch was extremely powerful. Opposite him, He Yuan, Sky Water Ant, and the others felt their scalps tingle. They quickly dodged, but the area covered by the fist was simply too wide. They could not dodge it. Not to mention them, even Prince Mo Li was within the attack range of this punch. Sea God Shield. Sky Water Ant roared crazily. Endless law of water formed a dense light shield around him. It was as if 100,000 waves were supporting him. He Yuan also blended into the darkness, as if he had turned into a black cloud. The other half-saints also quickly defended. Even Prince Mo Li huffed coldly. Gray demonic runes appeared on his body. Boom. After this attack, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The void cracked. The entire spiritual movement pavilion was shaking non-stop. The formation in the surroundings flickered as if it was about to break apart. It was too terrifying. If not for the protection of the spiritual movement pavilion's top array, this attack would have turned it into ashes. After this attack, the half-saint's blood boiled. Their faces paled. His expression was grave. This attack was too powerful. It was as if a star was pressing down on them. Even their bones were split open. Boom. After one punch, another. Lin Xian used the law of earth. It became heavier and heavier. It was as if it really carried the world of stars to fight against his opponent. Hazy mountains appeared in the sky. One after another, they were tens of thousands of feet tall. This divine ability scared these people so much that they couldn't stop screaming. Stop. We admit defeat. Stop fighting. Sky Water Ant also screamed. Many of his bones had been broken. Prince Emoli roared. Hurry up and attack. I'm the Prince of Fallen Country. If you kill me, I won't let you leave Fallen Star. As soon as Prince Emoli finished speaking, a blue thunder fell from the sky among the countless mountain shadows. It turned into a sword shadow and split open Prince Emoli's body. Prince Emoli's soul screamed. He regrouped with his body and quickly retreated. The surrounding half-saints surrounded Prince Emoli to protect him. At the same time, they were terrified. How could Lin Xian split the prince with one move under the protection of so many half-saints? This was too powerful. I was wrong before. Please forgive me. Sky Water Ant didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. He quickly apologized. Beside him, He Yuan still wanted to resist, but the next moment, he was punched again. He also quickly begged for mercy. Lord Lin, I was wrong. I apologize. The surrounding half-saints all apologized. For a moment, no one dared to fight against Lin Xian. Lin Xian retracted his fist, but the law of earth fragments were still circling in the sky. Thousands of mountains pressed down on the sky, making it hard for everyone to breathe. He looked ahead and said coldly, "Is an apology enough? I can take your lives, but you have to break your own arms and pierce your own hearts with a martial sword." This was a punishment usually used by the large sects of the sacred lands to punish disciples who broke the rules. Now, Lin Xian wanted to use this punishment on Sky Water Ant, He Yuan, and the others. Hearing this, Sky Water Ant, He Yuan, and the others' expressions turned ugly. If they did that, wouldn't they admit that they were juniors to Lin Xian? Chapter 32-31. You don't want to? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, the law of earth pressed down from the sky. Fragments of the law of fire circled around him, and a light sword of the law of gold flowed between his palms. Lin Xian's actions made Sky Water Ant, He Yuan, and the others feel their scalps tingle. They knew that if they did not act, they would end up in a miserable state. So in the next moment, these people gritted their teeth and roared. The light of the law cut off their arms. Then it formed a light sword and pierced their hearts. Half-Saint Snow fell, and the scene was shocking. The experts who were watching the battle were all stunned. Heavens, did these people really bow their heads? Several half-saints were stunned. Such a cruel punishment, yet they bowed their heads to Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked away from these people, and then at Prince Emoli and the others. He said coldly, "What about you?" Prince Emoli's face darkened. Damn it, did Ji Futian want him to use the same punishment? How could he bow his head to others? After all, he was the prince of the fallen country. Kid, you're too arrogant. You want me to bow my head to you? You're overestimating yourself. I had some trump cards that I didn't want to use. But since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Elder Huiyu, come out. As Prince Emoli's voice fell, the void behind him shattered, and a figure walked out. It was an elder with a pair of gray wings on his back. He emitted a terrible and overwhelming aura. He took a step forward, and the entire world began to shake. Everyone was shocked. He Yuan, Sky Water Ant, and the others' pupils shrank. A half-saint, and an extremely powerful one at that. Was this a protector? They were stunned. They did not expect Prince Emoli to have a protector. Elder Huiyu walked out. He looked at Lin Xian with a grave expression. The reason for that was because he was able to sense a terrifying power from Lin Xian. He was an expert. We can't fight here. Why don't we fight outside? Elder Huiyu said coldly. But Lin Xian walked out. The two walked out of the spiritual movement pavilion. Elder Huiyu laughed and informed the city lord to open the ancient battle platform. His voice reverberated throughout the city. Instantly, everyone was stunned. What? The ancient battle platform. Someone's going to open the ancient battle platform? Heavens, who wants to fight to the death? The ancient battle platform, he said. Are they crazy? He Yuan, Sky Water Ant, and the others were also extremely shocked. The Yu Heng brothers were extremely nervous. Prince Emoli smirked coldly. He was confident in his protector. Within the city, The ground trembled and the array formation rumbled. An ancient battle platform slowly appeared. This battle platform was extremely simple and unadorned. Furthermore, it was extremely large and was covered with Tao runes. This was a place where experts teetered at it. It was accompanied by a monstrous aura. Come on. Elder He Yu landed on the ancient battle platform and stared at Lin Xian. Let me see what ability you have to say such words to the Prince of Emoli. Ancient battle platform. Tao protector. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said, how could someone like him deserve a protector? He probably wouldn't even be able to reach the Tao, right? Lin Xian's voice was filled with disdain. A guardian was a configuration that only the top geniuses had. But in Lin Xian's eyes, was Prince Mo Li an elite? He was probably just an ordinary warrior. In fact, they were not even comparable to ordinary martial artists. When the others heard this, their scalps went numb. Prince Mo Li's face was frighteningly dark. He was so angry that his entire body trembled. Elder Blackfeather, kill him for me. No one had ever dared to look down on him like this. There was no point in talking. Let's do it. Elder Blackfeather snorted coldly. Suddenly he let out a long howl. The gray law spiraled in the sky, forming a gray pagoda. It was floating up and down. Falling law. When He Yuan, Sky Water Ant, and the others saw this, their scalps went numb. He had actually comprehended the falling law. Heavens, Lin Xian was probably in danger. Yes, the falling law. But the law in the falling star would definitely be more powerful if used here. That kid would probably be difficult to deal with. The half-saints in the surroundings discussed among themselves. None of them had high hopes for Lin Xian. Yu Hang and his brothers were even more nervous. The falling law? They were about to faint from fright. They wondered if young Master Lin could resist it. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The falling law? Very well, let me try it out. He was not even afraid of falling into the abyss. Why would he be afraid of the falling law? He formed a seal with his palm. Countless fragments of the fire law formed a golden crow. With his palm, he pushed it out. Boom! The golden crow spread its wings and soared. A sea of fire filled the sky, dyeing the entire sky red. The huge ancient battle platform was completely enveloped. Buzz. This energy directly activated the array formation on the fighting ring. Tao inscriptions appeared and covered the sky, completely enveloping the battle platform. The onlookers outside heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, they would not be able to resist the aftershock of this energy. How dare he take the initiative to attack? Elder Hui Yu roared and waved his hand. Immediately, the gray pagoda above his head rapidly descended. There were terrifying runes on the pagoda. Along with the fragments of the falling law, the aura that hung down turned into a shadow of the falling abyss, enveloping Lin Xian. With a boom, he and the golden crow collided. In the next moment, energy filled the sky. Endless fragments of the law surrounded them. After one strike, the two of them stopped. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm. Opposite him, Elder Hui Yu laughed loudly. Good, not bad. You are indeed a top prodigy. In the past 800 years, as a guardian, I have killed many top prodigies. Today, you will not be an exception. He let out a long cry. The gray wings on his back flapped rapidly, leaving behind an afterimage in the sky. In an instant, he turned into a black bolt of lightning and charged over. The gray pagoda above his head was also constantly attacking. The falling law caused the entire battle platform to be in chaos. Fall for me. The falling law not only had a powerful attack, but it could also affect a person's soul, causing them to fall and not want to fight. They would become depressed and eventually become a pile of bones. When the falling law appeared, the martial artists watching from afar shook their heads and sighed. Their hearts were heavy, as if they wanted to commit suicide. Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt. His soul felt an extremely strong impact, but soon he snorted coldly. You want to destroy my soul with a mere falling law? You are overestimating yourself. Die for me. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared. Lin Xian's expression was ferocious. His eyes shone with a biting cold light. Chapter 32:32. Cling. The metal law focused on attacking, and the dragon sword's soul could destroy everything. When the two were combined, the power was truly terrifying to the extreme. The sword sliced apart the gray fog, and even the weakest nomological fragment was sliced apart. The gray pagoda was sent flying by the sword, and kept shaking. So powerful. Seeing this, Elder Grey Robe's pupils shrank. His opponent's sword chi was so sharp that it made his hair stand on end. The next moment, he screamed, because he found that the sword light had become terrifying again. It was like a golden dragon, rushing toward him. At the same time, countless mountains appeared around him, surrounding him. There were also terrifying waves above and below him, about to swallow him. Oh no, 3 laws. Elder Grey Robe was scared out of his wits. He yelled and performed a secret technique. Boom! The attacks of the 3 laws shattered the world and turned it into nothingness. The surrounding half-saints trembled. Prince Mo Li and the others were also pale. It was too powerful. They couldn't resist it at all. He wondered if the gray-robed elder would be able to block it. They'd been worried about Lin Xian, but in an instant, they found that the situation had taken a shocking turn. Lin Xian was too powerful. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He saw the scene inside with God's eye of weather. He saw Elder Grey Robe controlling the falling pagoda to block it. It was fixed in the void. Behind him, there was a huge crack, very similar to the falling abyss. That big crack swallowed all the surrounding energy and laws. Was this the illusion of the falling abyss? Had he forcefully performed it? Lin Xian was shocked. It was indeed the law of falling. On the falling star, it was extremely powerful. It was true. If it were anywhere else, Elder Grey Robe would have been killed. But on the falling star, there were falling auras everywhere. And with the falling abyss, Elder Grey Robe had comprehended the law of falling and could perform all the falling auras in the world. He could even use part of the power of the falling abyss. It was blocked. Prince Mo Li and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Hei Yuan, Sky Water Ant, and the others were shocked beyond words. This Elder Hei Yu was truly too terrifying. No wonder he could become a Tao protector. That was indeed the case. With him here, a normal half-saint couldn't hurt Prince Mo Li at all. Not to mention ordinary half-saints, even 3 or 4 half-saints wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, could he really contend against Lin Xian? Lin Xian had injured 7 half-saints with a single stroke of his sword. Lin Xian coldly snorted, turned into a sword shadow and rushed out. Terrifying laws danced on his body as he instantly arrived in front of Elder Huiyu. His palm was like a dragon's head, grabbing forward. Damn it, block it for me. The gray-robed elder controlled the pagoda above his head to descend and continuously expand. It was as if a huge mountain was standing in front of him. Clang. A terrifying sound rang out. Su Chen's palm landed on the pagoda and directly pierced through it. Then, with a shake of his arm, the pagoda fell and shattered into pieces. It was too powerful. Lin Xian had mastered 6 law fragments. His casual strike had unparalleled power. The falling pagoda couldn't block it at all. Seeing this, Elder Huiyu's scalp went numb. A gray rune flashed between his eyebrows, and the abyss behind him became even more solid. He wanted to escape. However, the next moment, the enormous golden palm grabbed him. With a boom, he was shattered into pieces, turning into a bloody mist. Blood flowed down from his upper body, piercing through the air and landing on the ancient battle platform, making thunderous noises. The surrounding spectators were all stupefied. Heavens, could it be that Elder Huiyu had been killed? Prince Mo Li's face darkened as well. Lin Xian frowned. Something wasn't right. He opened his heavenly secret godly eyes and looked around. Then he sneered. He really wasn't dead. The bloody mist in the sky all merged into the falling abyss illusion. That illusory figure was incomparably real. In the next moment, the illusion bloomed with light, and a pair of eyes appeared in the crack. However, there was no body. Instead, there were endless falling auras. Each one was like ribbons of light wrapping around him. In an instant, Lin Xian was tied up like a dumpling. The power was very strange. It seemed to want to pull him into the falling abyss illusion. Fall into hell forever. An extremely ferocious voice came from the illusion. Child's play. Lin Xian was enveloped by the falling auras, but he wasn't afraid. He roared, and the 9 suns' body bloomed with millions of rays of light. On it, the 9 suns' divine fire burned. Each flame carried a law of fire fragment. With a roar that shook the 9 heavens, he was like a god of war, punching and kicking. Suddenly, the falling auras on his body shattered. In front of him, there was a muffled groan from the falling abyss illusion. Obviously, the person inside had suffered a backlash. Indeed, in the next moment, a figure slowly condensed in the valley of the falling abyss illusion, overlapping with the pair of eyes. Whoosh! Elder Hui Yu's body appeared. His face was a little pale, and his expression was incomparably cold. Around him, countless falling auras carried him, as if he was an emissary of the abyss of hell. Kid, you're very strong, so strong that it's beyond my expectations. I've seen many geniuses, and I've also seen many geniuses from outside the realm. However, no one is as powerful as you. However, you shouldn't have provoked me, and you shouldn't have attacked me. Now it's all over. Following Elder Hui Yu's words, the surrounding falling auras kept surging. Come out, fallen angel. Elder Hui Yu's palms kept forming seals. With a loud shout, a grayish-white rune appeared between his eyebrows. It was abnormally strange. At the same time, the half-saint blood in his body flowed out. 1/3 condensed on the left, and 1/3 condensed on the right. As for Elder Hui Yu's body, it instantly started to wither. However, there was still 1/3 left. Therefore, he wouldn't die, but his vitality would be greatly damaged. Fallen angel. Condense. Elder Hui Yu kept approaching. The falling laws in his half-saint blood quickly condensed. At the same time, there seemed to be a strange sound between heaven and earth. The falling abyss illusion became even more solid. Seeing this scene, everyone trembled, as if some powerful being was about to descend. Not good. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people's expressions changed. Yu Heng and his brother's teeth chattered. The sky water ant also screamed. Could it be the legend of the falling abyss? Chapter 32-33. The sky water ant hurriedly explained. Rumor had it that the fallen abyss was extremely terrifying. Back then, an earth-shattering battle had taken place here. It was even said that immortals had participated in the battle. Countless experts had died in that battle. Rumor had it that there was an ancient race called the Fallen Angel race. There had been experts from the Fallen Angel race who had died here. And there was more than one. After they died, their souls fell into a deep slumber in the fallen abyss. Rumor had it that some powerful sacrificial summoning could summon their remnant souls for battle. However, such a method was only in the legends. No one had expected Elder Hui Yu to be able to use it. There was such a thing. The surrounding people were even more shocked. Prince Mo Li snorted coldly. Let's see how you'll die this time. He had unlimited confidence in Elder Hui Yu. Lin Xian frowned. Fallen angel race? He saw that 2 fallen angels had already formed on either side of Elder Hui Yu. Those 2 fallen angels were wearing ancient battle armors. Their bodies were grayish-white, and there were fallen wings on their backs that emitted a terrifying light. Go, tear him to shreds. Elder Hui Yu snorted coldly, and the 2 fallen angels quickly charged over. Boom! Lin Xian was not afraid. He used the laws of sword to contend with them. The 3 of them fought fiercely. Elder Hui Yu did not go forward. Instead, he focused on forming hand seals behind him. He had to maintain the 2 fallen angels. In his opinion, once the 2 fallen angels appeared, the other party would definitely die. Boom! Lin Xian's sword hit the fallen angel and sent him flying. However, he was stunned in the next moment. He discovered that the fallen angel had only been sent flying backwards, and she quickly returned. The old battle armor on his body was not broken. What a tough body! Lin Xian was extremely shocked. At the same time, the other fallen angel let out a sharp cry. Countless people's souls were about to be pierced through. They frantically retreated. Lin Xian was also affected by the fallen angel's soul attack. Humph! He snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body let out a loud dragon roar to fight back. The two sound waves collided in the sky. Damn it, he actually blocked it? That's impossible. That's the remnant soul of an ancient fallen angel race expert. How did he block it? In the distance, Elder Huiyu screamed like a madman. To think that even this move of his was unable to do anything to the other party. His face was gloomy as he formed another seal with his palms. Damn it. Tear him to pieces. Of the two fallen angels, one used his powerful physical body to fight Lin Xian in close combat. The other used a strange soul attack to launch a sneak attack. He didn't believe that the other party wouldn't be injured. What a powerful physique. What a terrifying soul attack. It's been a long time since I've met such an interesting opponent. You guys are worthy of my full strength. Lin Xian raised his head and laughed. Heavenly secret god eyes, open. Nine yang divine body, open. Great dragon sword soul, open. Lin Xian roared incessantly. His golden eyes carried a terrifying law. Nine Yang's body carried fragments of the law of fire. The great dragon sword soul roared and fused with the law of metal. The law of earth and the law of water continued to swim around him. Lin Xian had countless divine abilities as he continued to fight with the two fallen angels. With a bang, the great dragon sword soul roared and split the fallen angel into two halves from the middle. In addition, a black vortex suddenly appeared in the golden eyes. The law of annihilation combined with the eye technique instantly swallowed the remnant soul of the other fallen angel. After more than 100 moves, the two fallen angels were destroyed by Lin Xian. What? Even the fallen angels couldn't defeat him? The surrounding people were stunned. He Yuan and the others cried out in alarm. Prince Mo Yuan was scared silly. Elder Huiyu's pupils constricted. Impossible! He screamed like a madman. However, in the next moment he was scared out of his wits. Lin Xian's sword slashed him into two halves with a splat. Another kick tore his body into pieces. Stop it! Elder Huiyu screamed crazily. The phantom behind him that had fallen into the abyss became more and more solid. He disappeared once again, leaving behind only a pair of eyes, which floated up and down in the great crack. I have a phantom that has fallen into the abyss. I don't believe that you can kill me. Elder Huiyu roared crazily. Although he couldn't defeat Lin Xian, it was impossible for Lin Xian to kill him. I can't hurt you? You're too ignorant. Lin Xian stepped on the ground. He had the law of metal in his left hand and the law of water in his right. He reached out with both hands and grabbed the two sides of the abyss crack. Then he tore it apart. Boom! Boom! The heavens fell and the earth split. A terrifying scene occurred. Lin Xian was like a peerless overlord as he tore the phantom that had fallen into the abyss in half. Following his roar, not only did the phantom that had fallen into the abyss crack, but the entire world was also torn in half. From the crack, two halves of a body fell out. It was Elder Huiyu. He quickly healed himself. He was scared out of his wits. Stop. You win. I'll apologize. Elder Huiyu was truly afraid. He had used so many divine abilities and even summoned the fallen angels. However, he still couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. Even the illusion of falling into the abyss that he was so proud of was no longer effective. If they continued fighting, Lin Xian would definitely kill him. Therefore, he didn't dare to fight anymore. Apologize? Admit defeat? Do you think that's possible? Lin Xian snorted. Thousands of sword lights pierced through his eyes and nailed Elder Huiyu's body to the sky. The power of annihilation made Elder Huiyu's limbs vanish. Elder Huiyu screamed like a madman. He had sacrificed 2/3 of his blood to summon the fallen angels. He didn't have much chi left in his body. His strength was also greatly reduced. Now, how could he be Lin Xian's match? Stop. I don't want to fight anymore. I admit defeat. Elder Huiyu screamed like a madman. I'm willing to accept the punishment of having my arms cut off and a martial sword pierced through my heart. I'll also accept the punishment of the demonically prince. Not only that, I'll offer you a treasure. Please spare my life and that of the demonically prince. Elder Huiyu kept begging for mercy. He could only lower his head and admit his mistake. He took out a treasure to appease Lin Xian's anger. He didn't dare to mention the fallen kingdom, nor did he dare to threaten Lin Xian. If he angered Lin Xian again, he wouldn't be able to survive. Treasure. What treasure do you have that can buy the lives of 2 half-saints? Lin Xian snorted. They do. This treasure can definitely buy the lives of Prince Demonically and me. He didn't care about anything else. He took something out of his storage ring. As soon as he took it out, Lin Xian immediately stopped. The people around were also surprised. What was that? They felt a scorching and monstrous power. It was like a sun. Did Lin Xian get a sun? As soon as Lin Xian caught sight of the item, he immediately set up countless spell formations to surround him and Elder Huiyu. In the next moment, he waved his hand and grabbed the sun-like stone in his hand. Chapter 32-34. He was too shocked. This was because he felt that the energy and aura contained within this fist-sized stone was too strange. It was more terrifying than all the divine crystals he had ever seen. Sure enough, in the black earth, when He-Tu saw this, he also screamed, "Dao stone!" He actually had a Dao stone. "He-Tu, do you know what this is?" Lin Xian asked through voice transmission. "Of course I know. This thing is too famous." He-Tu hurriedly explained. Dao stones were stones that contained the great Dao of heaven and earth. They were much more terrifying than divine crystals. Because divine crystals contained surging energy. As for Dao stones, not only did they have energy, but they also contained the great Dao of heaven and earth. They were very suitable for saints to comprehend. This kind of thing was a treasure to saints. Not to mention half-saints. Who would have thought that this Dao stone would actually have a Dao stone? And from the looks of it, this was a Sun Dao stone. It contained a powerful fire Dao pattern. After Lin Xian heard this, he was extremely shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. This was actually a Dao stone. No wonder he was incomparably shocked when he saw the patterns on the stone. This was a Dao pattern. Compared to runes, it was even more terrifying. Kid, with this thing, you can condense and form a true law and greatly shorten the time. Since he knew that this was a good thing, how could Lin Xian let it go? He grabbed the Sun Dao stone and placed it into the Black Earth ship. At the same time, he looked forward and asked in a deep voice, "Where did you get this thing?" Elder Huiyu looked at this scene with a pained expression. That was a Dao stone. It was incomparably precious. If it wasn't for the sake of saving his life, he wouldn't have taken it out. At this moment, when he heard Lin Xian's question, he sighed. "Kid, don't be delusional. I obtained this thing by chance." Seeing Lin Xian's gloomy expression, Elder Huiyu was so scared that he trembled and hurriedly explained. "You also know that there are many stars and suns in our myriad worlds. Rumor has it that after the Golden Crow clan dies, their bodies will turn into suns. This rumor is true. About 1,000 years ago, when I was traveling in the universe, I met a saint-level Golden Crow who had passed away. After he died, he formed a sun. At that time, there were 2 people from the star world fighting for this sun. I got a piece of it. I have kept this piece for 1,000 years. Unfortunately, I cultivate the falling law. Otherwise, I would have used it long ago." "Then why didn't you take it out to exchange?" Lin Xian frowned. Logically speaking, even if he couldn't use this kind of treasure, it would be very easy to exchange it for other treasures. Elder Yu Hua sighed. Bring it back to exchange? What kind of joke was this? This was a Dao stone, something that even saints would be jealous of. If news of this gets out, I might not even be able to keep my life, let alone exchange for items. There will be saints coming after me. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that the value of this Dao stone was above his imagination. Seeing Lin Xian's gloomy expression, Elder Dao sure trembled. "You won't go back on your word, right? Don't worry, I will never tell anyone that you have the Sun Dao stone. I dare to swear on my lightning tribulation that if I tell anyone that you have the Sun Dao stone, I will be struck by lightning and destroyed in both body and soul. Elder Huiyu hurriedly swore. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he heaved a sigh of relief. This kind of oath was not made randomly, especially at their level. Every time they advanced and broke through, it would be accompanied by a heavenly tribulation. That was a heavenly tribulation formed by the heavenly Tao. It was extremely terrifying. If one swore randomly, it would definitely come true. Therefore, since Elder Huiyu dared to make this oath, it meant that he would not tell anyone about this matter. Don't worry, I, Lin Xian, am a man of my words. Since I said I would let you go, I will definitely let you go. Since you have already made the oath, you can leave. But that Emoli prince must suffer the punishment of having his heart pierced by a martial sword. Thank you, young Master Lin, for showing mercy. Elder Huiyu heaved a sigh of relief. Although he still had to accept the punishment, at least his life was saved. Lin Xian removed the array. Elder Huiyu hurriedly flew down and came to Emoli Prince's side. Elder, are you all right? Emoli Prince asked hurriedly. But Elder Huiyu snorted coldly. Without another word, his fingers were like a long knife, cutting off Emoli Prince's arms. At the same time, he formed a grayish-white sword and pierced Emoli Prince's heart. Emoli Prince screamed crazily. His voice was extremely ferocious. Damn it, why? Why did you attack me? Everyone else was stunned. Oh my God, what's going on? Isn't Elder Huiyu the protector of Emoli Prince? Why did he attack? What happened? They did not know. But Emoli Prince snorted coldly. Shut up, do you want to live? Hearing Elder Huiyu's words, Emoli Prince trembled and did not dare to say anything else. Elder Huiyu turned his head and looked at the figure in the sky. He said respectfully, "It must be Mr. Lin. Sorry for the offense. We'll take our leave." With that, he grabbed Emoli Prince and turned into a ray of light, disappearing into the void. Gone, the Prince of Magic and his protector had actually left. Oh my God, they could not believe it. Hei Yuan and the others were also extremely shocked. According to normal circumstances, Elder Huiyu should have died without a doubt. But why did Lin Xian let him go? Could it be that it had something to do with the sun-like light that had appeared? They guessed and were very confused. They felt that it must be some kind of treasure. But as for what it was, they did not know. Seeing the discussion below, Lin Xian snorted coldly. What? Who wants to fight? Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, these people trembled and turned to run. Suddenly, only Lin Xian was left on the ancient battle platform. Everyone else had left. Lin Xian's body flashed and he quickly disappeared into the void. Next, he hid his aura carefully and changed his location many times. He was worried that someone would follow him. After all, the Sundao stone was very precious. If word got out, even sages would come after him. He had to be careful. A month later, the dark red dragon woke up from his seclusion. He came out of the black earth and roared to the sky. His strength had also increased. Other than the law of thunder and the law of rain, the dark red dragon had also comprehended the law of yun and the law of wind. The fragments of the four great techniques revolved around him. The dark red dragon breathed out clouds and mist. He was really powerful. Kid, what happened when I was in seclusion? The dark red dragon asked. Lin Xian began to tell him. When the dark red dragon heard that Lin Xian had obtained a Sundao stone, he was stunned. What? Sundao stone? You really have that? Chapter 32-35. Good stuff, it's really good stuff. Look at the Tao patterns on it. The dark red divine dragon kept praising. Then he had a bitter look on his face. It's a pity that I didn't comprehend the law of fire among the four law fragments. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so polite. He was drooling. Kid, what are your plans? Are you going to comprehend the Sundao stone directly? If you go into seclusion, I can help you guard. The dark red divine dragon asked. The fire Tao stone contained the Tao pattern of fire. If Lin Xian comprehended it for a few decades, he might really be able to form a true law. Kid, if you're lucky, you can become a sage in 100 years. If you're a little short, it'll be 500 years. Within 500 years, you can become a sage. You're really too young. The dark red divine dragon was extremely excited and envious. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Between 100 to 500 years? That was too long. He shook his head. Was there any other way? 500 years was too long to become a sage? The dark red divine dragon's mouth twitched. Go out and ask around. Those half and halves, have they existed for 2 to 3,000 years and still can't take a step forward? 500 years is already very heaven-defying, okay? And that's the worst-case scenario. With your talent, you can probably do it in 100 to 200 years. It's still too long. Lin Xian shook his head. When he came to the ancient starry sky path, he didn't have the support of a force behind him. Now he was alone. Beside him were the dark red divine dragon, the little white monkey, and the black earth. If he encountered a peerless expert, it would be difficult for him to deal with him. Therefore, Lin Xian decided that he had to improve at the fastest speed and try his best to reach the sage realm. After all, he wouldn't forget the fate of the third-generation successor, Yi Gu Cheng. How fast do you plan to go? The dark red divine dragon asked. Become a sage immediately. As soon as these words came out, the dark red divine dragon gasped. At the same time, countless lightning bolts fell from the sky, piercing through the array and striking towards Lin Xian. This scene scared the dark red divine dragon. He quickly waved his dragon claws, forming a storm in the sky to resist. Lin Xian let out a roar and threw out a punch. It was like a fiery dragon soaring into the sky, shattering the thunder into pieces. Kid, did you see that? You've angered the heavens. Even he wants to strike you with lightning. The dark red dragon shrunk its neck. There were some things that could not be said carelessly. Indeed, Lin Xian wanted to become a saint. This was too heaven-defying. He knew that only the princes and princesses could become saints on the spot. Such an existence would become a saint the moment he was born. The other party relied on the bloodline of a great emperor. Lin Xian was not an emperor's son, so it was easy to imagine how difficult it would be for him to become a saint. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Even he couldn't stop me from walking down the path I want to walk. As he spoke, Lin Xian pointed to the sky. In the sky, countless bolts of thunder appeared once again, forming thunderclouds. However, before they landed, they were split apart by Lin Xian's sword. At this moment, He Tu floated out. It's not impossible for you to become a saint, but it's much more difficult. Moreover, it's very difficult to use it. You might even die. Are you sure you want to do this? Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He Tu, do you know a way? I do know a way. Moreover, your idea is very similar to his back then. And back then? Could it be that you're talking about Senior Yi Guqing? Lin Xian was shocked. Could it be that Senior Yi Guqing also had such an idea back then? He did have such an idea. He Tu said, so I also know a little about this idea. However, many tens of thousands of years have passed. The things he was looking for back then probably no longer exist. So, you have to look for them again. What are you looking for? Lin Xian asked. Dao stones. Look for 5 Dao stones. Don't you have the laws of the 5 elements? Look for 5 Dao stones. When the time comes, the 5 elements will combine and let you directly condense the laws of the 5 elements. Not the law of dispersion. This way, you can break through and become a sage. The power of the laws you condense will also be much stronger than ordinary sages. Condensing 5 Dao fragments to form one law? Lin Xian was extremely surprised. The laws of the 5 elements were the most basic and the most ordinary laws. After all, many people cultivated one of the 5 elements of heaven and earth or a few of them. After becoming a sage, they would also master many laws. For example, there were water-fire sages who mastered the laws of water and fire, 2 completely opposite laws. Their power could be said to be very terrifying. However, the laws of the 5 elements that He Tu mentioned were different. The laws of the 5 elements that he mentioned were not 5 types of laws, but one type of law. This type of law contained 5 elements. It could be said that it was very difficult to condense it. Once it was successfully condensed, its power would be extremely terrifying. After Lin Xian heard this, he was extremely excited. Finally, he found a way to quickly break through and become a sage. He had the 5 elements Tao fragments and the Sun Tao stone. If he found the other 4 Tao stones, he would be able to condense the laws of the 5 elements. At that time, he would break through and become a sage. Lin Xian and He Tu became more and more excited as they spoke. However, the dark red divine dragon kept shaking its head. Wait, you seem to be too naive. One had to know that Tao stones were very rare and precious. Even sages might not have them. It would be very difficult for you to find them. Moreover, you still have to find 4 of them. I'm afraid that you will spend a few hundred years to find them. This time is enough for you to become a fire-type sage. Kid, don't neglect the essentials. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xian frowned. It was likely that this search would take a long time. After all, a star world might not even have 1 Tao stone. He had to travel through the starry sky. Don't worry about this. Back then, Yi Gu Qing had already found a way. He Tu said. What? Lin Xian quickly asked. Langya star, he had never heard of it. What? Langya star. Lin Xian was stunned. However, the dark red divine dragon exclaimed. Could it be the legendary star world? Does it really exist? You actually know about it? Lin Xian was surprised. The dark red divine dragon said. I have the inheritance of dragons, so I have read about it before. However, that was many years ago. I didn't expect it to still exist. What kind of existence was it? Lin Xian was even more puzzled. Let me say it. He Tu continued. Langya star is a very magical star. Moreover, it is very famous in the 10,000 worlds because it can deduce everything and answer all the questions you want to ask. You can even ask questions about the great emperors. Of course, there is a price to pay for asking them, or a large number of heavenly treasures, or help them complete a task. In short, the questions you ask are related to how precious they are. As long as you have enough resources, you can go to Langya Star and ask about the whereabouts of the other 4 Tao stones. Chapter 32-36. This way, the speed should be greatly increased. However, it would consume a large amount of treasures. Lin Xian nodded. He didn't expect the Langya star to be so magical that he could ask about everything. As long as he could ask about the whereabouts of the 4 Tao stones, he would pay any price. However, the dark red divine dragon continued to frown. Kid, don't get too excited. So what if you found the 5 Tao stones? Those 5 Tao stones also need time to comprehend. It's impossible to complete them in an instant. Moreover, you're not comprehending 5 types of laws. Instead, you're condensing 5 types of laws into one. The difficulty of this has increased by a lot. He Tu, is there a way? He Tu nodded. There is a way. Damn, there's even a way. The dark red divine dragon was dumbfounded. How come he didn't know about this? He Tu said. If it's the fusion of other laws, it might be very difficult or I don't know. However, as for the fusion of the 5 elements, I do know a method that can quickly fuse them. You just need to find a piece of elemental lodestone. The magnetic stone can fuse the power of the 5 elements together. When the time comes, you can directly absorb it and become a saint. 4 Tao stones and 1 magnetic stone. Lin Xian clenched his fists as a cold light burst out from his eyes. Alright, let's do it this way. This kid is really crazy. The dark red divine dragon was extremely shocked. He didn't expect Lin Xian to use such a risky method. This method seemed very good, but it was incomparably difficult to implement. Who knew how many heavenly treasures the Langya star needed to answer their questions? Who knew where the 4 Tao stones were? What if they were in the hands of a saint? The difficulty of this was much more difficult than simply comprehending it. However, once it was completed, Lin Xian might really become a saint in a short period of time. Thinking of this possibility, even the dark red divine dragon's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. This is really crazy. However, I like it. The dark red divine dragon was also incomparably excited. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry and set off for the Langya star. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon quickly set off. They left the fallen star and began to search for the Langya star according to the star field map given by He Tuesday. At the same time, the news about the falling star also spread, especially about the falling abyss. It also began to spread to the surrounding star realms at an extremely fast speed. What? The falling abyss ranking had changed. There was a new number 1. Lin Wudi? You mean the one who fought with Patriarch Xuepao? Heavens! That brat became number 1. That kid had scared off Yan Nantian and Lu Mu by himself. He was actually on par with Di Ling. Cries of surprise could be heard. Those half-saints were extremely shocked. They did not expect that there would be a peerless genius who could kill the number 1. In an instant, Lin Wudi's name spread far and wide. As for the few existences on the purple name list, they snorted coldly. To think that there would be a newcomer. Don't worry, those are our rankings from hundreds of years ago. So what if the other party kills his way up? In terms of true strength, he's no match for us. A few people snorted coldly. However, no matter what, Lin Xian's domineering ascension to the top really shocked these people. In the starry sky, Yan Nanshan's face was extremely gloomy when he received the news. Damn it, this guy. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. To be honest, his limelight had been stolen by the other party. He was the successor of the great emperor and was very powerful. He had also obtained a good result in the test this time. It could be said that his limelight was unparalleled. With such a ranking and his identity, he would definitely be famous in the starry sky. But now, no one was talking about him. Even if someone was talking about him, they would only compare him to Lin Xian. How could a proud person like him tolerate this? Damn this kid. Yan Nantian was so angry that he gritted his teeth. So what if the other party was number 1? He did not believe that the other party could really defeat him. However, the last time they fought, he found that it was not easy for him to kill the other party. Humph, no one can surpass me. Lin Xian, just you wait, I will kill you. Yan Nanshan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Aren't you the successor of the 9 sons? Fine, I'll find you a life and death opponent. I don't need to do anything, someone else can kill you. Yan Nanshan's body flickered as he steered the spirit ship through the starry sky. An extremely terrifying planet appeared before him. It was very large and fiery red, like the sun. This planet was called Planet Suzuki. After Yan Nantian arrived at Planet Suzu, his body flickered as he steered the spirit ship downward. Soon, he landed on Planet Suzaku. However, he did not stop. Instead, he quickly traveled through the starry sky and finally arrived at a deserted area. He was surrounded by lava. These were not ordinary flames. Even a peak 9-star king would be turned to ashes if they were touched by these flames. Even a half-sage would not dare to come here easily. After Yan Nantian arrived, he immediately activated 9 imperial runes and wrapped them around his body. The aura of the imperial runes isolated the heat. Yan Nantian entered the largest volcano and continued to descend. After an unknown amount of time, he stopped and frowned. The flames before him were too terrifying. Even though he had the imperial runes, he did not dare to descend any further. With his current strength, he could only unleash the power of the imperial runes. Therefore, he could not descend any further. He formed a seal with his hands and sent a voice transmission to the people below. Wake up. His voice turned into thunder and filled the sea of flames below. His voice rumbled for a long time before disappearing. Yan Nantian shouted 3 times in a row and waited patiently. The endless sea of flames below suddenly soared into the sky as if it had turned into a flaming beast that wanted to devour Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian tried his best to activate the 9 imperial runes. He stood in the air with a serious expression. At the same time, a low voice came from below. Who dares to disturb me? Endless flames formed a pair of eyes that were filled with monstrous fury. Despicable human, I will tear you apart. With a roar, monstrous flames formed in the eyes. They were like 2 flaming dragons that wanted to tear Yan Nantian to pieces. Umph! Yan Nantian coldly snorted. The shadow of a divine beast appeared under his feet. It carried a terrifying law and blocked the monstrous flames. I did not come here to fight you. I have a piece of news to tell you. Yan Nantian coldly said, the successor of the 9 sons has reappeared. Are you going to continue sleeping here? What? The successor of the 9 sons. The fiery red eyes below suddenly erupted with a monstrous light. Are you saying that the successor of the 9 sons has reappeared? That's right. He has appeared a long time ago. Moreover, he has obtained first place on the Abyss leaderboard. Now, he is admired by the world. As for you, you have long been forgotten by the world. Ah! The fiery red eyes erupted with a biting cold light. Then, a flaming face formed around him and let out a ferocious roar. Then, a figure bathed in flames appeared. There were 4 chains on his body that were firmly fastened. Chapter 32-37. His name is Lin Wudi. He should be near the falling star. Go find him. After Yen Nantian finished speaking, he turned around and soared into the sky. A cold smile appeared on his face. Lin Xian, let's see how you're going to die this time. Soon, Yen Nantian disappeared into the flames. Below them, the person bound by the flaming chains, Ying, began to tremble. Lin Wudi, the successor of the 9 sons. I'm going to tear you apart. With a roar, the flames around him were blown away, forming a vacuum. The flames on his body also gradually faded, replaced by a pitch-black color. However, at this moment, the 4 flame chains binding him began to tremble, trying to firmly suppress him. I'm the only one in this world. Open! With a cold shout, monstrous demonic chi broke the 4 flame chains. All the flames were extinguished and replaced by boundless demonic chi. A man with demonic runes all over his body floated in the void. His demonic chi filled the sky, and his eyes were cold. The 9 sons had appeared, and the great demon was about to appear. I'm the great demon. With a roar, demonic chi surged and turned into a pair of demonic wings, instantly tearing the void apart. The falling star fell into the abyss. At this moment, most of the geniuses had already left, but there were still a few figures lingering around. One of them was the patriarch of the Qi clan. The patriarch of the Qi clan was covered in blood and injuries. His face was pale, but he was excited because he had finally received an invitation to the abyss. Great, with this, I can enter the falling star abyss below. The patriarch of the Qi clan was extremely excited. There were also a few half-saints around him. The rat of the Luo clan was also here, but Jin Yuanzi and Xiao Wu had already left. The patriarch of the Qi clan's eyes flickered as he stared below. He was waiting. As long as the people inside came out, he could enter. They didn't know that at this moment, outside the falling star, a man covered in black demonic chi was rapidly descending. The astral winds in the sky hit him, making clanging sounds. The demonic chi transformed into demonic dragons, roaring in all directions and tearing all the astral winds apart. Soon, the great demon arrived at the falling star. Buzz. She looked into the distance. Her eyes were red as she flapped her wings and quickly flew toward the abyss. At the same time, a figure rushed up from the bottom of the abyss. When the Qi family patriarch saw this, his lips curled into a smile as he hurriedly handed over the invitation letter. Then, his body swayed and he fell into the abyss below. As soon as he entered, the Luo family's ancestor and the others frowned. The next moment, they turned their heads and looked into the distance. From afar, a figure could be seen rushing over. The figure flew very quickly. At first, it was still far away, but in the next second, it was right in front of them. It was accompanied by a monstrous demonic aura. So terrifying. Who was this person? The pupils of the Luo family patriarch and the other half-step saints shrank. The aura of the other party was simply too terrifying. Moreover, the monstrous demonic aura made their hair stand on end. After the great demon arrived, he didn't care about the people around him. Instead, he looked at the huge stone tablet in front of him. He saw a purple name on the first row of the stone tablet. It was Lin Xian's name. He retracted his gaze and coldly asked, "Who knows Lin Wudi? Who knows where he is now?" Lin Wudi. He's here to look for Lin Wudi. The pupils of the surrounding half-step saints shrank. Lin Wudi was now number 1 on the leaderboard. His strength was so powerful that it made them tremble. Therefore, no one dared to speak rashly. Moreover, they didn't know where Lin Xian was. The Luo family patriarch frowned. You're looking for Lin Wudi? You know. The great demon lowered his head and looked at the Luo family patriarch. The Luo family patriarch narrowed his eyes and said, Who are you? Is it suitable to look for Lin Wudi? Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, he screamed and dodged quickly to the side. A pitch-black demonic hand grabbed at him, instantly grabbing the space he was standing in. What are you doing? How dare you attack me? The Luo family patriarch's face darkened. He didn't expect that the other party would attack him. The great demon revealed a sinister smile. Since you know Lin Wudi, things will be easy. I'll capture you and collect your soul. Then I'll naturally know everything I want. The surrounding half-step saints felt their scalps go numb. Who is this person? He's too arrogant. He wants to search my soul just to get some information. Isn't this too overbearing? The Luo family patriarch's face darkened. How dare you attack me? Do you know who I am? My big brother is nearby. I advise you to get lost quickly. Otherwise, if you anger me, I'll kill you. You'll be suppressed here forever. Suppress me? The great demon roared. You don't have the right to do that. Moreover, I hate it when people suppress me. He had just come out from the seal. Now that he heard this, how could he not be angry? In the next moment, demonic aura filled the sky and covered the entire sky. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. The Luo family patriarch gritted his teeth in anger. Terrifying lightning appeared on his body and countless law fragments danced, forming a pair of lightning wings. In an instant he flew up quickly. A lightning blade appeared in his hand and slashed forward. As the blade slashed down, the void trembled and the mountains and rivers shattered. You overestimate yourself. The great demon punched out, and boundless demonic aura shook. Boom! With a punch, countless voids collapsed and shattered. The Luo family patriarch's body was torn into pieces. With a scream, a soul floated out and tried to reassemble. However, in the next moment, his body turned into a bloody mist. His soul was grabbed by a pitch-black palm. The great demon's cold voice sounded. Soul search. His eyes were pitch-black like two black suns, emitting a demonic light. The Luo family patriarch's soul screamed crazily. Not long after, the screams disappeared, and the boundless demonic aura in the surroundings also dissipated. The demon stood in the air and grabbed the translucent soul. With a light squeeze, he wiped out the other party's soul. The surrounding half-step saints trembled, and their faces were filled with fear. The Luo family patriarch was killed by the other party with a raise of his hand. Heavens, what kind of person is this? Demon King, this is the real demon. Exterminating one's soul at the slightest disagreement, exterminating one's body and soul. In an instant, many of the half-step saints retreated, wanting to escape. Did I say you could leave? The great demon snorted coldly. 36 demonic pillars appeared around him, connecting heaven and earth, forming a cage that trapped all the half-step saints. When the half-step saints who wanted to escape saw this scene, they immediately increased their speed and tore through the void, wanting to leave this place. How dare mere ants escape from me? Chapter 32-38. The three escaping half-saints were pierced through by the three demonic swords and nailed to the ground. Then, the great demon grabbed their souls and swallowed them. Plop, plop. The remaining half-saints knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. It was too terrifying. He was simply a demon king. He was a heaven-defying existence. Killing half-saints like them was as easy as blowing off dust. I can give you a chance to live as long as you tell me. Where is Lin Wudi? After swallowing the souls of the three half-saints, the great demon said indifferently, We don't know where Lin Wudi is, but we know people related to Lin Wudi. One of the half-step saints answered. The Qi family's patriarch had a good relationship with Lin Wudi. He was currently in the abyss below, participating in a trial. In addition, the White Crane clan and the emperor's successor, Yan Nantian, had a conflict with Lin Xian. We don't know anything else. One of them was down there, participating in a trial? The great demon glanced at the abyss below. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Yanantion? He snorted coldly. The White Crane Clan. He looked up at the sky. The boundless demonic clouds were expanding rapidly. They rushed in all directions. The next moment, a smile appeared on his face. They were still on the fallen star. After finding the whereabouts of the White Crane Clan, the great demon sneered coldly. Demon swallows the world. The demonic blood in his body surged into the sky, turning into several demons that bit in all directions. Damn it, you went back on your word. You said you would let us go. The surrounding half-saints screamed crazily. You are not qualified to negotiate with me. The great demon sneered. I just woke up and am very weak. I still need to recover. So you will become my food. The boundless demonic aura swallowed the half-saints. The half-saints screamed miserably. It was too terrifying. The great demon was too powerful. The half-saints tried their best to resist, but there was nothing they could do. In a single move, they were all killed. His soul had been devoured by the great demonic god, and even his flesh and blood had been sucked dry. Bloody light circled around the great demon's body as the demonic aura around him grew even more monstrous. With a stomp of his foot, he tore through the void and charged towards the people of the White Crane tribe. The people of the White Crane clan had indeed not left the falling star. They were still here because they wanted to join forces with some experts to kill Lin Xian. There was no other way. They had already become enemies with Lin Xian, and Lin Xian was so powerful. More importantly, the other party's talent was too terrifying. The other party was so young, yet he had already reached the top of the rankings. If he was allowed to continue growing, his future would be limitless. At that time, if the other party remembered their White Crane clan, their White Crane clan would probably be annihilated. They would not allow such a danger to exist. Therefore, the White Crane clan decided to take action in advance. Although the other party was now powerful and ranked first on the rankings, he was not an invincible existence. Although it was troublesome to kill such a person, it was still doable. Originally, they wanted to contact Yanantion, but Yanantion had already left, and they could not contact him at all. Therefore, they used the teleportation formation to directly summon the half-saints of the clan and bring their magical treasures to assassinate the other party. Buzz. The void shattered, and countless Tao patterns spread out. Two figures walked out of the formation. The aura of these two people was extremely powerful. Among the half-saints, they were also extremely terrifying existences. The surrounding Tao patterns slowly dissipated, and the people of the White Crane clan heaved a sigh of relief. Even Lin Wudi would not be able to defeat their left guardian. But now, the left guardian was actually injured. It was obvious that there was a terrifying enemy in the black hole. In the sky, the black hole rotated and the void shattered. A pitch-black figure walked out. It was the great demon. He looked down with a smirk. The White Crane clan? Seeing the great demon's figure, these people were on guard. The pupils of the two guardians constricted. What a terrifying demonic aura. The other party's aura almost made their blood freeze. For you? The two guardians asked coldly. Chapter 32-39. Upon hearing the name Lin Wudi, the people of the White Crane race were stunned. The other party was also here for Lin Wudi? What's your relationship with Lin Wudi? The paragon of the White Crane race shouted coldly. They were naturally here to kill him. The great fiend's murderous aura was torrential. That was great. The people of the White Crane race were overjoyed. Lin Wudi, you truly deserve to die. To think that we're not the only ones who want to kill you, there's also such a strong person who wants to kill you. Let's see how you escape this time round. The people of the White Crane race were too excited. That's great. We're also here to kill Lin Wudi. Why don't we join forces? An elder of the White Crane race stood out. In his opinion, they could definitely kill the other party easily if they joined forces. Join forces with you guys? The great fiend revealed a look of disdain in his eyes. I'm afraid you guys aren't qualified yet. Tell me where Lin Wudi is and I'll give you guys a quick death. Arrogant. The other party was way too arrogant. The other party wanted to get information from them and even wanted to kill them all. This was simply too much. They were overestimating themselves. The right protector harumphed coldly and stood out. The left protector attacked as well. The auras of the two of them suddenly burst forth and the law fragments turned into tornadoes that swept forward. Behind them, the paragon of the white crane race sneered. With the two protectors attacking, the other party was definitely dead. Previously, the left protector was injured because of carelessness. Now that they attacked with their full strength, the other party would definitely not be able to block it. How strong were the two protectors? With a punch, they lit up the sky and pierced through the void, shattering the surrounding fiend chi. Since you guys are courting death, I'll fulfill your wishes. The great fiend laughed sinisterly. His black hair fluttered and the fiend chi on his body was like a dragon. You guys dare to attack me with just the two of you? With a long roar, the entire place broke apart completely. Terrifying fiend chi was everywhere as though it was the end of the world. The void within 1,000,000 miles shattered. The two protectors spat out blood and were sent flying. The broken laws on their bodies dimmed and their eyes were filled with fear. Too strong. The other party was truly too strong. A single move injured the two of them. Just who is this person? Damn it. Let's attack together. Summoning the ancestors? The left and right protectors roared angrily. Their bodies reassembled and rushed into the sky. When the prodigy of the white crane race heard this, he quickly activated the power of his bloodline. These people were moving freely in the sky. Their palms were constantly forming seals, and their expressions were extremely pious. Ancestors' remnant souls slumbering in the void, please awaken. The bloodline light on their bodies towered into the sky. Above their heads, a terrifying crack appeared. An illusory figure arrived through time and space. That was a white crane. It was too massive, most of it unimaginable. Just a bit of its claw was enough to shatter the void within 1,000,000 li. The surrounding demonic chi was suppressed once again. The great demon raised his head and looked at the phantom in the sky. He narrowed his eyes. A mere remnant soul dared to be arrogant in front of him? Just nice, I'll swallow you alive and recover my strength. The great devil was filled with a devilish aura. He reared his head back and laughed uproariously. After that, his body expanded abruptly, becoming over 1,000,000 feet tall. He stood tall and straight into the clouds, making it impossible for others to see how big he was. In the next moment he bent down, opened his bloody mouth, and directly bit at the remnant soul. This scene was too terrifying. The void within 1,000,000 li was swallowed by him in one bite. Damn it, who exactly is this person? The prodigies of the white crane race were all dumbfounded. The younger cultivators were so scared that they wet their pants. Even the experts of the older generation were stunned. The left and right protectors were also terrified. Could it be that he is? They thought of a terrifying existence in their hearts. But that shouldn't be the case. Hadn't that existence disappeared in history? Why would he appear here? In the next moment, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Dark gales blew in all directions, and these people were all sent flying while vomiting blood. The remnant soul of the ancestor above them was swallowed in one bite. The left and right protectors vomited blood. The bodies of the people around them collapsed, and they looked dispirited. The remnant soul of the ancestor that they summoned was actually eaten by the other party. This was simply like a fantasy story. Don't hit him anymore. I'll tell you where that kid is. The left and right protectors screamed. This was a ferocious person, someone that they couldn't afford to offend. Do I need you to tell me what I want to know? I'll go get it myself. In the sky, the great demon's voice was heard. Then he raised his foot and stomped down. This stomp was like 1,000,000 demonic mountains, and it directly crushed the bodies of the half-saints. Even the left and right protectors couldn't resist it. Their souls escaped, wanting to escape, but they were all caught by the great demon and swallowed. Soon, the great demon's body gradually shrank, and he returned to the appearance of a normal person. His eyes shone with cold light. Spiritual Movement Pavilion? His body shook, and he flew into the distance. As soon as he landed in the city, he heard people on the streets talking about the battle between Lin Wudi and the Protector. Fallen Country, Prince Mo Li, the Protector. It seemed that he had already left. The great demon didn't stay in Spiritual Movement Pavilion, but turned to look for Prince Mo Li. He used his great technique and instantly locked onto Prince Mo Li. The group tore through the void again. On the other side, Prince Mo Li and the others were pale. They were still in shock from before. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so strong that even their protector was no match for him. The Dao protector, Elder Hui Yu, also sighed. He usually hid in the void and followed them silently. At this moment, his old face was filled with pain. He couldn't help it. He had lost his supreme treasure, the Sun Dao Stone, to Lin Xian. And he almost died in Lin Xian's hands. He hoped that he would never meet Lin Xian again in this life. Suddenly, Elder Hui Yu's eyes shone with cold light. He revealed himself and looked into the distance. Who was it? Come out. With a roar, he shattered the void there. Prince Mo Li and the others also stopped, bewildered. Elder, what's going on? Especially Prince Mo Li, who was panicking. Could it be that Lin Wudi had come? He was most afraid of Lin Xian now. If Lin Xian came, there was no way to stop him. The surrounding experts were also on guard. But they said, "Don't worry, Prince, we're already at the border of the Fallen Country. Soon, we'll enter the Fallen Country, and we'll be safe." "You're the protector? Lin Wudi fought with you before, didn't he?" A cold voice floated from the sky. "Kneel down and accept your death. I can give you a quick death." A large hand grabbed at Elder Hui Yu. "You're courting death." Elder Hui Yu punched out. His fist carried the power of laws, and it hit the black hand with a deafening sound. A large crack tore out, and Elder Hui Yu's fist and half of his arm were completely shattered. Chapter 3240. Not to mention the other party's fist, the other party's body would have been torn apart by his attack. But this time, the other party only lost an arm. He was indeed strong. No wonder he could compete with Lin Wudi. Or you, Elder Hui Yu was shocked. The other party's punch had easily injured him. It was too terrifying. Previously, he thought it was Lin Wudi who had come. But now, it was not him. Puma, you don't need to know. You only need to know that it's time for you to go to hell. The great demon roared. Demonic chi rushed out of his body and enveloped Elder Hui Yu, Prince Mo Li, and the rest. Not good. Prince Run. Quickly enter the Fallen Country. Elder Hui Yu roared and his aura exploded. Under the protection of a group of people, Prince Mo Li turned into a stream of light and tore through the void, trying to escape. You want to leave? Do you think you can? Demon swallows the world. The great demon roared and his demonic chi overflowed. Instantly, everyone was swallowed. Miserable screams were heard. After a gust of wind, everyone was swallowed by the great demon. Elder Hui Yu's body was torn apart and his soul was captured by the great demon. The great demon kept his soul and his eyes shone. Sundao Stone? He did not expect such a thing to exist. He waved his hand and shot out 3 streams of demonic chi, piercing through Elder Hui Yu's soul. Then he formed a seal with his palm. Heaven and earth reincarnated and thousands of demons searched for the spirit. Elder Hui Yu had come into contact with the Sun Dao Stone. Now, it was in Lin Xian's hands. It could be said that there was a connection between the two. Therefore, the great demon wanted to use Elder Hui Yu as a sacrifice to perform a peerless divine ability to search. Elder Hui Yu screamed. His soul was sucked dry and his energy, flesh, and blood exploded. He turned into a blood mist and was absorbed by the peerless divine ability. In the next moment, the great demon's eyes shone. In front of him, Elder Hui Yu's soul and flesh had turned into a star map of the universe. On it, there was a light spot that was moving. Seeing this, the great demon's lips curled into a smile. I've finally found you. You can't run away. Buzz. He soared into the sky and disappeared without a trace. On the other side, Lin Xian, the Crimson Divine Dragon, and the rest were on their way. They were riding on a spirit ship as they flew rapidly through the universe. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon sat cross-legged and cultivated. He too was in charge of flying. Since he had the space coordinates, he only needed to fly for a short period of time to reach the Langya star. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. On this day, He too sent news that Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had opened their eyes. Were they finally arriving at the Langya star? They stood up and checked the situation outside. In the distance, there was a blue star emitting a mysterious aura. Even Lin Xian's heavenly fortune god eyes could not see through it. What a mysterious world of stars. Indeed, there were many spirit boats parked around the blue star. Each of them was floating there. There were even spirit vessels flying over from time to time. Clearly, they were all here to inquire about matters. The arrival of Lin Xian and the rest did not attract the attention of others. After all, there were too many spirit boats here. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon looked around curiously. Suddenly, a cold shout came from afar. Scram! Immediately after, a huge light beam blasted towards them. Lin Xian felt the spirit boat shake as it was attacked. His face darkened. Buzz. In the next moment he appeared outside the spirit boat and looked around coldly. Soon he locked onto a spirit boat on the left. Were you the ones who attacked just now? He asked coldly. Scram, don't you know there's a queue here? A cold voice came from the spirit boat. The spirit boat was very large and its shape was very strange. It was in the shape of a giant silver wolf, and it was hovering in the void. The surrounding people sneered when they saw this scene. This kid is courting death. He actually offended the Terminus Lone Wolf clan. He was lucky that he was near the Langya star. If he was outside, he would have been killed long ago. Moreover, his mind and soul would be destroyed. Lin Xian frowned when he heard the surrounding people's discussion. The Terminus Lone Wolf clan? Beside him, the dark red divine dragon also flashed out. I've heard that this is also a powerful clan. It's said that they're a mutated species that has been passed down since ancient times. They're very powerful and are very powerful in the universe. Kid, you're very lucky to be here. If you weren't here, you would have died 100 times in that instant. A cold voice came from the spirit boat in front. At the same time, a silver spirit boat flew over from afar. At the same time, a scream came from inside. Sixth uncle, I'm here. At the sight of this, the experts in the surrounding spirit boats began to discuss among themselves. It seemed to be someone from the Terminus Lone Wolf clan. He seemed to be from the younger generation. The voice in the silver wolf spirit boat in front was elated. You're here? He looked at Lin Xian again. Scram and give up your position. I can spare your life. Lin Xian's face darkened. He came here and was attacked before he could say anything. Now they were threatening him. Did they really think that he was a pushover? He said coldly, aren't you going too far? Going too far? Ha, you've offended the Terminus Lone Wolf clan. You've committed a capital offense. Besides, so what if I've gone too far? I can kill you. In the universe, strength and fists are the most important thing. A piece of trash like you is only worthy of crawling at our feet. Oh, is that so? Strength and fists are the most important thing here? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Fine, I'll let you have a taste of strength and fists. At this point, he turned around, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. At the same time, the silver spirit boat behind rushed over, and 3 young men walked out from it. They were very arrogant. Get lost. They shouted coldly at Lin Xian. A nomological sword appeared in Lin Xian's hand, carrying a golden light and a dragon-shaped aura. He slashed down and directly enveloped the 3 young men who rushed over. You're courting death. How dare you attack us? The 3 paragons who rushed over were stunned. In the next moment, they roared angrily and burst out with intense light. The 3 of them quickly counterattacked, and terrifying nomological runes soared into the sky. However, that sword was too powerful. In an instant, the 3 paragons' great abilities were destroyed. Not only that, but their bodies were also sliced into pieces. Miserable screams were heard. That scene happened too suddenly, so much so that the surrounding people did not react in time. They only came back to their senses now. What? Their bodies trembled, and their faces were filled with fear. Oh heavens, who is this kid? How dare he attack the Terminus Lone Wolf clan? Chapter 3241. You're courting death. In front of them, angry roars could be heard from the giant silver wolf spirit vessel. Someone dared to attack their people. It was an unforgivable crime. A terrifying aura surged out. Silver law fragments danced in the air, forming a giant silver wolf that charged towards Lin Xian. Sensing the other party's attack, Lin Xian sneered coldly and dodged. Then, he waved his hand and countless law fragments formed a palm, grabbing the three souls. At the same time, he shouted, "Let's see who dares to attack me." His voice was like 1,000 claps of thunder, resounding in all directions. Everyone was stunned. The three sky prides of the Heavenly Slaughter Lone Wolf clan screamed crazily as their souls were captured. "Sixth uncle, save me. Sixth uncle, kill him. He must kill him." Buzz. In front of them, a figure appeared in the giant silver wolf spirit vessel. It was a middle-aged man with a slender figure and a cold face. There were silver wolf stripes on both sides of his face. His eyes had also turned a strange green color. At this moment, those dark green eyes were emitting a terrifying light as he stared fixedly at Lin Xian. "Kid, I advise you to let go. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead." The others were also stunned. This kid dared to threaten the Heavenly Slaughter Lone Wolf clan. He was really courting death. "Kid, did you hear that? Hurry up and let us go, then kneel and cow. If we're in a good mood, we might give you a quick death. Otherwise, we'll make you wish you were dead." The three souls also roared like they had gone mad. "How dare you threaten me now?" Lin Xian snorted. He raised his finger and instantly destroyed one of the souls. Bang. The soul let out a shriek and vanished into thin air. "What? You actually killed him?" The surrounding people went crazy. The other two souls almost fainted. They no longer dared to be arrogant. The other party really dared to kill them. In front of them, the man called Sixth Uncle's pupils shrank. His green eyes were filled with shock. Killed, the other party actually attacked. How dare the other party attack? Did the other party not know the consequences of offending the Heavenly Slaughter Lone Wolf clan? "Damn kid, let him go." The man who was addressed as Sixth Uncle said coldly. He didn't dare to make a move now because there were still two souls in the other party's hands. Lin Xian sneered, "You can let him go. Kneel down, kowtow, admit your mistake, slap yourself, and then give me your position. I can consider sparing their lives." "What did you say?" The man in front let out a furious roar as his aura erupted. A silver-white heavenly wolf phantom appeared behind him, emitting a monstrous aura. He was truly enraged. The other party actually dared to raise such a condition. He truly deserved to die 10,000 times over. The experts in the surrounding spirit boats felt their bodies turn cold and their scalps go numb. The scene in front of them had truly stunned them. "Since that's the case, you can go die." The man who was addressed as Sixth Uncle snorted coldly. He made his move. A palm stretched out, transforming into the silvery white claw of a lone wolf. It covered the sky and covered the earth, like a mountain descending from the sky. The aura on it was simply too terrifying. When the surrounding experts felt this aura, they felt as though they were about to faint. The dark red divine dragon also frowned. Lin Xian's eyes also burst with a piercing cold light. He stretched out a palm, carrying monstrous flames, and charged forward. The palm strike was earth-shattering, and the surrounding void quickly shattered. Boom, boom, boom. The two large hands collided in the sky, and terrifying energy roared in all directions. However, at this moment, the man opposite them made his move again. A silver-white fist blasted over, carrying with it nomological fragments and the heavenly wolf phantom. It was extremely terrifying. This punch was too terrifying. Many people screamed in fear. Heaven ferocious fist. It seemed that the other party was really angry. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He grabbed one of the souls and threw it forward. That soul screamed and wanted to escape, but how could it escape Lin Xian's palm? In the next moment, the soul was blasted into pieces by the heaven ferocious fist. What a powerful fist! Lin Xian retreated to the side and sneered. He didn't show any mercy to his own people. Damn it! The man called Sixth Uncle was so angry that his entire body trembled. One of the souls was destroyed. This made his murderous aura surge. Kid, it seems that you really don't know what's good for you. The other party took a step forward, and a terrifying roar sounded. The heaven ferocious lone wolf phantom behind him became more and more solid, as if it was going to cross time and space. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Xian sneered. He was now powerful and his nomological laws were terrifying. Why would he be afraid of the other party? The surrounding spirit ships all retreated. They could tell that the two of them were powerhouses. The youth in front of them was not simple either. Therefore, the battle between the two would definitely be earth-shattering. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting colder and colder, and that the battle was about to erupt, a cold shout was heard. Who dared to make a move on the Langya star? Could it be that they had forgotten the rules? As soon as this was said, many people heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that a battle would not happen. Sure enough, the man from the heaven ferocious lone wolf clan retracted his aura, and the heavenly wolf phantom also returned to his body. Lin Xian also turned his head to look. Two figures flew up from afar. Their feet were stepping on lotus flowers, and countless runes enveloped them. The two of them were not old, about 18 or 19 years old. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful, like a pair of immortal children. Each of them held an ancient hexagonal lantern. The clothes they wore were also very ancient, and runes covered them. These two people should be from the Langya star. Lin Xian also retracted his aura that filled the sky. He instantly formed a few seals and put away the last soul. Seeing this scene, the heaven ferocious lone wolf clan gnashed their teeth in anger. The man called Sixth Uncle also had a sullen expression. He ignored Lin Xian and said to the two immortal children of the Langya star. Greetings to the two immortal children. It's not that I want to break the rules, but someone really doesn't know what's good for him and dares to challenge my heaven ferocious lone wolf group. I had no choice but to make a move. Speaking of this, he looked at Lin Xian. The immortal children in front also turned their heads to stare at Lin Xian, and then asked coldly, "This happened because of you? There's a reason for this." If someone didn't go too far, why would I make a move? Lin Xian said coldly. Hearing this, the beautiful woman nodded. I've heard about the insolence of the heaven ferocious lone wolf clan. I think you have a reason for this. I'll let it go this time. Remember the rules of the Langya star. You're not allowed to fight here. Alright, you can go in now. The immortal child and jade maiden said softly. In the next moment, the runes on their bodies spread out, and the surrounding spirit boats all trembled and entered the Langya star. Thank you. Lin Xian cupped his fists. Then he and the dark red divine dragon also entered the spirit boat, started the spirit boat, and flew forward. On the other side, the heaven ferocious lone wolf clan's faces were gloomy. Damn it, they actually let the other party in. Although they were very angry, they did not dare to vent their anger on the Langya star. Therefore, they could only vent all their anger on Lin Xian. Chapter 3242. Lin Xian finally arrived at the Langya star. After entering, they looked down through the spirit boat. The entire Langya star was divided into countless regions. In each region, there were immortal children and jade maidens who came to receive them. Everyone first said what type of treasure they wanted, and then they were assigned to different regions. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon walked out and put away the spirit boat. At the same time, many figures descended near them. One of them was a man in purple, and even his hair was purple. His body was surrounded by purple light, and he looked mighty and extraordinary. His gaze was as cold as a knife. His gaze swept across the crowd, causing many people to tremble slightly. Many of the surrounding experts' pupils shrank. It was him. Ziyu Hao. He was a top genius and ranked 10th on the Abyss list. His strength could be said to be very terrifying, and even the veteran half-sages did not dare to be enemies with him. Ziyu Hao's appearance attracted the attention of countless people, and they whispered to each other. At this moment, a handsome young man also appeared in front of him. He looked at the purple-robed figure in front of him and smiled. "Brother Yu Hao, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. I wonder what Brother Yu Hao is trying to ask?" Lin Fan thought. "Octopus treasure snake," Ziyu Hao said coldly. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people exclaimed. Many of them had never heard of this name at all. However, some of the veteran half-sages' pupils shrank. Could it be that kind of thing? In front, the handsome young man also stopped smiling. "Brother Yu Hao, please." He invited the purple-robed man away. Soon, it was Lin Xian's turn. A pair of immortal children asked, wondering what this young master wanted to ask. It was a kind of treasure that belonged to the crystal type. It was more precious and could be said to be very rare. Lin Xian did not directly say that it was a stone, because that would be too obvious a target, and he was afraid that he would be targeted by many people. In front of him, the immortal children nodded, then took out a token and said to Lin Xian, "Go to the 12th region." Lin Xian took the token and flew forward. This was because when he landed from the sky, he saw that the entire Langistar was divided into many regions. He knew which direction these 12 zones were in. He thought that after he arrived, there would be someone waiting for him. After receiving the tokens, the two of them directly sat on the teleportation array. The array flickered. When he reappeared, he was already in the 12th district. In front of the 12th district, there was also a beautiful woman who asked, "I wonder what young master is asking about?" They were similar to crystals. "The 8th palace," the beautiful woman said in a sweet voice. Lin Xian once again headed towards the 8th palace. There were still 3 people in front of him, so Lin Xian waited for a while. When it was his turn, Lin Xian took a deep breath and walked in. The main hall was very spacious, and it was also very simple and unadorned. The surroundings were densely packed with symbols. Clearly, if anyone dared to cause trouble here, they would be suppressed in an instant. After Lin Xian entered, the doors to the 8th hall closed. Following that, a voice rang out. "What does young master want to ask?" There was no one else around. Lin Xian had asked He Tu before, so he could tell him his purpose here. Therefore, Lin Xian took a deep breath and said in a clear voice, "I want to ask about the whereabouts of the Dao Stone." Dao Stone? This time, it was the people of the 8th hall who were stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to ask about such a precious thing. However, as people of the Langistar, they had seen all kinds of problems. Therefore, although they were surprised, they quickly calmed down. Buzz. The array in front of them flickered and a middle-aged woman walked out. She was wearing a long robe and had a dignified face. As soon as she appeared, she quickly asked, "Young master, what attribute do you want?" "I want more than 1 Dao stone. How much information can you provide?" Lin Xian asked. One had to know that he needed 4 Dao stones and 1 origin magnetic stone. If possible, he hoped to ask them all at once. However, the dignified woman in front of him said, "Young master, you can only ask one thing at a time. This is the rule of the Langistar." Lin Xian nodded and said, "Would attribute?" The woman in red's eyes flickered. "Yes, our Langistar has information about would attribute Dao stones. However, the cost. Dao stones were more precious, so the cost was also incomparably precious. A complete sacred artifact or 30 million caddies of divine crystals. Or, help us do one thing." Hearing this price, Lin Xian took a deep breath and his expression changed. Wasn't this too expensive? One had to know that he didn't even have a true sacred artifact in his hands. He only had a few half-step sacred artifacts. There were also fragments of sacred artifacts. However, these couldn't be compared to a true sacred artifact. Moreover, 30 million caddies of divine crystals was such a huge amount of wealth. Moreover, the Langistar didn't give him a Dao stone, but only a piece of information. Whether he could obtain it or not was 2 different things. However, just a piece of information was sold at such a high price. It had to be said that it really shocked Lin Xian. Heavens, this Langyastar was so rich. Previously, when he heard He Tu say that he didn't have much of a sense. Now that he directly felt it, he was extremely shocked. Moreover, he knew that the Langyastar was not only rich, but also extremely powerful. Otherwise, it would have been snatched away long ago. Not to mention other things, there were many saints in the various worlds. Any one of them would probably be able to snatch it away. But now, the Langyastar was doing fine. No one dared to come here and cause trouble. This meant that there was an extremely powerful existence on the Langyastar. Lin Xian didn't have a sacred artifact, but he could take out 30 million caddies of divine crystals. All these years, he couldn't kill strong enemies, but he had collected countless resources. He could take it out. However, this was already very close to his entire fortune. If he took out 30 million caddies of divine crystals, he probably wouldn't have much left. After all, whether it was formations, spirit boats, or cultivation, they all required divine crystals. As for the third condition, help the Langyastar do one thing? The first two conditions were so expensive. This matter probably wouldn't be so easy to complete. Moreover, it was Lin Xian's first time here. He also wanted to see if the Langyastar was as accurate as the rumors said. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian's eyes revealed a hint of determination. I'm prepared to pay 30 million caddies of divine crystals. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian took out 30 million caddies of divine crystals from the black earth. Those divine crystals appeared in the 8th hall. Fortunately, the 8th hall was incomparably majestic and had countless array formations. There was an unknown amount of space hidden behind it, which was why it could fit them all. In front, the dignified woman's soul swept over and nodded slightly. 30 million caddies, no more, no less. In the next moment, she opened her red lips. There were two pieces of news regarding the Wood Dao stone. The first news was that 1,300 years ago, someone had seen the Wood Dao stone on the Wildwood Star. The second news was that 300 years ago, someone had also seen the Wood Dao stone in the elven forest of the elven planet. Regarding these two pieces of news, the first was that the Wildwood Star was a little far from the Langyastar. It would take about 5 years to fly there with a spirit boat. The second was that the elven planet was closer and would only take about 7 months to reach. However, the elven forest of the elven planet was more dangerous. Chapter 3243. The two pieces of news were finished in a few short sentences. After Lin Xian heard this, his eyes flickered. He took a deep breath and left the 8th hall. After coming out, he shook his head slightly. These two pieces of news had cost him almost all his wealth. It really made his heart ache. The dark red divine dragon said, "Kid be content. This is a Dao stone that even saints might not be able to obtain." That's true. Lin Xian nodded. If he had asked for other information, it probably wouldn't have been so expensive. And from the looks of it, this information was from a few hundred years ago. It was hard to say if he would have it there. It seemed that he needed a certain amount of luck. Lin Xian rubbed his face and soared into the sky, leaving the 8th hall. He decided to head to the elven planet and investigate the elven forest. After all, the Wildwood Star was too far away. Who knew what would happen during the 5 years? Of course, the dark red divine dragon also suggested that there should be an array formation between the worlds of stars. If he were to activate that kind of teleportation array, the consumption would be very large. With Lin Xian's current wealth, he probably wouldn't be able to afford it. Soon, Lin Xian left the 8th hall and even left Area 12. When he came out and was about to leave, he met the purple-clothed man from before. The purple-clothed man seemed to have sensed Lin Xian's gaze and turned his head. His gaze was like a purple blade that was abnormally sharp, causing the void to tremble. This person is actually able to withstand my gaze. Interesting. Ziyu Hao's lips curled into an evil smile. He took a deep look at Lin Xian, then turned and left. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. But he could feel the powerful force and terrifying killing intent in the other party's gaze. It seemed that the other party didn't cultivate any righteous cultivation technique and was related to evil. Outside, there were a few spirit boats hidden in the void. An invisible net stretched out and enveloped all the passers-by. It seemed to be searching for something. Suddenly, their hearts stirred. Inside the spirit boat, a few men in white exclaimed and came out. Inside their spirit boat, Lin Xian was displayed on the array formation light screen. These people were from the Sky Fiend Lone Wolf clan. Sixth uncle had not returned yet, so he quickly informed him. Then he would order 2 spirit boats to chase after that brat. He must not let him escape. This time, he was going to destroy both his body and soul. The Heaven Fiend Lone Wolf's experts gritted their teeth. Soon, they sent a message to inform the experts of the Wolf Fong planet. At the same time, the 2 spirit boats concealed their auras and followed silently from afar. After Lin Xian left the Langya Star, he took out the spirit boat and entered it with the dark red divine dragon. The 2 of them flew quickly and completely disappeared. After flying for about 2 hours, Lin Xian frowned. When he first came out, he felt like he was being watched by someone. Until now, this feeling was getting stronger and stronger. He stopped the spirit boat and turned to look. Activating the heavenly secret divine eyes, golden runes flickered, penetrating through everything. Soon he saw 2 spirit vessels following him silently in the cosmos behind him. At this moment, they also stopped there. The array formations of the 2 spirit boats were activated and concealed everything, but they still could not escape the heavenly secret divine eyes. "How dare you follow me? You don't know what death is." Lin Xian sneered. He knew without thinking that they must be from the Sky Fiend Lone Wolf clan. In that case, he could only send them to hell. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. His figure flashed and he instantly left the spirit boat. In the 2 spirit boats behind, the people of the Sky Fiend Lone Wolf clan frowned. Why did that brat stop? Could it be that he discovered us? Impossible, we've already activated the array formation. How could he discover us? Perhaps there's something else? Let's wait a little longer. The people in the 2 spirit boats communicated through the array formation. They also stopped and activated the array formation even more brilliantly, hiding it even more deeply. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned because they saw a figure rushing out in front of them. Oh no, it's that brat. Could it be that we've been discovered? They panicked. At this moment, someone shouted, "So what if we've been discovered? Fire at him." These people hurriedly injected divine crystals into the spirit boats. Runes flickered, forming 2 pillars of light that reached the sky and blasted forward quickly. The 2 pillars of light were like rainbows, carrying an aura that could destroy everything. In an instant, they enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian was so powerful that he did not dodge at all in the face of these 2 earth-shattering attacks. He waved his fist and charged forward with terrifying nomological fragments. Boom! Flames surged into the sky as the fist pressed forward. Terrifying power rushed into the sky, causing the entire starry sky to tremble. The 2 collided, erupting with shocking energy that illuminated the dark universe. That brat actually dared to take it head-on. Is he courting death? Hee, we can kill him without 6th uncle's help. That's natural. Previously, it was inconvenient for 6th uncle to make a move on the Langya Star. Otherwise, how could that brat have survived until now? In the spirit boat, the people of the Sky Fiend Lone Wolf clan sneered. Under this attack, even a half-sage would not be able to survive. That brat was definitely dead. However, their smiles soon froze, and their eyes became filled with fear. They looked ahead, their bodies trembling non-stop. In the energy light in front of them, a figure was like a god of war, rampaging and tearing apart all the light. Then, it turned into an eternal light that quickly charged towards them. Damn it, it's that brat. Impossible, how could he still be alive? Even a half-sage was dead. What kind of physique did he have? Could it be that he had top-notch battle armor on him? These people screamed in horror. Quickly, fire again. They fired another 4 energy beams that shot towards the other party as if they were about to destroy the world. However, Lin Xian's physique was extremely powerful. Nomological fragments circulated around his body, and his 9 yang divine body was burning like a blazing sun. Lin Xian broke through all the attacks and arrived in front of the two spirit boats. Boom! He punched out and blasted forward. With a clang, an earth-shattering sound rang out like 10,000 claps of thunder. The spirit boat trembled non-stop, and a fist mark appeared on it. It was incomparably deep, and it was almost penetrated. Inside the spirit boat, the people of the Sky Fiend Lone Wolf clan were so scared that they trembled all over when they saw this scene. Damn it, who the hell is this person? One had to know that their spirit boat was very sturdy. Even a half-sage could not break it. But now, the other party's punch had almost penetrated it. Could it be that this brat had surpassed a half-sage? Damn it, we can't be so passive. The distance is too close, so it's not easy for the spirit boat to attack. Let's hurry up and attack. We have 8 people on our side. I don't believe that we can't kill him. The young prodigy gritted his teeth. This prodigy was also a half-sage. He said, "Let's join forces." There were several half-sages in the 2 spirit boats. The others were also close to reaching the half-sage realm. They had all comprehended power that was close to the Tao. Chapter 3244. In an instant, these people rushed out. 5 of them quickly combined their formations to form the Heavenly Fiend formation and charged towards Lin Xian. The other 3 were all half-step saints. They had terrifying nomological fragments on them. They were extremely terrifying, like demon kings. Could go to hell. The 8 of them attacked together with earth-shattering momentum. They were confident that they could definitely kill a half-step saint in an instant. To be honest, the Heavenly Fiend Lone Wolf clan was very powerful. With their lineup, not to mention killing a half-step saint. They could even kill 3 half-step saints. But now, unfortunately, they encountered Lin Xian. Lin Xian split the sky with his sword and directly shattered all the attacks. At the same time, his left leg swept out with the nomological fragments of the earth. Like an earth dragon, it instantly crushed the void. In front, the Heavenly Fiend Lone Wolf clan members were instantly kicked out. Several of them were broken at the waist. Next, various nomological fragments danced in the air. Lin Xian directly defeated these people with his powerful strength. Damn it, impossible. How can you be so powerful? These people from the Heavenly Fiend Lone Wolf clan went crazy. The other party actually used several nomological fragments. Oh my god, how is this possible? One had to know that most of them only had a single nomological fragment. At most, there were 2 nomological fragments. However, the other party took out 4 or 5 nomological fragments in a row. They were beaten until they vomited blood. Not good, an expert and a top expert. These people went crazy and hurriedly fled back to the spirit boat. Leave quickly, leave. They wanted to escape, but how could they escape? The annihilation nomological fragment formed a large crack in front of them, and all the power was dissolved. Lin Xian held the nomological swords with both hands. One was a fire nomological sword, and the other was a metal nomological sword. He waved his hands, and sword chi swept out. Soon, these Heavenly Fiend Lone Wolf clan members were all killed. When Lin Xian killed the last Heavenly Fiend Lone Wolf clan member, a crazy roar came from afar. The surrounding void kept shattering, and large cracks of millions of miles appeared, charging towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and with a sweep of his long sword, he cut off the cracks. He raised his head and looked ahead. In the distance, a few figures flew over. The person in the lead was extremely powerful. It was the Heaven Fiend Lone Wolf's 6th uncle. The skinny man was so angry that his lungs were about to explode when he saw the scene in front of him. 8 geniuses of the Sky Fiend Lone Wolf tribe had died at the hands of the other party. I'll tear you to shreds. He raised his head and roared. His aura was like an avalanche, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. In an instant, he formed a giant silver wolf and charged towards Lin Xian. This was a type of great bloodline ability, bringing with it heaven overflowing silver law fragments, covering the sky and covering the earth. Lin Xian also roared as he brandished his golden nomological sword. It was like a golden dragon dancing in the sky as the two huge shadows clashed in the universe. The resulting scene was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, this was not the astral world but the cold universe. There were no buildings or people in the surroundings. Otherwise, everything would probably turn into ashes. Damn brat, I want you dead. The man called Sixth Uncle gritted his teeth and roared. Lin Xian sneered. If you want to blame someone, blame the Sky Fiend Lone Wolf tribe. You asked for it and had to hunt me down. All of this is what you deserve. Brat, you're too arrogant. Do you really think you can compete with me? In front of him, the skinny man's expression was ferocious. The power of the bloodline and the silver law fragments on his body were becoming more and more monstrous. At this point, he had completely made up his mind to tear the person in front of him into pieces. He would not hold back. Is that so? I want to see what ability the Sky Fiend Lone Wolf tribe has to be so arrogant. Lin Xian said coldly. He had 6 types of law fragments and the dragon sword soul. Why would he be afraid of the other party? You don't know what's good for you. When I catch you later, I'll pull out your tendons and skin you alive. I'll use hellfire to refine your soul for 10,000 years. I'll make you wish you were dead. As soon as he finished speaking, the skinny man turned into a silver flash and instantly charged towards Lin Xian. When he got close to Lin Xian, silver law fragments erupted from the skinny man's body and turned into wolf claws. They were densely packed and covered the sky, enveloping Lin Xian. They wanted to tear him to pieces. Boom! Lin Xian snorted coldly and activated the 9-yang divine body. His body shone brightly with mysterious runes on it that flickered with monstrous flames. At this moment, Lin Xian was really like a flaming war god. He relied on his strong physique to resist the skinny man's attack. At the same time, he activated the golden law fragment and formed a golden law sword. He waved it continuously. Not only did it contain the power of the golden law, but it also contained the power of the dragon sword soul. Boom! The demon wolf claws slammed onto Lin Xian's body, emitting a sonorous sound and erupting with thousands of rays of light that illuminated the area. The void continued to shatter. Lin Xian's body trembled and even took a step back. However, his body did not split open. How could his body be so strong? The skinny man's pupils shrank in disbelief. His attack was so powerful that an ordinary half-saint would have been torn apart. Even if they had half-saint armor, they would be injured and spit out large mouthfuls of blood. Even their internal organs would be shattered. But now, the other party's body only swayed a little and dissolved his terrifying power. It was really unbelievable. Could it be that the kid in front of him was a body-tempering expert? He was extremely surprised. At the same time, the law sword in Lin Xian's hand had already slashed down. Buzz. Not good. The skinny man called Sixth Uncle quickly retreated. However, he was still a step too late. The sword shattered all the demon wolf claws that he had sent out. There was even a sword mark on his arm. Blood that had penetrated deep into his bones instantly flowed out. Damn it! The skinny man was extremely shocked. Not only was the other party's physique strong, but his attack was also shocking. He was from the Sky Fiend Lone Wolf clan, an ancient monster. His physique was extremely strong. Even if he did not wear armor, an ordinary half-saint would not be able to hurt him. But now, the other party had injured him with a light sword. The skinny man was in disbelief. His expression was gloomy as the law power in his body quickly circulated, trying to heal the wound. But soon he frowned. He could not heal it completely. There was a sharp sword intent on the wound that could not be erased in a short time. Damn it, seal. The skinny man used the law fragment to seal the wound and stop the bleeding. The next moment, he raised his head and stared at the other party with a piercing light in his eyes. Skywolf eyes. A pair of green eyes burst out with a piercing light, forming 2 green storms that swept forward. This was a kind of eye technique. Not only could it injure the body, but it could also injure the soul. With one strike, it could destroy one's soul. Buzz. The 2 green storms passed through the flames on Lin Xian's body and seemed to want to tear Lin Xian's body apart. Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body erupted with incomparable power. He was like a flaming war god, unstoppable. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.